I call to order the meeting of the Common Council for Tuesday, June 28th. Clerk?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. We have 10 members who are present here in City Hall. We have 2 members who are attending the meeting via Zoom, and that means that all 12 members are signed into Civic Clerk.
Very good. Thank you, Clerk. Please now rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for an invocation offered by Alder Campbell. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Alder Campbell?
Okay. So, I thought about this speech for quite a while here, and seeing last month we celebrated Pride Month, and the word pride, and now we're moving into July, which is Proud Month. Proud Month means we're all proud to be a citizen of the United States of America. We're all proud to be in America. We're all proud to stand for our flag, and we're all proud to have the freedom that we have to be here today. So with that, celebrating the flag, I'd like to recite something from Thomas Jefferson from the Declaration of Independence. He was quite a philosopher. He was our 3rd president from 1801 to 1809. He was also the 1st vice president. So I'm going to read a memo of that, and I'm going to follow up with a short story that happened to me this last week after the storms. So this is the second paragraph of the Declaration of Independence, written in 1976. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they will be endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from their consent of the governed, that whenever any form of the government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organize its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence, indeed, will dictate the government's long established should be not changed for light and transient causes. And according to all experience hath shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable, that to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariability the same object, evinces a divine to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and provide new guards for the future security. I think everyone can resonate to that. It's from our forefathers. And I want to just share a story that kind of pushed it over the edge for me here that happened to me this week after the storm, riding around my neighborhood, I think on or day after the storm, checking on people. I saw this lady walking. So I went by her twice, and I was wondering what she was doing. She was walking in the road with a notepad, and I'm like, ma'am, can I stop? I says, can I help you? Can I talk to you? And she says, yeah, sure. So she came over to the car, and we started a discussion, and she says to me, when you get asked this a lot of times, everybody here, are you a Democrat or a Republican? And I said to her, I says, why do you got to be so racist? She goes, what do you mean? I says, black, white, Mexican, Chinese. I says, Democrat, Republican. I says, what does it matter? I says, we're all people. I says, you seem like a nice lady. She says, you seem like a nice guy. And I said, I'm just trying to look out for my community here, and we need to work together. I was kind of surprised that she didn't know my name, which means she didn't vote in the primary or in the general election. So she says, you know what? She goes, you're the nicest Republican I've ever met. And she goes, can I take your picture? I just found this great, and I'm rolled with it. I'm like, well, what are you going to do with it? She goes, I'm going to show my friends. And I'm like, well, what are you gonna tell them? So I grabbed the phone, I says, well, let's take a selfie. I got my dog in the background and we took a picture. I guess the moral to this story was, we chatted a little bit, we talked about some things I was working on, and we walked away, he kind of looked back at me and smiled, and I went, see you again. And I just thought I'd share that because I think it resonates a lot with Divide. And we're going into July, and we're celebrating a flag that everyone can represent and everyone can stand behind, no matter what their race, their creed, their gender, or anything. And I think that's important for everyone to remember that and go out of your way and try to put your bias aside in the month during the 4th of July and reach out to people and share that with them. Thank you.
Thanks for your words, Alder. And now on to approval of the minutes.
Motion to approve.
Alder Scannell makes a motion to approve the minutes from our prior meeting, and that was seconded by Alder Galvin. Any changes there? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, the minutes are approved. Approval of the agenda.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda. I'd like to move, I believe it's number 14 in protection and policy, up to number 1 in protection and policy, so that we take that item first when we get to that report.
Okay, we'll just not change the numbering, but 14 will be first,
Okay.
because otherwise it'll get a little confusing. So the amendment has been offered by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stevens. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and item 14 will be taken first under the PNP report. Now entertain a motion to approve as amended.
Motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Alder Scannell makes a motion to approve the agenda as amended. That was seconded by Alder Galvin. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda has been approved as amended. On to report by the mayor. Just a few comments tonight. First, just wanted to thank all the kids that participated in Kids Day yesterday, all the city staff who made it possible. A special shout out to our kid mayor, our mayor of the day, Dallas Piarkey. It was a pleasure to spend some time with him and his family. So really enjoyed that, but enjoyed the entirety of the day. And as I said, was possible because of city staff who stepped up above and beyond their day-to-day responsibilities across the city, across departments to make that possible. Also really thankful to all the sponsors, the businesses and citizens that took part in that. So thanks to everybody who played a hand in that. Also wanted to highlight the fact that we have the Fire Over the Fox coming up to celebrate the 4th of July. As always, we're celebrating on the actual holiday on Sunday, so inviting people downtown to take in the fireworks and the other festivities. Special thanks to On Broadway for pulling that event together, really a signature event for the city of Green Bay that wouldn't be possible without their organization and their efforts. So really thankful to all of them. Also, I too wanted to sort of touch on the reason for our holiday. No coordination here between Alder Campbell and myself, but I wanted to read to you all a quote from Abraham Lincoln, somebody who, of course, was not a founder, but thought a lot about our founders and about the founding and the Declaration itself. I believe him to be the greatest president we've ever had, and so just wanted to share some of his words with you all. He said about the Declaration and about our founders, quote, "They meant to set a standard maxim for free society, which should be familiar to all and revered by all, constantly looked to, constantly labored for, and though never perfectly attained, constantly approximated, and thereby constantly spreading and deepening its influence and augmenting the happiness and value of life to all people of all colors everywhere." All people of all colors everywhere. And this was said in a speech in 1857, which was incredibly radical at the time, 3 years before his election as president, 4 years before the start of the Civil War, 6 years before the Emancipation Proclamation was signed, 8 years before the 13th Amendment abolishing slavery, more than 60 years before women were granted the right to vote in this country, but Abraham Lincoln had a vision more profound than just about anyone who's occupied that office. So the work to expand the freedoms granted to all people is not some alien endeavor. It's baked into the DNA of this country. We are the inheritors of these greatest traditions, but only if we see this mission clearly and act to carry it out together. So I ask all of you tonight to see and appreciate the dignity and worth of your fellow community members and to really feel for them and work with them to create a future that's worthy of our country's promise. Building an inclusive democracy and community is a project that I take very seriously, and I know you do too. So I'm asking you as members of council and members of this community to make that really clear to everyone who's following along tonight. So with that, we will move along to announcements from our council. Alder Brunette.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to welcome the public. This is outstanding. And we had a couple rough years of COVID, and we often met by Zoom. And so whenever you have so many members of the public, regardless of your interest in what we're discussing, what your personal desires of how we vote, any issues that are near and dear to your heart you're advocating for, I really appreciate all of you being here. It's just nice to see such a active, robust participation from the public who this government belongs to. So welcome to everyone. Thank you.
Well said, Alder. Alder Galvin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to thank the many departments from the city of Green Bay that were involved with the storm, responding to the storm damage. Although in my district, there were a few trees that suffered some damage, some lines down. When I crossed the Fox River and look at the amount of damage that was quite evident on that side of the river, as I heard the news reports of people without power for several days within the city, the work done by our police, fire, DPW, forestry, I mean, every department kicked in and helped out and got this city back on its feet as quickly as possible. And also to the utilities that were involved. I know some people that work there with 16-hour shifts, 8 hours off, and we all know when you get 8 hours off, you're not sleeping for 8 hours, and then back at it again. So I think it's just a real compliment to our different entities within this government and to Wisconsin Public Service out there. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Alder. Other announcements? Alder Stoyer.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to piggyback on what Alder Galvin said. Being on the west side, our area got hit very hard, and I guess what I found out after a few days is how the neighbors in the area took care of each other. We had a neighbor down the block, a tree fell on his house, so we had about 20 people over there cutting, doing things, just taking care of it. There were people that were on dialysis machines that were out for five days, and it was difficult. It was very difficult, but I commend our citizens for coming together and also the departments for all the work they did.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Campbell?
Yes, I'd also, I drove around, I think we only had 6 incidents, welfare cases that I went on. I knocked on every door. What I found was the neighbors and how they all work together, of all different diversities. And, that was part of my message too. I didn't mean to carry on as long as you did. I was trying to make it short, but, I noticed that too, and it felt really good about being out there. If anybody helped anyone, I lent generators out. I offered people, that were worse off than us. I checked on everyone here, and I went to the west side. But, it was really, nice to see everything come together, and people should commend themselves for stepping up and not worrying about who their neighbor is. And I guess, things are made for a reason.
Right.
A tree fell for a reason, okay? Thank you.
All right, thanks, Alder. Any other announcements? Seeing none, we'll move along to appointments.
Motion to approve.
A motion has been made to approve the reappointments, made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stevens. A comment from Alder Campbell?
I just have one issue with A. I don't know how busy the Dorf family is, but,
This is, just to interrupt real quickly, Alder, this is on reappointments.
oh, I'm sorry.
That's right. Any other comments on reappointments? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The reappointments have been made. On to new appointments.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Galvin. Now Alder Campbell.
Yes, I know when we had our first meeting here, and, you know, we were all kind of pretty fresh to this and getting used to the way things flow. You know, I know Barb, Ms. Dorf did a lot for this community, and I understand, but I just find it a little, kind of a busy schedule that every person in the family is involved in some form. I understand it, but I just have to wonder the prerogative and the direction of this to your appointment,
Got it.
if I can get somewhat of an explanation.
Sure. Well, first of all, I just applaud their civic engagement. It's nice to have a family that's so involved in the work of our city. But in terms of Barb Dorf herself, obviously, you know, she's a former alder, so has a lot of expertise that way, but she also served as chair of our finance committee. And so, you know, when it comes to the workings of the Stadium District Board and some of the issues that might be discussed between the Packers organization and the city, it'll be nice to have somebody on the board that's still familiar with city governance and some of the financial implications of that relationship.
Okay.
Any other comments? Alder Johnson?
Yeah, since these items are on here together, item B, city officials, Jonathan Leroy, is he a new city employee?
Yes.
Okay, I just wasn't sure if he was doing this in his current capacity as like a moonlighting type of thing. Okay. Okay, perfect, thank you.
Yep, so he's the new Paul Newmeyer, for those of you
Right.
that know Paul. Yep.
It's a good find.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
feel bad for his employer, but good for us.
Any other comments on the new appointments? Seeing none, all in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and those new appointments are made. On to public hearings. So this is a resolution of a public alley between Monroe Avenue and Quincy Street from Cherry Street to Pine Street to be vacated. Is there anyone here that would like to speak to that item? Anyone here to speak to this item? Is there anyone here to speak to this item? We'll have the record reflect that no one was here to speak to that public hearing. Now on to report of the Equal Rights Commission. This item is just one item here, to refer to staff to create a work plan to attain a score of 100 for the Municipal Equality Index held from the April 19, 2022 Common Council meeting to allow the Human Rights Campaign time to provide a presentation on the Municipal Equality Index. So we are very fortunate to have someone in attendance from the Human Rights Campaign. We would invite her to the podium to offer that presentation. I think technically we need a motion to open the floor.
Motion open the floor. Second.
Motion has been made to open the floor by Alder Scannell and seconded by Alder Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open. Excellent. Appreciate you taking the time to join us, Wendy. If you could just state your name and address for the council, and then the floor will be yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council members. My name is Wendy Strout. I reside at 7224 West State Street in Milwaukee, in Wauwatosa, Wisconsin. So thank you for having me come to speak on the Municipal Equality Index. It is an index that is instituted by the Human Rights Campaign and the Equality Federation, both national LGBTQ plus civil rights organizations. But I did want to, again, introduce myself again. I do live in Milwaukee. I'm the Wisconsin State Director, and I use she, her pronouns. I have lived in Wisconsin since 2002, but I also was in college at Lakeland College, just hour down the road. Now it's Lakeland University. And I tell you this because I'm not somebody from DC just coming in to institute this. I'm from Wisconsin. I love Wisconsin. I've even, done work up here in Green Bay as well. But want to also tell you what the Human Rights Campaign is. We are the largest LGBTQ plus civil rights organization in the country, and our goal is that every member of the LGBTQ plus family has the freedom to live without fear and with equality under the law, just like we all want to live. And we are an organization of over 3 million members and supporters, and we work together to make sure that we're protecting the most marginalized people in our community. Now let's talk about the MEI. What is the MEI? It is the Municipal Equality Index, and it examines how inclusive the municipal laws and policies and services are of LGBTQ plus people who live and work here. It's rated based on your non-discrimination laws, how you are as an employer, what services you provide, law enforcement, and the leadership on LGBTQ plus equality. It is not a ranking of the atmosphere or the quality of life of the city. We really just focus on, the policies and that affect the people living and working in this in the city. It is an evaluation of the city's law and policies, as I said, and an examination of how inclusive city services are for LGBTQ people. And this includes the city buildings, not just your employees, parks that the municipality owns. So it covers anything that is owned by the city. So I get asked this question a lot. How are our municipalities selected to be ranked? Well, we look first at the 50 state capitals, then we look at the 200 largest cities in the U.S. Then when we go to the states, we look at the 5 largest cities or municipalities in each state. And then we look at the cities that are home to the state's 2 largest public universities, which include both undergraduate and graduate enrollment. And so you can see how Green Bay would be chosen to be selected among these municipalities. There's also some other rankings based on some 2010 census results by the Williams Institute of the UCLA School of Law, but that's not really applicable to why we're here today. So I wanted to just address the criteria, what do we look at? And there's a whole point system that is on our website based, and we have a whole layout of, the point system and how we grade each piece of this criteria. So the first one is non-discrimination laws. And what we look at is both non-discrimination laws for sexual orientation and gender identity. As you know, the state has non-discrimination law, but it only covers sexual orientation, does not protect gender identity. And so we really look to our municipalities to really take up the burden there and really protect and support the transgender non-binary community. We also look about how you are as an employer. Do you have non-discrimination policies in your hiring practices? Do you have transgender healthcare, inclusive healthcare benefits? And I believe we require at least one healthcare plan that does provide services for the transgender community. We also look at do you require your contractors to also apply non-discrimination policies to their work? And then we also just look at you as, are you an inclusive place to work? Do your employees feel like they are in a safe, inclusive place? So additionally, we look at your services that you provide. Do you have a Human Rights Commission? And if you do have a Human Rights Commission or an Equal Rights Commission, do they have enforcement abilities to enforce the policies that the city has enacted or the ordinances that the city has enacted? We also look to see if there's an LGBTQ plus liaison in the city's executive office. In one of the cities in Racine, I was just talking to them earlier, they recommend, I was talking to them about their policies and how they've increased their percentages. And they even said that it's really best to have a liaison in city executive offices because it really allows for better and easier flow of communication as well. So that's another reason why we recommend that. It's also helpful to have a police liaison or task force with the LGBT plus community. Again, I was talking to somebody in Racine, and they said their liaison was very helpful during their Pride Parade and really trying to de-escalate some of the attacks that they were getting from people who opposed them. But it's really very helpful in educating and really supporting the LGBTQ community, especially in relationship to police. And also, we also look at hate crime statistics and if you're reporting them from 2020. And then finally, we look at what's your leadership? What's their position on LGBTQ plus equality? Are you leading in the effort to be inclusive? Are you showing that you are an inclusive city? What is the what is the city council doing? What is your policy? How are you showing up as elected officials? So I wanted to just address, I get this question about why do cities want to improve their score? Well, really, a lot of it just boils down to economics and, attracting people. It's shown that commitment to equality through laws and policies that protect everyone really sends that message that all people and all businesses are welcome. And, I don't know if people really think about this, but that it gives you a competitive edge to attract new residents and new businesses, even from your neighboring cities. If you have more inclusive policies, businesses and people are going to want to move here rather than, maybe they work in the city but live outside the city. They want to live where they feel protected, where they feel safe. And there is a growing body of research that openness to diversity and inclusiveness. It's not a byproduct of communities that achieve economic prosperity, but it is a key element in the formula that leads to economic growth. It is the key element that showing that you are inclusive, that you are open to diversity. And even the Fortune 500 has long utilized inclusive workplace policies as proven recruitment and retention tools. So, think about it, when businesses come here, or they're looking to place their business, or they're looking to relocate their business, they're not just looking at the infrastructure. Yes, they're looking at the infrastructure, do they have the workers here? But they're looking about how safe and included their employees and their families are going to be as well. So basically, the more inclusive a municipality's policies are, the more likely that you're going to attract more residents and more businesses. So I just wanted to give you some, kind of show what some of the rankings of Green Bay, but also some of the cities in Wisconsin. Right now, Green Bay's awesome. You're at 84. That's great. There's only a few things that you need to cover, and I believe you're all working on these, but transgender inclusive healthcare benefits, making sure that your city contractors provide non-discrimination policies as well, being an inclusive workplace. And also really important is just giving the Human Rights Commission the ability to enforce the policies that you all have enacted. These are the cities that we currently rank across the state of Wisconsin. And our municipality, we've been ranking cities since 2012, so we just had our 10-year anniversary. But it's only been since 2016 that all of these cities were included. So you can see there's been some major growth. Appleton started out, big, but they've even increased their score. Green Bay, you all more than doubled your score. That's exciting. I get really excited about all the nerdy policies. So Madison's been at 100. Milwaukee, I think they've just celebrated their third year as 100. Oshkosh, look how much Oshkosh has jumped. And we're seeing, a couple years ago, they had one of the largest jumps in their score in the country the year that they had their increase in score. And I kind of look at the fact that Racine is very similar. Their mayor, just like your mayor, has been very intentional and really looked and wanted to be very inclusive to making sure that they were attracting people. We're attracting people to their city, making their city a more inclusive, safer place, and a better place for all people to live. And I have a video, I don't think it's going to work, but I have a video that includes municipal leaders across the country, many the size of Green Bay, including Mayor Mason from Racine, talking about why they instituted that policy, why they were interested, and why they really pursued increasing their MEI score. And with that, if there's any questions, I will take any questions.
All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Strout. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And just a note for council and the audience, we were actually at 28 in 2018 because of some of the changes that you made to your scorecard, which, as you know, is oftentimes changing. So it's actually tripled from 2018 until
That's a
today.
good point.
Yeah.
And we do evolve our score. Thank you for bringing that up too. We do evolve our score as times change, as people are looking for different things within their communities, within their municipalities.
Absolutely. Alder Scannell and then Alder Campbell.
Thank you for that. That was a wonderful presentation. I was curious, you mentioned how that the commission should have enforcement capability. That's one thing. And in general, we don't, I don't know what that looks like. We don't have commissions that are enforcers. That usually falls to the police or, I mean, some staff, inspections, whatever. So are there communities that have these commissions that have enforcement, a model that we could look at?
There are, and I want to apologize, I'm not the expert. My colleague who actually does works on the MEI, he's actually on sabbatical this month, but I know that there are communities, and we are happy to put people in touch with those communities. I know, because Milwaukee and Madison do, because that is part of their criteria, and they are at 100. So they do have an enforcement. And when I talk about enforcement, it's really just making sure, not necessarily at the police level, but making sure that, like your city parks, like the park employees are following the anti-bullying policies, or just making sure that they're being followed, making sure that there might be some, repercussions for like reminders, or even just repercussions for not following these policies. Maybe your contractors don't have full inclusion, and so maybe not working with them. So it's just, and that's up to the Human Rights Commission to figure out what is the how you would enforce that policy. But yes, there are definitely models, not even just in Wisconsin, but across the country, that we can definitely refer to. And we do a lot of work with the cities. Our MEI team does that.
Sounds like they partner maybe with like personnel department and other things, and, okay, yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Campbell.
I don't know how to phrase this question, but as like I said in my invocation, I acknowledge who I was, and I was proud to stand up for that. And hopefully, like I said, that as an example, that lady judged me as for my character, and that was why I said that. I was just wondering how the city, or how other employees, when you present yourself and you talk about all your attributes, how are they supposed to know that you're a member or a LGBTQ? I mean, I think there's a big gap in there, that we have all this guidance and enforcement and wants and needs, but, and I understand everybody's here and trying to awake everyone, and that's, I guess, part of it. But it always seems to be upon divide, and, as I was proud to say who I was, and I just wonder that if you're applying for a job, if you're open and aware of that. Now, not that I know everyone and I think everyone should be inclusive. You should be judged at your character and your talent and your skill. I just wonder, the question there, it seems like there's a gap there that I just wondered about, if you can talk about that.
I appreciate your question. I think especially when you're hiring people, it's not about identifying people, like have somebody identify if they are gay or bisexual or whatever. It's not about that. It's about them feeling that they can be themselves. Like, there are people who have worked for employers that, when their colleagues talk about like their spouse who is the opposite sex of them, they want to be able to include their families as well, and they want to know that their employer, supports them being out and like saying, talking about, my family, which may look different than their colleagues' family. So it's just providing that safety for people to be able to live their full lives and to be able to experience the same things that other people experience, like putting the pictures on their desk of their families. While it may look different than their colleagues' families, they're still family. So it's just providing that safe environment, and just knowing that if they want to come out or if they want to be out, that they can be safely.
I guess I just don't understand why you don't think it's safe.
There are many instances where, and it's, I'm not saying Green Bay isn't safe. I'm just saying that there are instances where people may not feel safe, and it's good to have these policies in place. Let's say, well, let's say that Mayor Gendrich, decides to retire, it's not here. It's like, well, then, there would be another mayor, like maybe, we would already have these policies in place, so you wouldn't have to worry about them. You just keep them up. But you want to have these policies in place so people feel safe, because not everyone has that experience of being able to be out, or being able to live their full selves authentically. You may feel safe being out, being who you are, but not everyone has that same shared experience that you do in feeling that they can be safe. And so, whether, businesses, when they come to a city, they like to know that, they don't always know who their employees are or who their employees are married to, but they want to attract employees of all backgrounds, because it just benefits them, in having good employees and their employees feeling safe. And it would hope, you would want to attract, taxpayers and residents who, would feel safe, and like they would want to come to the city and feel like, hey, I want to live in this city. I want to pay my taxes here. I want to provide, utilize their services as well.
I don't know if that really answered my question, but,
Okay.
I think, you're going there because you feel like you're qualified and you shouldn't have to have any special needs or wants. You should just be recognized as that. And I mean, I just, I'm all for it. I'm like, it shouldn't be judged. I mean, it's like the old, hey, I met this dark person the other day. And why do we're kind of used to that. Everyone's kind of guilty for that. And they're like, hey, I met this really nice guy the other day. I catch myself every now and then. I don't mean it in any misdemeanor or anything like that. But I'm trying to go to the character, and it's just the explanation of it. And, that's what I've seen in business over a long period of time. I don't pick and choose who I want to help. Hopefully they're looking for guidance, and I can help them, no matter who they are.
I appreciate your perspective. I do think that not everyone has that shared experience, and it's just good to have those welcoming policies. So, because it tends to attract more people, it tends to attract businesses to have those welcoming policies.
Well, I think then we have to have, maybe try to have some kind of, not with the business or organizations or the city or facilities. I think it maybe has to be a character building type situation. I mean, everyone goes through that stage in their adult life, I guess. And so that's all. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate where you're coming from. Again, not everyone has that shared experience, so it's really good. It's a really positive thing to have these policies in place.
Alder Grant, I think, has her hand raised online.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you, and thank you very much for the presentation from another Lakeland alumni myself. So just wondering, can you give me a little bit of information on the transgender inclusive healthcare benefits? What does that all include?
So not all healthcare benefits, not all healthcare plans provide for specific needs for the transgender community, including transition care or any type of like hormone therapy or testosterone therapy that they may need. So you would need to at least specifically have a plan that offers some type of care specifically covering the transgender community. Does that answer your
Okay.
question?
Yep. I have two follow-up questions to that. Do we know, just out of curiosity, like top 25 aren't covered by healthcare in general for everyone as a whole? Because I'd be curious to see if we're, keeping things level and equal, what other things aren't covered for everybody else compared to this. And then my second question is, with some of those treatments, is there any long-term studies of health risks that go along with that?
So I am not in a position to answer the first one or the second one. The second one isn't really related to the MEI. It's more so just providing a plan that provides care for the transgender community.
Okay, thank you.
Alder Brunette?
Yes, thank you for coming here and speaking. It's a good presentation. I actually requested this presentation because whenever we attempt to, increase scores, it's good to hear from the organization to which we're applying to or being analyzed by to increase the score. I do have some questions. The current score is 84. The 4 items that were presented in your presentation, if I have the math correct, that gets us to like 98. So that's not the, wait a minute. No, never mind. I apologize. There was one that so that would be 100. Are there any other things the city could consider to gain points?
There are quite a few, and I did not include them in my presentation, but there are quite a few additional extra points that you can get for, under each category, there are some bonus points that you can acquire. And I apologize, I don't have them on me, but those are available in the index, when you fill out your paperwork. But there are some bonus points for going above and beyond as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm a little embarrassed that I couldn't add that up to 100. I
It's okay.
apologize. I'm usually pretty good at math, but when I
It's
looked at
okay.
it the first time, I was like 98 for some reason. No, I'm not, obviously. So the question I have for you, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but what is your definition or your organization's definition of discrimination?
Oh, I think, I don't, being, not, keeping, not being inclusive and not, excluding people because of who they are, what they believe, what they look like. Discrimination is, and I'm not speaking for my organization, I'm just speaking just on the terms of how we approach it. It's anybody who is marginalized, anyone who is excluded because of who they are and, how they identify, who they love, what they look like.
And thank you for that. I wasn't trying to put you on the spot.
It's okay.
There's a reason why I asked the question, and I'll get to that in a minute. But is it possible to discriminate against people of faith, religious freedoms of folks, people's rights of conscience, or sincerely held religious beliefs?
Well, that is not what the MEI covers, so I don't feel comfortable answering that question in relation to my presentation.
But is it possible, aside from your presentation?
You can, in my own opinion, you can be, again, it's not in relation to my presentation with the HRC.
All right, so it's not a catch, it's not like a gotcha, but that was one of the issues that I had with the Equal Rights Commission that we passed that was then included to increase our scores, that we as a city had no proper definition of what discrimination is. And I'm just gonna be completely blunt with you. There are a lot of tough conversations that need to happen as a society so that people who are identify as LGBTQ can coexist with people of faith who have a deeply held religious conviction that they love and appreciate all of God's diversity, but they just simply cannot do something that violates their deeply held conviction. And that doesn't mean that they're bigoted or hateful, although other sides of these conversations tend to have these horrible opinions of each other. And I'd like to think that we can carve out a society where we are truly pluralistic, that all people can coexist, and that we can respect LGBTQ people as individuals, but we can also understand folks like, for example, court cases that have come down many times in these municipalities where there could be a Christian, I'm just being very blunt, because I think as a society we need to have these tough conversations no matter how people judge you based on what you're saying. But if you have a Christian baker who wants to, who bakes cakes and loves everybody, but he just simply has a hard time violating his deeply held religious convictions. There are lawsuits in a lot of municipalities and states that have these non-discrimination ordinances that have made that baker's life a living hell. And so I think that if we're gonna expect the city of Green Bay to have some non-discrimination ordinances, we ought to have a definition of what discrimination is so that it covers everyone, so there's some level of fairness. And so the question to you with the enforcement mechanism in the Human Rights Commission, currently under our Equal Rights Commission, if a person gets accused of violating our Equal Rights Commission, it goes through the proper channels where it goes to the city attorney, and the city attorney determines if it's a violation of federal, state, or county law, and then it gets referred to those levels of government. However, if it's not a violation of those higher levels of government, then it's a violation of the city government. So therefore, it goes to the city attorney, who's the prosecutor, and that person has a legal background, they're schooled in legal opinion and thought, and they can very easily kind of protect the rights of the accused, because that's important too, because just because someone gets accused of discrimination doesn't mean they're actually discriminating. That could be just the opinion of the person excusing them. So we got to navigate that somehow. So it goes to the city attorney, and then they make the determination if that should go before the municipal judge in Green Bay, which is an elected position accountable to the people. So in that regard, do you think that municipalities, including Green Bay, that we could create a human rights commission with an enforcement mechanism that is not legal in nature, that's not accountable to anyone other than those people who are on that board? And do you think that a municipality and those people that make up that board can treat the person accused of discrimination fairly without a legal background?
Okay, so what I'm going to say to your question is, in order for what we're looking at is if the Human Rights Commission can enforce the non-discrimination policies of the city. So that's what we're looking at. So it's not up to me to define what what policies that you look at, but that is what we're looking at as Human Rights Commission. So however you all define that, I mean, but it is going to be, what we're looking at is how you are, what can the commission do to protect and enforce the policies protecting LGBTQ plus people in the municipality. Has nothing to do with churches, have nothing to do with it, has everything just to do with the policies of the city and the city, buildings and whatever property that
Yeah.
is involved.
It's employment, housing, and public accommodations. Those are our three. So if you were accused of discrimination, and you obviously did not commit discrimination in your opinion, would you as an individual rather have your case heard by an equal rights commission of non-elected people or a municipal judge that is required to follow state law? Where would you rather have your discrimination complaint heard?
I really am just here to talk about
Okay,
the MEI in terms about what we're looking at in the criteria.
Fair enough. It's one of the things that we're looking. So if we're gonna refer to staff, this is kind of why I just want to make sure before we send this to staff to work on it, like that we heard from what your opinion is in those searches.
Well, the
And I'm
human-
just being very candid, and I
No,
know
I-
this is like taboo in our society that you can't have these conversations, and
I-
we need to.
I
quite
appreciate where you're
frankly.
coming from, but the Human Rights Commission, would have basically what you would have is the policies, like, okay, this is, how they would, whether they're elected or not, is how they would approach each decision, and you would have that laid out. It wouldn't be a would not be at the whim of the commission. It would be based on policies that you've all laid out for how they would enforce those policies. It's not something that you would leave to just to their whim. So if, I don't know if that helps you or not, if that
Does.
answers your
And-
question.
And I
but-
feel bad. I wasn't
You're
directing
fine.
anything. You handled the questions quite fine, but again,
You're fine.
I'm not afraid to ask the tough questions for better or for worse. I think
No,
as a society, we have to do that.
And that's what I'm here for, to
And
answer
I
them to the best of my
appreciate
ability. I'm not an attorney. I work very closely with the Municipal Equality Index team. I've worked with other municipalities and worked with our counterpart in Wisconsin Fair Wisconsin to really help and guide our cities to make sure that you're getting, really making inclusive policies for the LGBTQ plus community. Many of our mayors and city councils, as you've seen how they've all jumped, increased their score, have really embraced this because they find this as a positive thing. They want their employees to feel safe. They want their policies, their employees to feel like they can be open about who they are. If they so choose. They also want their people who use their city buildings and their city property to feel like they can be safe and not be bullied, and really make sure that you're creating a safe community and inviting people to come in, inviting more people to live in the city and feel safe. I know living in the city of Milwaukee, since they got to 100, they've been very, and and I'm not comparing Milwaukee to Green Bay, but I know that a lot more people have felt safer, felt included, been very happy. that they that they have a 100 and are showing that they are very inclusive, and they continue to grow and continue to find new ways to be inclusive because it's good for their economics as well and good for their city.
Thank you. I mean
welcome.
that. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from our council? Alder Straw?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Wendy, for coming in. I noticed, from 2016 to 2022 that the cities listed, increased markedly in their scores. And I know the goal for your group for HRC is for 100%. Is there a certain number that works for you that, you want 100%, but is there a number here that if you're at 75, you're still doing pretty well, 78, 80? Is there a certain,
It's not up to me. It's up to all of you.
Okay,
It's
but-
like, and if you, I can share that link to the video. People want to have 100. I mean, I've talked to municipal leaders, they're calling me, okay, can you put me in touch with our MEI team? Like, what can we do? Like, they've had conversations with my MEI colleagues. Like, what can we do? We want to get to 100. It's not up to me. I help in, I'm here to support what you all want to do. I'm here to support you increasing your numbers. Our team is here, our legal team is here to help. But it's up to you on how you want to show up.
I think regardless what happens, the discussion will be had, as Alder Burnett brought up, and there will be different items that we need to discuss. So,
Yeah.
thank you for your
And-
presentation.
You're welcome, and we're here to support you all and encourage you, in many ways, and even put you in touch with other municipalities on some of the enforcement procedures and how they've gone about it. That's what we do. We bring communities together, and we of the same size and same concerns, and people, so you can get best practices. That's what we do. We're here to help you. We're not here to say you have to be at 100. We're here to help you to be there and really make it an inclusive place for people to live.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for your presentation and for your work.
Thank you so much for having me.
Appreciate
Thank you.
Are there any other residents or members of the public who'd like to speak to this item? Just approach the podium and state your name and address for us, please.
Hi, my name is Tara Yang, Tarayang. My address is 1706 Chateau Drive, Green Bay, Wisconsin, 54304. Thank you for allowing us to speak on this topic about the EMI scorecard. I am the chairwoman for the Equal Rights Commission for the City of Green Bay, and we do have some of our commissioners present as well here. But I want to address this as calmly and nicely as I can because I stood here 3 years ago as a new member of our city again, coming back home after college and working away. I was so eager and excited to participate in civic engagement in our city and to serve as a committee member, now serving as the vice chair for our Economic Development Authority Committee here for the City of Green Bay. This community I once thought was so highly of, and I was so happy to come back home to make a change, a positive change. But that turned sour quickly because some of the things and some of the rulings and policies and things that I've heard people say. And this was in the community that I knew when I left home. So it's strange to me how much that it's differed. It didn't grow, actually. It somewhat seemed like it moved backwards in time. This community that, accepted my family and I, for me 30 years ago, but my family, my mom and dad, over 40 years ago, 45 years ago now. So let's go back and talk about that 45 years ago. Why did my parents come here and how did they make it here? It was because of the fall of the Vietnam War. We are Hmong, H-M-O-N-G, and we don't have a true home country. We are considered Chinese descendants, but we were forced out due to the colors of our eyes. Something so simple. We moved to live in the hills of Laos, and for most of our history, we didn't have a written language. It wasn't until the 1970s, the Vietnam War, when there was a pastor who reached out and helped us write our language. We agreed to be guerrilla warriors for the United States. That's how much we trusted in people from America. When we lost everything. We were promised a homeland by the United States, But the only reason why my parents survived, why I'm alive today, is because of the churches and the people here in the United States who sponsored us. They didn't know anything about us. They didn't know who we were. Hmong people were non-existent back then. They didn't know if we even believed in God. But they saw us suffering, and they said, hey, let me give you a hand. Let us bring you here. You can call this home. We'll accept you. So my question is, the very same churches that didn't know us but wanted to help us, and the very people who didn't even know what Hmong meant or was at that time, who were so willing to accept us into their city, into their home, why? Why are you not doing that same thing to others here who are oppressed, who are actually wanting to be open about the sexuality, open about who they are to you? They want to be open, but they can't. They don't even have room to exist. So like earlier, the elders were saying that during the storm, the most recent storm, there were 20 people gathered just to help someone get a tree off of someone's lawn or a house. I guarantee you that nobody stopped anyone and said, hey, who do you love? What is your sexuality? No, thank you. I'm not going to accept help from you. I guarantee you no one said that. Because at that time, someone needed help. And that's exactly how some of our community members and allies feel today. They feel like they can't even step into the public without feeling unsafe, without having to hide who they are. And so I also want to address Elder Burnett's earlier questions about discrimination. You know, discrimination is the unjust or prejudiced treatment of different categories of people or things, especially on the grounds of race, age, or sex. And when you brought up the topic about, hey, I'm a cake business and I want to really hold on to my religious beliefs that there cannot be the same-sex marriages happening, that is different. That is not a human right. That is a small business. That's an entity. So that is not the same as a human stepping out and just wanting to walk down the street and say and be proud of who they are. That's not the same. That's an unfair analogy. That is not the same. And for our commission, we're not tasked to say, I gotcha, and we're not tasked to say, hey, you're in trouble because you said this discriminatory word. We're not here to do that to anyone. We want to learn, we want to teach, educate, we want to understand, and we want people to just feel comfortable being in their own skin. So the fact that anyone opposes to have this commission, to me, just baffles my mind. Because we're here to ensure that people aren't discriminated against and to have the freedom to celebrate who they are. And to answer his other question, how do we get to 100 points or even more? You can get more. You can get extra credit points. How do we get there? One, well, let's talk about the flag. Just having a flag up should not hurt anyone. That is just that's just saying that, hey, you're welcomed in our community. That is not there to hurt anyone. It's a simple flag. And let me tell you that having the scorecard and the score raised, it'll be the meaning of either having a multi-million-dollar tech company come into your city versus not getting anything from any of those businesses and becoming a ghost town. My friends from Silicon Valley, Texas, Florida, New York, who have tech companies, always ask me, we have great influence over each other, and they ask me, Tara, you know, we're looking to go into a small city and really help start them up. But when they do their research, they come back to me and say, no, never mind, no thank you. And that makes me so sad to hear. But when we created this commission and when we started talking about the EMI scorecard, I was really impressed and I was so surprised. I shared that with all my friends who said no to this area. So I really want people to think about the meaning of this EMI scorecard, and I want you to understand that this is positive for our city, not something negative. So thank you.
Thank thank you so much for your testimony, Ms. Yang, and for your service on the Equal Rights Commission. Just wanted to see if any of our members of council have any questions for you, if that's all right. Yeah. Alder Hutchison?
Yeah. I'm Alder Hutchison. I'm the lone alder on this commission, on the Equal Rights Commission. I've met Chair Yang and Vice Chair John Shelton. I'm looking forward to meeting the rest of the commission. And I just want to put in perspective where that commission is versus the world that the president put in place. This commission isn't a gotcha commission. I can tell by the individuals in place. They're professional. They're worried about, individuals feeling safe. They're not out to get any company. They're not out to get any situation. They're actually, I think, they're being very, what's the term? Selective in what they're doing, and they're cognizant of the city of Green Bay. Okay? So I would say what you brought up, Mr. President, is so far out of the realm of possibility at this moment in time that it was like, okay, that's a nice theory, but that's not going to happen here. Not now. And it hopefully will never happen, because as a community, we're going to work together, and this commission will grow with the community, and it will become what other alders want to see, this living together, accepting people who they are without fear. And I'm glad you've not had fear in your life, Alder, but that's not true. And people who are in this room have lived in fear. And it's a constant. All of a sudden now, apparently coming from federal people in our court system, maybe marriages aren't so safe anymore, same-sex marriages. I mean, live with that. Your marriage isn't potentially safe. That's a fear. That's real. So this is what we're trying to combat. We want people to feel good, healthy, and safe. And this commission is going to do very good work, I feel, in the future. So thank you, Chair.
All right. And we also have, thank you so much.
I do have a question.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Alder Burnett?
Ms. Yang, thank you for speaking. You had, in the beginning of your comments, and I don't know how to say this because I don't want you to think I'm being provocative, but in the early parts of your statement, you had mentioned that the definition of discrimination. Do you believe that people can be discriminated against because of their religious belief? You didn't mention that in your definition.
Again, we have not focused specifically on religious beliefs, but we can bring that up to topic to talk about in the future, in the near future, if that is something that someone is feeling deeply, deeply oppressed and they want to bring that up. We are open to discussion. We're coming at this at a bipartisan view as well. So we, to answer your question, we haven't discussed that yet, but there are 9 of us on the commission, and I merely sit as the chairwoman, but that does not mean that I have the overall say of defining that term. That was just a general discrimination definition.
So the Equal Rights Ordinance that the city passed includes language to prevent religious discrimination. Are you aware of
Yes.
that?
Okay, yes.
Okay, so that's part of it. The reason, my specific question to you is, you're the chairperson of the committee. Thank you for your service, by the way. I mean that. But if there's to get the 2 points from the Human Rights Campaign, it would allow you and your committee to make determinations as to whether or not someone is committing discrimination in public accommodations, housing, and employment. Do you believe, and it's not a gotcha, it's a sincere question, because we're trying to get more points, this is one of the areas. Do you believe that the Equal Rights Commission would be more qualified to make a determination on discrimination or a municipal judge who has a legal background?
I don't have a direct answer for you. And again, I'm going to refer back to all 9 commissioners to have that discussion, and the mayor and all the executives and council members to have that discussion. That's not something that I can answer right now for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Yang. All right, and then we have someone else who's in the queue, and that is Representative Shelton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. City Alders, thank you for having me here tonight. I want to thank HRC for their presentation tonight, walking us through. Oh, Christina Shelton, 1045 South Webster. I want to thank HRC for walking us through the presentation, for their work with the city and with our partners with the Equal Rights Commission, and making our city a welcoming place for all. There are some topical points that have been discussed here tonight that I think are important to course correct. We are talking about human rights. We are talking about expanding freedom for all, so that every person in our city, regardless of who you are, who you love, how you dress, who you want to marry, how you want to speak to your doctor, is the same for every single person. Rights are not pie. When we expand rights, we don't give up rights for others. We want to expand rights so that people can come here and know when they go to their place of employment that they can talk to their boss about their family and their kids. And they can talk about the things that they're going on in their life, because the data is clear. The data is clear about who is suffering in this community. The LGBTQ community has record high suicide rates, record high homelessness, lack of access to health care, mental health issues off the chain, off the record. So much of the Green Bay Public School District is trying to hire more counselors and social workers to meet the need of kids and families so that they don't take their own life. The difference here between religion, Mr. President, is you can choose your religion. We don't get to choose who we love and who we are. This is who we are. The people who have been living in hell are not the bakers. They are the people who have been oppressed and marginalized and spoken about in the ways that this city council has spoken about tonight, in a way that is divisive and hateful. And every single person here needs to know that this city stands with you. I fight for you in the state legislature. Your rights are important, and they will be expanded because you have the people on your side. Now, the city can choose to do whatever you want with the HRC scorecard, because the scorecard is a scorecard. It doesn't actually tell us the quality of life of our citizens in the state. So while you may debate whether discrimination here tonight is something you want to talk about on the basis of religion, the rest of us are going to work our rears off in the community to change the real lives of real Wisconsinites and Green Bay residents every single day. And I encourage you to join me in that work, because that is the future of this city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions from our city council, from our state representative, for our state representative?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Are there any others in the audience who'd like to speak to this item? Just approach the podium and state your name and address for the council.
My name is Songkyung Graham. My address is 2061 Sylvan Court, Green Bay, Wisconsin 54313. I actually didn't plan on speaking at all, so I don't have a script. So if I stumble, please forgive me. And it may not go quite smoothly because I'm not prepared. But just to give you a little bit of a short background, I came from Korea, South Korea, in 1989. I've been living in the States since then. I've lived in Texas and Ohio, and then I moved to Wisconsin in 2002. I am very sorry for those who have not been treated well. I feel for you, and I'm very sorry about that. But I, as a United States citizen and Wisconsinite and Green Bay citizen, I've never ever experienced any discrimination because of my ethnic background. I was treated with respect. I was treated with love, and I've 0% of discrimination. And as I said, I lived in Texas and Ohio here, but I love Wisconsin. And Wisconsin people just treated us so nicely. And I know by saying this, I'm gonna be hated, and I fear that, and I don't speak up. I usually don't speak up for the fear of being attacked. So I'm completely on the opposite side. But I am a proud American, and I'm a Christian, and God gave me so much blessing. And I've never complained to anybody about anything. If I'm not in the position where I am proud of, that's because of me, because of my fault, because of my not doing my best. But I am so blessed, so incredibly blessed to be living in the wonderful country in the world. If you go live in Korea or any other countries, you can't, the hierarchy is very hard to change. But in the US, people say it's a dreamland because if you work hard, and I don't care what your background is, I don't care if you are, have different orientations. If you work hard, you can make a decent living. You may not be millionaires, I'm not, but I am very happily married, happily living a US citizen. And I don't know why everything has to be so divided. It's really heartbreaking for me to watch what's happening last 3 years. It is, I don't hate anybody. I don't think you hate me. But why is it so problem? Why do we need policy? We just need common sense. Common sense is what we need. Under the God, I love everyone, and I treat it with the same respect that I wanted to be treated. So, and as far as the flag goes, can I ask for Korean flag then? Because I think as a US citizen in Green Bay and Wisconsin, I think we are opening can of worms. We need to limit to the US flag and Wisconsin flag and Wisconsin state and city flag, and not showing any preference to anybody else. So that's discrimination itself, in my opinion. If someone has a flag, why can't I have my flag? We can go just tumbleweed. I mean, we can go endlessly. So I am very sorry that we are in this situation in the U.S. I am very sorry, but I am very, very proud of being an American, and I think there are so many good people here. Let's just get united. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Any questions for our guests?
Yeah.
Okay, Alder Scannell? Ma'am?
Yes. Just a question.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm very glad you have not faced any prejudice, but tell me, if you and your husband, when you went to get married, went to a baker, and he refused to bake you a cake because you're Korean, how would that make you feel?
I'll go to another one. Another bakery.
And another baker says the
Yeah,
same?
it's their right. It's their store. Their right to deny any kind of religious beliefs.
I feel that's the freedom of religion here. So if they believe in that, fine. I'll find something else, somewhere else.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Alder Campbell?
Graham.
Graham,
Yes, like a graham cracker.
I want to congratulate you for getting that camel off your back. I mean, I think everybody here, I think what you said resonates, and everyone should steal a little bit of that happiness, because I think you'll be very proud to share some of that. And I
Thank
thank
you.
you, and I'm proud of you. You should be proud of yourself for stepping up. And there's a lot that we can do here, but I'll tell you what, that just raised the bar right there, you know, and I think everyone should look at that and use that as an example. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Alder. Any others?
Stay involved.
All right. Any others, any other members of the public who would like to speak on this item? Yeah, just approach the podium and state your name and address for us, please.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Guzman. I reside in 430 South Jefferson, apartment number 2. My family is a family that comes from Mexico. And no, they did not come here legally. They came here illegally. And I am standing right here as a U.S. citizen, and I'm proud to say that I am a daughter of illegal immigrants. So while she comes from Korea, and she was given the opportunity to come here, I don't know if it was legally or illegally. My parents had to cross through a desert to get here. My parents almost died to give me the opportunity to be standing here facing every single one of you. And so I am not gonna let you speak for me, okay? Number one, I was raised as a Christian my whole life. However, I'm a part of the LGBT community, and guess what? There was not one time that they didn't tell me, pray to God, Steph. Pray to God and he'll take the gay away. There was many times that they wanted to send me to a conversion therapy. And you know what? You know how much that helped me? Helped me so much that I wanted to kill myself in high school. And you know what? There was nobody I could tell except one person, and she's the one that I'm going to marry. And that is if the Supreme Court doesn't overturn it. So we'll talk about that when it comes up. But what I want to say to you all is that as a person of the LGBT plus community, I am from Chicago, Illinois, born there. But my family brought me here when I was 7 years old, and I consider Green Bay, Wisconsin my home. I don't care if they went and my family was starting a family in Chicago. It's not that it was bad down there, but they came down here for the opportunity to work, of being good people, of expressing their religious rights. I am a person who's an LGBT plus community, and I love my people that still want to be religious. I have friends who are Muslim, and I have gone to where they pray. Have you done the same? I have friends who are Jewish, and I have wanted to know more about their holidays. Have you done the same? I am not somebody who wants to make you be uncomfortable. I am not going to be kissing or doing any of that in front of you if it makes you feel uncomfortable, but I would ask the same for straight couples, right? It's one rule, and it's the one that was taught in kindergarten, which is treat others the way you want to be treated, and that is all. When I see the presentation that this amazing lady came and gave us, somebody asked, like, what is the standard? Like, when is it good enough, right? Well, I ask all of you are living at 100. Some of us are living still less than that beautiful 84. So please, when you see that number, it's just so you can have a visual. But the reality is that some of us are getting asked every single day about our personal lives, and we might not want to share for the same reason that we are afraid. And because you get to do that, you get to go to your parties or Christmas parties, you get to have your barbecues. A lot of us cannot do that because we know that everybody there is going to judge you. Matter of fact, when I open up an application, it says there that I'm not supposed to be discriminated against. However, on the application, this is an indicator to me that I will be. There is not one single time that I see the color brown for race. I have to select white. And ladies and gentlemen, I am brown and I am proud. That is all I have to say. Thank you.
Any questions? Any questions from our council? Seeing none? All right. Thank you for your testimony. I think there was one other wanted to speak. Yes, please just approach and state your name and address for the council.
Hi, my name is Tony Bear, and I live at 813 Gross Court, 54304. And I just wanted to say, just because I know the question had been raised a couple of times, you know, what does discrimination look like and why don't we feel safe? And I just wanted to quickly share a story of mine. A couple of years ago, I worked at a nonprofit organization in Green Bay that served underrepresented communities. And about halfway through my time there, we got a new CEO who I didn't know, and who in the process of me trying to get to know her, I started to become more comfortable expressing my identity. And at that point, I was out as queer to almost everybody at work. And I felt, oh, this is a supportive environment. This is someplace that I would like to stay. This is someplace I would like to continue working. When I got the new CEO, in previous years, I had dyed my hair bright colors just because I think that's something that is fun to do and it's something that I should be able to do. It's my hair. And we got the new CEO. My supervisor said to me, you might want to run it by her first because I think she might have a different opinion than what has been expressed about it in the past. And so I asked her. And she said, well, I wouldn't want you to make a decision that is not in line with the values of this organization. And this was about me dyeing my hair. And this was shortly after that I had come out to her as queer. I said, dyeing my hair is part of my gender expression as a non-binary person. And she said, I don't want you to make a decision that's not in line with the values of this organization. So what in the values of this organization had anything to do with my hair color is what I wondered. And shortly after I came out to her, she started nitpicking various parts of my performances. She would email my supervisor in private and saying, oh, I noticed Tony's doing this, I noticed Tony's doing that. She didn't do that to anybody else in the organization, and she only did it to me after I came out. And she started criticizing the way that I dressed. Despite the fact that I was dressed perfectly professionally, and despite the fact that I checked the dress code, I was following the dress code, but she was upset with the way that I dressed because it helped me express my gender identity as a non-binary person. So I guess I just wanted to share that story, that's what can be seen, that's what discrimination can look like in the workforce, and that's why indexes like this are so important, so that we can look at it and see this stuff is happening, we don't want that stuff to happen. Because I ended up leaving that organization because, well, partially because of the way that those people made me feel. Because I didn't feel welcome there anymore, because they were discriminating against me because of who I was and the way I wanted to present myself.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from council? All right, thank you so much. Any other members of the public? I don't think we have anyone on Zoom. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to close the floor. Second.
Motion to close the floor made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Brunette. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is closed. Alder Brunette?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion, and I can explain the motion if it gets a second. It would be to refer to staff to create ideas in attaining a higher score on the municipal index, but include specific provisions to protect religious freedoms, rights of conscience, and sincerely held religious beliefs of individuals and organizations.
Is there a second for that motion? Seconded by Alder Campbell.
Yeah, well, quite simply, we need to coexist as a society, and it's uncomfortable when we have these discussions. It is in the United States Constitution, the very founding of our government and our method of government, that we would have the rights of conscience and the rights of freedom. Now, people of sincerely held religious convictions aren't always understood by those who don't, and those perhaps in the LGBT community are not always understood by people of faith. And so as a country, this is all our land, we have to find a way to coexist. You can't advance the causes of one group of people, no matter how virtuous and wonderful, because nobody in their right mind, in my opinion, would ever look at somebody, a living soul, and be treated poorly, yet I know it happens, okay? And I know it's horrible. But I also think that the answer cannot be slowly but more rapidly trying to extinguish a person's sincerely held religious beliefs. It's not that they have hate in their heart. It's just that sometimes not just the Christian faith, but multiple world religions, deep within their texts and their books and their holy scriptures, it guides their conduct in facing the world. As a society, I think we should come together and say at no times is it right to sneer and laugh and joke and poke and prod. That has happened in our society. It's probably happened in Green Bay. It still happens, I'm sure. We need to do better, but you can't advance the cause of one group without understanding that it's causing harm to another. And I've met wonderful people within the LGBT community, wonderful, down-to-earth people. I cannot imagine treating them poorly because of those characteristics. But I also can't stand the thought of people who have, the very essence of who they are is guided by their faith, the belief that God created them. And to kind of limit the rights of those people and their expressions, to force them to do things that perhaps they're not comfortable doing, that would be a direct violation of their faith, that's not right either. We need to come together, and I know I've probably made myself a target. I'm sure there's all kind of hate that's going to come on me, but we need to have these discussions civilly, and I think we did that today. So whatever the outcome, hopefully the community knows that people are sincere in our efforts to reach amongst the religious community and the LGBT, and you've got to coexist, and you can't limit the rights of one to advance the rights of the other. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Just a couple points of information. One that you already made, Alder Burnett, which is that just within the non-discrimination code that the City Council has adopted, protected person means any individual intended to be protected from violations of prohibited discrimination under this chapter. This includes protections afforded based on an individual's actual or perceived sex, race, religion, creed, color, national origin. There's an exhaustive list here, but religion and creed is already included, as you stated. So just wanted to emphasize that for the council and for the residents here. Another point to make, just in terms of process, if your motion or the previous motion to refer to staff to create this work plan to attain a score of 100 were to be adopted, everything still needs to come back to council to be affirmed by our common council. So just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that. Any other comments? Alder Scannell.
Mayor, just a point of inquiry, Mayor, is the board working?
It should be.
I put a request to speak, is it on there?
No, it's
same.
actually not in here.
I do see Scannell, Hutchison, Johnson, Stoyer. That's what I see.
I will refresh. Under K1. Okay, just a reminder to alders, you have to actually be within the item itself.
That's where I am. It's
Okay, yeah, that's not showing up
mostly
here.
just for our benefit so that we know if we've got to raise our
Yep,
hand or not.
no, it should be working. It was working earlier though. Alder Johnson, then Alder Scannell.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, that's quite all right.
That wasn't my intent, just so much
Okay.
as it was to recognize it was working. Okay, so, look, I'm fine with the motion. I think at the end of the day, we're, it's about referring to staff. That's what's in front of us today. Is this on?
Go
ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's in front of us today. There's no policy proposal in front of us. We're not voting on a policy that's gonna bump the score. So this is, at the end of the day, trying to get it to staff. If Alder Burnett wants to kind of add some of those riders, I'm perfectly fine with that, because we're still making the request to do the work to get us to the 100 score. And there's some comments here that we're really moving on both sides. I think Ms. Graham mentioned the point. It's sad that we need a policy. It is. It really is. It's also sad that there are people who are discriminated against. And so and for that reason, I think it's good that we're doing this type of work to really understand the needs of our marginalized residents in what we can do to ensure that everybody is protected under the law. And that's what the policy is for at the end of the day, right? It's to create protections that might be absent or missing right now. And so I think as staff works on this work plan, the intent is that they're going to bring policies back, some of them that might advance what was on the slide, some of them not maybe, because it sounds like there might be some options that weren't discussed in detail, and I would anticipate that staff would look into that to see where those sort of extra credit points are, so that hopefully as a body, we can come together and recognize that, yeah, if we hit these policies that we can kind of get behind with some unity, that we can advance. I don't think this is, it's not a bad thing, right, that we hit 100. It's not. I don't know why this would be controversial at all. But I also want to make sure that as a community, though, we're also talking about other things. And this isn't meant to sort of steal the sunshine from this very important issue. But we have a lot of other things in our community, too, that I'd love to see us work on. And there will be a time and a place for that discussion, and lots of work plans that we could do. And so I hope that by referring this, we can turn this from a work plan to actual policy that achieves the end goals, and then it's not just about conversation right here that, quite frankly, doesn't have a ton of meaning tonight from a policy perspective. So, thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Alder. And just a point of clarification that nobody outside the council cares about, but the speakers are in the report, they're not under the item. So you have to be within the specific item for me to see it, because that's where I'm looking for speakers. So with that, Scannell and then Hutchison. I'm still there.
Yeah, I'll support this too, because to me, it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. It doesn't matter how this goes, as Alder Johnson says. We're going to have this discussion covering these topics one way or the other. So it really doesn't matter. It's fine. And it'd be pretty tough to discuss them before we have the meat on the bone. It really is too difficult to do. So for expeditious work and to move on, I certainly support this. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Hutchison?
So the very first thing we're going to do is try to give a go card to people who want to discriminate. I don't feel good with that at all. So I'm going to vote against this because I don't want to elevate people who are so devoted to their religion that they hate other people. I'm just not going to vote for that. So that I want to keep going, but I'm voting no on that.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Stoll?
Thank you, Your Honor. Each one of us represents about 9,000 citizens in our district. All sizes, shapes, colors, religions, persuasions. When I go out and represent, I'm a public servant, I represent everybody. So I don't, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'll get on myself a little bit for being maybe a little ignorant because I have not met the Equal Rights Commission yet. I will do that. I think it's important that communication is brought forward so that we can talk. That's all. And I'm willing to listen and try to work. Like I said, for the most part in my life, I haven't experienced discrimination. I feel pretty comfortable moving around the city and not having that problem. But there are people that do have that issue, and it's not a good feeling. So I don't necessarily espouse myself that way. However, I represent 9,000 citizens, and everybody's different. But we are all Americans, and let's all try to work together, and I will effort for that. Thank you.
That's good. Thanks, Alder. Alder Burnett for a second time?
Yeah, thank you. Just really wanted to kind of comment on Alder Hutchinson's comment. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but the problem is you're assuming that a person acting in their religious faith or deeply or sincerely held religious conscience and conviction would automatically hate someone of the LGBT community. And you shouldn't assume that, your effort to, push one group over the other. There are people in the LGBT community, though it makes me uncomfortable to say this, they have hatred towards people of faith and religion. Back and forth, around and around we go, and as a society, as a culture, we have to find a way to limit the hate, but you can't do it by putting one side against the other. Nowhere in my motion did it indicate that I was giving the green light for people of faith to discriminate. It was just protecting people of faith from violating their deeply and sincerely held religious convictions. And there's a way to do it. I'm not the vessel, I'm not the person to kind of figure it all out, but as a society, as a culture, as humans, we really need to, because we can't go on in our city and our culture so horribly divided the way that we are. We got to work through it, but you got to stop generalizing one group and attributing the most poor actions of one group to the whole actions. And it is in our Equal Rights Commission that we will not discriminate on religion. I fought to put these religious rights and rights of individuals because while it's true we protect religion, we don't protect individuals who act in their sincerely held religious beliefs. And I think in my opinion, we received very bad legal advice about a year and a half ago when we put this in place. So thank you. That's all.
Any other comments? Alder Scannell?
Yeah, I just wanted to also comment to the point raised that Alder Hutchison brought. I don't believe I'm voting for staff to come back with something that's hateful. I'm not sure what they're gonna come back with, and whatever they come back with, I'm sure we're gonna have a discussion all around it. And so however this is referred, we're gonna end up talking about this. So I'm assuming staff will do their due diligence, do a great work, give us something good to chew on, and then we can get out the billy bats and start batting away at each other. So I'm still gonna stick with the motion as is. Like I said, I don't think it matters one way or the other. We're gonna deal with this when we come to it, and I'm confident that we can find a spot where we're not promoting hate, I should hope, one way or another. So, thank you.
Thanks, Alder. All right, seeing no one else, Alder Campbell?
Yeah, I just want to add to the comment, we've been here for six meetings, and, we addressed this once before with the scorecard, and, if this was my kid's report card, I would probably say that he's doing pretty good. He's making improvements. And I think everyone here that voiced their opinion should be proud of the fact that we are moving forward and not backwards. The score is showing it. The fact that we did get to 100, I was no A+ student, but I learned, and I learned how to get better at what I do. And I think, that's just, to me, the scorecard is showing that we are improving and we are getting there, and we can keep working toward it. What's above an A? Isn't that good enough? I don't know. I think, is it gonna change by 2 points? Is it gonna be the greatest world ever by 2 points, or even 10 points? Because then where's the ceiling? We're making progress, and that's what we gotta measure, not keep driving it there. We should be celebrating that we're there. We should be celebrating that we're working toward it. And that's what everyone has to try to put their effort toward.
Thanks, Alder. All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
The ayes have it, and that motion has been adopted. On to report of the Finance Committee.
Motion to approve.
A motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stevens. Any items here to be handled separately?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And 10.
All right, we are handling 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 10 separately. Any others?
And also 11 and
12.
did we say 4? Never mind.
Different.
That's it.
Different ones. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 11, and 12 will be handled separately. Hearing none others, all in favor of the remainder of that report, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. On item 1. Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stevens. Item was pulled by Alder Brunette.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have some fine individuals from the neighborhood associations who would like to address the council, so I'd like to make a motion to open the floor.
Motion has been made to open the floor by Alder Brunette, seconded by Alder Scannell. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open.
So we have Abigail Brzezinski.
All right. Abby Brzezinski, be first.
She might be on Zoom.
Oh,
She might be, I can't see Zoom.
I got a text from her saying she was having some issue.
okay.
Come back, so then that would be Noel Halverson.
All right, Noel Halverson? Noel? You can just give it to me. That's fine. Thanks.
Hi, good evening. Don't actually recall checking the box for L1, but
Oh, no, you're
I
at
am-
L2 and L4.
Yeah, I am the treasurer of Green Bay Neighborhoods. It's a not-for-profit corporation that works with dozens of area neighborhood associations here in the city that do really good things. And I know there's a whole bunch of people who want to speak, so I'm not going to lay out any details here other than to defer to those folks and just say, please support neighborhood associations. They are an incredible tool for making this community a better place to live.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Halverson. Appreciate the brevity and apologies for calling on you. Next, we have Michael Parodic.
Michael Product, 1744 Beaver Dam Drive. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Alders. I'm representing Green Bay Neighborhoods, formerly the Green Bay Neighborhood Leadership Council, which is the organization of 34 active neighborhood associations across the city. So I'm very proud to be representing the organization as chair tonight and asking that you vote in favor of this ARPA request. In fall of last year, Green Bay Neighborhoods, amidst all the other ARPA requests, put in a request for $150,000 to the mayor's office and to the city in forms of funding. Obviously, neighborhood associations are essential for our Green Bay community. They're made up of a cross-section of our Green Bay neighborhoods across the city, and they do great work in terms of safety, in terms of community development, community service, having neighbors talk to neighbors about topics, not only the things we've talked about tonight, but a lot of other topics as well that are affecting our neighborhoods and communities. And so we are certainly hit hard during the pandemic. Boards had to shift to online formats, events were canceled, funding resources became limited. We put in the request for $150,000. This has come back in this amidst this proposal from Community Economic Development, which includes 2 line items that are specific for Green Bay neighborhoods. One is $15,000 for mini grants for 3 consecutive years and $20,000 for operating grants. Operating grants for our neighborhoods go to operating procedures in our neighborhoods to make sure they can effectively communicate with neighborhoods, with all neighbors in the district, not just those who are coming, but those who are within their neighborhood boundaries. They go in forms of newsletters, online projects, ongoing projects, picnics, social events to have neighbors get to know one another. Mini grants go to a whole bunch of different opportunities as well. We just distributed about $12,000 worth of mini grants across our neighborhoods. We had 33 requests, which is a record for us, which shows neighborhoods are active, but they need resources. And I know that many of you who serve in businesses and organizations know that to have a charge like that to build up our community and build up our neighborhoods, there's nothing worse than not having the right resources. So tonight we're coming forward to ask for those resources to continue not only with the 34 active neighborhoods, but to continue to expand the neighborhood boundaries across the city so that everyone in the city is living within a neighborhood boundary. So I'm asking for your support and your vote to show that you support neighborhoods tonight with this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Parodic?
Mayor.
Alder Johnson?
Yeah, thank you, Michael, for being here. You know, one of the questions that I kind of probed at a little bit last time that we took this issue up, and I was supportive of this and feel that I would be again tonight. You know, I'm looking at the breakdown, right? The 15,000 for mini grants, 20,000 operating grants. How do you feel about that breakdown, recognizing that we had the large volume of mini grant requests that we did? And how does that tie into fundraising efforts that Green Bay neighborhoods may be undergoing to support the operating grants as it's done in the past?
Correct. Well, just to, again, a reminder that we did not put forward this specific request, so the breakdowns were done by the department. So we put forward a general idea of $150,000 divided out across the 3 years. And so this is the breakdown the department came up with. You know, last year we had 7,500 approximately in mini grants for the community. We would have been able to do more, I'm sure, and I think that more projects and bigger projects might come forward with the additional funding, so this is very important. Operating grants, last year in 2021, of course, we're still coming out of the pandemic, and we had about 7,000 operating grants. I expect that number to skyrocket this next year as neighborhoods kind of regroup after the pandemic and continue to do more operating costs and communications to the neighborhoods. So we certainly are happy with this number. We're looking forward to being able to put it to good use over the next 3 years.
So specifically, again, how are your fundraising efforts coming along?
Last year in fundraising, we had about $50,000 in funding from private donations, from generosity of community members, and then as well as grant writing and proposals. So we have a part-time staff person in our office. We have an executive team for Green Bay neighborhoods, as well as all of our organizations and neighborhood associations represented on GBN have our presidents attend regularly, and they engage in fundraising opportunities. We were part of Give Bid Green Bay this past year. We're going to continue to look for additional funding opportunities, knowing that we'll hopefully continue to grow our neighborhoods and expand the neighborhood associations in the next 3 years.
Okay, and how do you typically use that fundraising? And I'm going to be very specific with why I'm asking the question. Sure. You know, I'm looking at the allocation between mini grants and operating grants. And I look at it and think, gosh, if we had applied all this towards mini grants, I just think it could have a slightly different impact on our communities while relying on Green Bay neighborhoods to raise the operating grants. So could I get your reaction to such a proposal?
I mean, all the efforts are going to the same ends, and that's to go back to the neighborhoods. I mean, GBN exists just as the opportunity for all the community neighborhood associations to come together and continue to work together and find those funding opportunities. A lot of the neighborhoods are very small. A lot of the neighborhoods are growing, but they don't have the resources to be able to fundraise. And so I think that the operating grants, when we surveyed them, are essential to be able to support and help them. We have limited abilities. We all represent our own neighborhood associations as well. And so we're looking at the ability to fundraise. This funding is critical if we want to continue to expand and do more of those projects. And so I think that we're going to continue to fundraise, we're going to continue to expand funding, but that amount for operating grants and mini grants is all coming from the same time and effort from the same people in the neighborhoods itself. So, you know, the division between operating grants and mini grants, there's really no difference in terms of the funding sources that they're coming from. It's all going to the neighborhoods in one format or the next.
Okay.
And all neighborhood associations have access to both opportunities. For the operating grants, neighborhoods are required to fundraise 25% of that as a matching part of their grant application. All neighborhoods that are applying for operating grants are also required to send out some sort of a mailing, in terms of a newsletter especially, to every resident in their neighborhood boundaries. And so that's a requirement for that funding to be present. Of course, then they need to be able to build up that funding over the course of the years to be able to provide those opportunities.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next up is Debbie Dean.
Good evening. Is this on?
It is.
Hello? So, good evening. I'm Debbie Dean. I live at 1010 South Jackson Street. I'm Vice President of the Astor Neighborhood Association. I've actually been involved with neighborhood associations for about a quarter of a century now, starting out with Green Bay's original neighborhoods, the 5 neighborhood associations, and being president of Navarino. I just want to ask for the support of this, $150,000 towards neighborhoods. As the gentleman just said, operating grants and mini grants are really the soul that keeps the neighborhood organizations going and keeps them connected with their neighbors. It helps with placemaking, it helps with art. I don't know if you've noticed the mural that's underneath the Mason Street Bridge called the Foxtrot, but that's a mini grant with the Astor Neighborhood Association. This year, Astor received a mini grant to help placemaking and bringing neighborhoods together to be able to have more concerts in St. James Park, where that's a vastly underutilized park, and only the band shell has only been used for city band concerts. So, you know, another way that we can activate our park system, and a lot of mini grants end up being held at neighborhood parks and utilizing the parks that we already have in place. So it's a really great opportunity for us. As it was said, with the operating grants, we are obliged to be able to receive an operating grant to send out one newsletter, at least one newsletter a year. Astor has been using postcards to be able to communicate with our neighborhoods instead of newsletters. We have an annual newsletter, but one newsletter costs us $850. The operating grant is $1,000. So this is really important to neighborhoods to be able to get an operating grant. Astor is lucky in that we do have some major fundraising things. Unlucky that we haven't been able to have them for the last 2 years. So we do know how to fundraise, but we haven't been able to. So we haven't applied for an operating grant, but we will this year because our coffers are being depleted and we're going to have to get out another newsletter. So there we go. But again, they are really the heart of the organization, the operating grants and the mini grants, and they get used very wisely throughout all of our neighborhoods now that we have these 33 neighborhood associations. So please support this item on the agenda. Thank you.
Ma'am, any questions? Thank you so much. Any others from the public who'd like to testify on this item? Yes, please just approach and state your name and address.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Alders. My name is Randy Griswold. I live at 1041 Village Green Court. I don't have a script, but as I'm sitting here as a president of the Fritz Park Neighborhood Association, I'm I feel a little bit compelled to kind of offer a bit insight as to the value of these funds with regard to mini grants and operating grants. I've been president of the Fritz Park Neighborhood Association for about 5 years. We're on the far west side of Green Bay. I would have to tell you, Fritz Park we put in a gaga ball pit. I think it's been about three or 4 years ago now. In fact, it's the only gaga ball pit in the city park in Green Bay. We're very proud of it. It cost us roughly about $4,000. We asked for some money through mini grants to help underwrite it. It wasn't the total cost. We did get some donors for it. But when I approached the Green Bay Parks Department, and I have to applaud the Green Bay Parks Department, I cannot say enough good things about parks, forestry, and recreation. They have been one of our best allies as a neighborhood association. But I have to tell you, if we didn't go after this as a mini grant, I don't think the Parks Department would have had the intuition to do it. I think what the mini grants have done and what the neighborhood associations we really represent the pulse of this city at the neighborhood level that the city departments, I don't think, simply can be sensitive to. And I think that's really where the mini grants really come in. Now, in terms of the distinction between a mini grant and an operating grant, to me, a mini grant is project specific. But an operating grant is really the lifeline. It's the infusion of money that allows us to do these things behind the scenes over and above specific projects. Our newsletter, which we put out 3 or 4 times a year, we do one of them through a handout. It costs us close to $500 between the printing and the plastic sleeves. Without the infusion of that operating grant money, our treasury would probably go from its current status of about $2,000 down to about $300. We would not stay solvent. And I would not be able to go to my neighbors and my leadership team, which is what we reference them now, and tell them that we are a viable neighborhood organization if we're trying to get by on $300. We just simply would not be able to do it. So my ability to recruit would be greatly impaired. And with that, I would ask you to support, as best you can, the request on behalf of Green Bay neighborhoods with regard to the monies that may become available. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thanks so much.
Thank you.
You have it? Okay. All right, anyone else on this item? Yeah, please approach and state your name and address.
Hi, my name is Alyssa Profit. I'm at 1262 Cherry Street in Green Bay. I'm also the vice president of Joannie's, which is recently newly reestablished as of August of last year. And I just want to say, as we reestablished in August, we were met with a youthful excitement, let's say, for our community. There's 9 of us. We started with 10, but now there's 9 of us on our board, which is, I think, one of the bigger boards of all of the neighborhood associations. And man, do we have a lot of ideas. Really, these grants are the only way we're going to get some of these ideas done. We've been in communication already with James Anderson at the Parks Department to really try and utilize Joannie's, which is one of the biggest, in my opinion, best parks in Green Bay. A little biased because I'm 2 blocks away. But to utilize that park space in winter, it becomes dormant, and we saw it become dormant through COVID as well. So we have a lot of new and exciting ideas, and I think, you know, we heard a lot of comments earlier tonight from our youth, and because our organization is so youthful, if we really want to see some of these events to help these marginalized groups, what better way than to invigorate through our neighborhoods, which I really believe is the backbone of our community here in Green Bay. So,
Thanks so much. Any questions? All right, thank you for your testimony. Oh, Mr. Campbell.
I have a question, and I wish I would have asked it a little bit earlier, but, you know, we were, several of us alders were invited to the Riverside Ballroom for a get-together and a meet and greet, more or less, after the last presentation here. And we got split up into small groups, and it was pretty entertaining, got to meet people, you know, and I got matched up with a few people, and I introduced myself as the first person. And I know in my district, in District 6, there's only one organized group that's there. I had asked that person to come there. I said, hey, that would be a good chance for us to get together. When I sat down with several people that are in this room, first thing I did was introduce myself. I mean, every group didn't have an alder, so I would think they would take advantage of it. My first question was, can somebody here help me get mine reorganized? How do you go about it? I've never received a call. I've never got any help. No one even addressed it in that little group, okay? They know who they are. The next day I find out from other people that called me.
Just real quick, Alder, is this a question for our resident?
Well, I was told I could ask you.
Yeah, the floor is still open right now, so.
Can
No
I
que-
finish? I'm almost done.
Sure.
So if there's anybody here that can answer this question, I'm still waiting. I'm waiting for that, but then I find out the next day, you're representing it, okay, as a speaker. I'm asking, they literally threw us under the bus next day in social media. Now, I've had a hard time with that since then. I don't need to have to dig in. All I need to do is hear it. I can judge it. I know other people have heard it. They're the ones that pointed out to me. Now, if you compare that to what I asked, simply asked, to organize my neighborhood, there used to be 2 more. I'll do it myself. I don't need to be a group. I'd like to be a group. I'd like to show that I can work together, but no one's showing me they want to work together. And I'm surely not bad-mouthing anyone. I'm very disappointed in this committee that you represent. I'm done.
Was this Joanne specifically? Because I believe I'm under
No, it's
Mr.
not
Scannell.
Joanne's.
Okay.
It's in the neighborhood association in general.
Well, then I
right?
would urge you to, if you're volunteering to re-up your organization, I would encourage you to. Our neighborhood associations are fantastic, and these grants really help with that.
I mean, it sounds like a great program. It's very successful. I want everything that's good for my department, for my district, you know? And, I'm active in it. I meet with the kids. I want to be part of it.
Okay, thanks, Alder. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Any others who'd like to? Yes.
Jim Ritterbush, 1054 6th Street. I'm the Vice Chair of the Green Bay Neighborhoods. I was on that committee with him. You never asked how to reform the neighborhood. You asked how many neighborhoods are in my area. What I said to you is you could go on the website and it'll tell you exactly what neighborhood associations are in your boundaries. That never came out of you that you wanted to reform, or I would have jumped on it. I would have been there to help you, sir.
Well, we were
So
all
you-
talking, so maybe.
I think you were misunderstood, because if you had asked me, I'm on that committee to reform and to counsel, so be glad to help you, okay?
I would appreciate that.
So don't throw anybody under the bus, because we are here to support you in any way, shape, or form that we can do it. So please contact us, we'll make sure it happens. Thank you.
Apologize, Mr. Ritterbush, did you state your name and address?
Yes.
You did? You're good?
1054 6th Street.
Okay, we're good. Any other, yep, any other speakers? All right, motion to close the floor?
Motion to close the floor.
Motion to close the floor has been made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Storer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is closed. Did staff anything to offer? You just wanna-
Hi, good evening, alders, neighbors. Alder Morgan, I believe we've formally introduced or have met
Campbell.
Or I'm sorry, Campbell, Alder Campbell. Clearly, we haven't been formally introduced or formally met before, but my name is Will Peters. Home address is 233 North Ashland Avenue, Green Bay 54303. But I'm also the city staff here, neighborhood development specialist who works with residents like Alyssa Profit, others, Jim, Randy Griswold, in helping them either activate or reactivate or reform or form their neighborhood associations. So I apologize. It sounds like a great miscommunication that occurred. So I just wanted to insert myself here to introduce myself. Let's talk. I'll give you my card here, and we can have a great conversation, because part of my goal is to ensure that not only are all the inactive neighborhood associations reformed with neighbors who really care about their neighborhood and want to get involved, but then also the areas that currently aren't represented by a neighborhood association to help them reform. So I'm actually going to take this opportunity to make a shameless plug of my services here for the city of Green Bay. So if there are others, Green Bay residents who don't know if you live in a neighborhood association or hey, are thinking, man, I'd love to get involved in my neighborhood, make opportunities to get to know who my neighbors are, make a safer, healthier place to live, give me a call. And I would love to sit down and talk with you about forming your neighborhood association or getting involved in your neighborhood association and helping you make a difference right where you live in your neighborhood. So, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Peters. Lemonade out of lemons there. So, any other?
Cards are right here.
Any other comments or questions on this item or discussion points? Alder Eck?
Yeah, and this might be a question for Will. But I wondered, because it's $150,000 for 3 years. And I just wondered, is it possible to look at possibly just, for the next year rather than doing 3 years all at once?
Maybe a question for Deputy Director Renier Wig. And you're suggesting just $50,000 for 1 year?
Yes, because it was proposed for 3 years.
So I have to follow Will on that? I mean, that's,
I could have asked him, but he ran away.
that's true. So the request is for 150, but it's 50,000 for each year. I mean, what are my options? 50,000 or nothing? Then I would say, yes, we'll take 50,000. But I think we really would like the 50,000 commitment for 3 years, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
because I know that you fundraise, and
We do.
so with that thought of just trying to recover from the COVID effects, that would maybe give you enough time to recover, or whoever does the fundraising. I know it's the group together, but.
Yep, I actually work on fundraising for the group as well. I've done that since the way back when. We usually try to raise between $300,000 to $400,000 every 3 to 4 years. So 150 would be half of that. So, I mean, if you challenge us to go and raise the other half, I'd be happy to take that challenge on, if we can get that 150 up front. So I'd say we'd like 150.
Okay, and I didn't see that in the report about your, and if maybe I missed it, about it being you're normally 400,000.
That's, the GBN, well, this is right, we have other things other than the GBN stuff on this communication, but the GBN, the GBNLC, the MNRB, the MNLC, we've fundraised since the inception of working with neighborhoods. We're working on our packet now, we're finishing this up, so we're always fundraising for the organization. That's how we've survived for the last 20 years. I think this is just an opportunity that when we have these ARPA dollars available, the city really hasn't participated a whole lot in funding neighborhood associations, and this is kind of a one-shot time for you to make a commitment, and that's why we've asked for the 150, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Steuer?
Thank you, Your Honor. Cheryl, stay there.
Don't move.
Actually, you kind of answered that question. I think over time with the neighborhood associations that there really hasn't been any monies brought in by the city, correct?
With the exception
Over
of
time?
the annual mini grants,
The mini grants?
which
Okay.
I think started at 10, went down to 5, now it's like 7,500, but
And I know you're saying this is a one-time opportunity that would really work. I guess that might be a question by some of the alders, just talking about the fundraising capabilities. I realize you had COVID the last couple of years, but some of those questions have been answered tonight. So it sounds like you're still working hard, moving forward.
Yep.
In a perfect world, I mean, I had 4 associations in my district. We're down to 1, 2 are inactive, and I think as I campaigned, I found a number of citizens in these areas that sounded very intuitive or into it. So I could tell it to Alder Campbell as well, as you're walking around your district and you find some people that are interested in their neighborhood, get them together.
Absolutely.
And then call you or
Yes.
whoever, or Will, and then
Met
get
Will.
it going. So
yes, if any of
that'd be
you
my
have,
suggestion.
when you're walking in areas that have neighborhoods that are not active, and you have active people, forward us the names, we'll do the outreach and try to get that group back together.
That's it, thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
Alder.
you, Cheryl.
Bill? Did you have anything? No. Any other questions or comments? Oh, yeah. Alder Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Cheryl, I'm gonna ask you the same question I asked Michael.
Okay.
And that was that split, the 15,000 for mini grants versus operating grants. And sort of the reason I'm asking that question is because I don't think that we have the ability to say, hey, we'll give you this money, but you have to raise X amount. but I still want to see, you know, good commitment from Green Bay neighborhoods. And I think it's, for me, it's a lot easier for us to say, hey, we're gonna elevate the number of mini grants that we hand out, and then still kind of place that expectation on Green Bay neighborhoods to raise the operating grants. But I don't want it to be a detrimental thing to you either. So could you just maybe kind of respond to impressions of that?
So in other words, you'd prefer a $35,000 mini grant allocation in this ARPA request, and then we would fundraise ourselves for the operating grant?
That's what's kind of going through my mind, right? So that way, we don't put the obligation
Yep.
on the motion, but it still creates a sense of obligation, right? To still see that, but we're doing more mini grants in all of our neighborhoods, which I think is a good investment of the ARPA dollars.
I agree, and we are fully committed to fundraising, so that would be a fine amendment if you'd like to make that
Okay,
change.
and it's obviously in response to the meeting that several of us, that Alder Campbell referenced, we were there and we saw the number of mini grant applications.
We
There's a
did.
huge demand out there, from our neighborhoods, and I would love to just find a stronger way to fund that piece.
We had $45,000 of requests
Yeah,
on mini grants.
that's
Yep.
fantastic. I mean, that's a sign of
Right,
healthy neighborhood associations.
right, and we
So-
only, I think, allocated 12,000, so.
Okay, great, thank you.
Did you have a motion, Alder, or?
I think the floor's still open, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
The floor's not open.
Oh, it's not?
No, this is for staff, but. So
We
you-
never
you-
closed it though, did we?
Yeah, we did.
Speakers?
We did. That's right. There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
So anytime you want
It's
to.
only 8 o'clock.
Alder Steuer.
Earwig stayed up there again. You know, what Alder Johnson stated, 35,000 for mini grants. I think those are some nice numbers, but, I complain a little bit because there are areas that are not covered. So I know that behooves us to get out there and get these neighborhoods going. So maybe that's kind of a kick to get us moving on that. But I'm just saying that there are areas of the city that are benefiting from this where other areas are not because they don't have an association. So you can point fingers at whoever on that, but I'm just wondering how you address that a little bit. I probably answered my own question.
Well,
I think I did.
well, I would say to you that, neighborhood associations are grassroots, they're grounds, we don't go and form them down. People need to be interested to form their own associations, so I guess if you'd like us to reform in your neighborhood.
I'll give it a roll.
I'd say you and I, let's go.
Let's talk.
Let's do it.
talk. All right.
I would commit to do that. Perkins, we gotta get
Make it
Perkins back
happen.
up and running.
Right. I will say one thing, that we have the West Side Trail over on the west side, of course. Anyhow, we had 4 neighborhood associations that worked together cleaning up that area and to build that trail, and that was a very proud moment. It's like everybody was working together, so
Right.
I'd like to see more of that, so, thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Grant and then Alder Galvin.
Thank you. Couple questions, probably most of them are for Director Ellenbeck. I heard in the past we had about 7,000 that were used for the budget last year. And then it was at 10,000 the year prior and about 8,000 the year before that.
Are you referencing mini grants in the budget?
Operational grants that the city's budget was used for.
So the city has never funded operational grants, the city has only funded mini grants.
Okay, I
for neighborhood
apologize, some mini
associations.
grants.
And I think it was 7,500 in the budget last year, Alder Grant. It might have been 5,000 the year before, but there have been prior years where it had been 10,000.
Okay, and then, I apologize again, I don't know if this is a good question for anyone specifically, but I heard some of the things that they were used for, like music in the park, art, any other examples of the mini grants, what they're being used for?
All right. We've done a lot of park improvements, park equipment, benches, cleanups, sculpture work. There was, one time there was a mini grant that was for a neighborhood that wanted to spay and neuter the stray cats in the neighborhood. It's really what neighborhood associations come up with. They fund movie nights, they fund, I'm trying to think, Will? Throw some stuff out, signs. Dumpster day, neighborhood cleanups. All the signs you see in the city of Green Bay, the street signs were funded with mini grants. So when you go through a neighborhood that's got the neighborhood association sign actually on the street sign, those have all been as a result of mini grants.
Okay, thank you. I guess the reason I asked some of that is, and I don't know if this is a good time to make a motion, but I guess I would motion to approve 50,000 and hold the rest until the August meeting. I know we had held this until this meeting due to the finance committee meeting prior to that with other proposals. I just want to make sure that the funds being approved in tonight's meeting they are for sure needs, not wants, and that we can help other areas equally. So that would be my motion.
Okay, motion has been made by Alder Grant to approve 50,000 in funding for Green Bay neighborhoods. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Alder Brunette. Any other comments on that motion, Alder Grant?
No.
Okay. Alder Galvin and then Alder Johnson.
I think there's a motion to approve.
There is a motion.
Is this an amendment to that motion?
That is a good point. We do have a motion on the floor just to approve this item, Alder Grant. So the motion you're offering doesn't supersede that motion. You could offer an amendment.
Okay, I motion to amend the approval to 50,000 and hold the rest until the August meeting.
Okay. Motion has been made to amend the dollar amount from 150 to 50,000 and hold the remainder until our August meeting. That was seconded by Alder Brunette. And with that, Alder Galvin and then Alder Johnson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Neighborhood associations are and I'm sure a lot of people here agree with me, a jewel in this community. Underappreciated by, I think, many people in our community as to what they do. I know from the police perspective, they were an unbelievable help in organizing our communities, making the police aware of issues far sooner than they would have been in any other way. They involved the police with their neighborhoods, actually got them out of their cars, walking around, seeing things that are going on, making them aware of situations that could be rectified or changed with a little input. You've heard of all the different projects and things that they've done with the mini grants that otherwise would have been for our park department to try and take on their shoulders to try and improve these parks or replace equipment and things like that. And they continue to do so much more, putting up signage, organizing movies in the park, music, art. I mean, I'm blessed. I have Oak Grove, Joanne's, Astor, Navarino, Starlight, and until just a few years ago, I had Astor East. And all of them brought something different and significant to this city. A lot of times the neighborhood associations started because, as Cheryl Rainier-Wigg said, grassroots, because they were afraid of crimes and things that were happening, but they evolved and they turned into something so much more valuable. I'm concerned that by wrestling match?
Somebody on Zoom, so
Okay.
clerk's taking care of it.
I'm afraid that by limiting this to $50,000, we might be short-sighted and cutting off our nose to spite our face. I personally, based on everything they do, I can't see why the city doesn't do more funding for the neighborhood associations. It's something when you go to these meetings at night and you sit down with these people, sometimes both parents are there. They're both working full-time jobs. They have kids at home that they've had to get a babysitter for. I've also been there with infant babies in attendance and other small children running around because they couldn't get a babysitter. These are people that care about their community and they put in the time. They put in the effort. They sometimes hand-deliver these mailings that you're hearing about, okay? They organize these events. They run it all themselves. Yeah, they get a lot of help from some other neighbors, but a lot of these other neighbors just don't have time. And I think anything that this city can do to help these organizations recover from the last 2 years and get them back on solid footing, and then at the end of 3 years, it's done. They're on their own again. And maybe pie in the sky, the city could work out a different way to assist them more. Because a lot of these organizations die because they feel like there is no real help out there. They're busting their butts trying to raise money, have the meetings, put on events, all this other stuff, and it is not easy. And I can understand why some just say after a while, the heck with it. You know, we're underappreciated, no one cares, we're out. And it's unfortunate, because when you listen and you look at the people here and everything they've done, you can see how much they've done. So I'm not in favor of this amendment. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Johnson, then Alder Scannell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm going to brush up on parliamentary procedure here. I think we can go 2 amendments deep. So I'm going to amend the amendment to move the $20,000 of operating grants into the mini grant bucket, so that it would be $35,000 for mini grants, $0 for operating grants, and then the rest would remain the same.
But the amendment is reducing the overall dollar amount to.
Correct, and I'll speak to that in a minute.
Okay.
But I want to make that amendment now in case that amendment passes, because then it's part of that motion.
Okay. So restate that amendment for us?
To move the operating grants to mini grants
Okay.
in the breakdown.
Okay, is there a second for that motion? Second by Alder Stevens. Any other comments on that?
No, but I'm happy to take the vote on that right away, but I assume I would still have the floor after that?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, okay.
We do have a few other people in the queue. Do Alders want to speak to that amendment that was just offered by Alder Johnson?
Cheryl loved it.
Yeah. I'm not sure I love it.
Alder Scannell, you're up if you'd like to speak.
Sure, let me, I like the original motion. I liked it when it first came before us, and I felt disappointed we couldn't pass it then. I don't know, I agree with Alder Galvin, you know. The more we can do to help these organizations, the better, and I just don't know that we need to, I don't need to tweak around like that. I think, I don't think they're out there to rip us off or to roll over or to anything. I'm not sure. I'd like to hear again the reasoning for this.
Sure.
Alder Johnson.
So the reason for it is you have to understand what operating grants do. And we heard several examples. One of the requirements for an operating grant is that you have to do a newsletter. If a newsletter is $800 a year, now your mini grant basically funded a newsletter. So we're going to allocate $20,000 to fund newsletters, right? So the point is, by funding mini grants, you still create an expectation for Green Bay neighborhoods to do some fundraising, because I want them to fund the operating grants. Well, as a community, as a council with ARPA funds, we are investing that into the mini grants. So it may seem like a horse apiece, but it's really not, because what you're doing then is you're getting projects into the neighborhoods. So when you talk about the greatest impact that we can have as a community, one, I will say I am opposed to the amendment prior, because I do think having continuous investment is the best way to strengthen neighborhoods. Consistency, expectations, and doing 1 year to the next, I think it's too hard to establish that. Giving a 3-year commitment creates a stronger investment into our neighborhoods. But I'd like to see us do more with this one-time investment that we have through mini grants, which are in incredibly high demand right now. Whereas operating grants can be the continued obligation of Green Bay neighborhoods.
I think our deputy director had some comments.
And just to clarify, the operating grants, there's a requirement to raise $250,000.
There is, yep.
Okay, I think you said mini grants, but it's
sorry,
actually
maybe I got caught
Yes.
up in a word salad, but yes, I understand
Same
that.
concept, you want more of the bricks and mortar event project-based things.
Right, the
like a
things
mini
that
grant
bring
would have,
neighborhoods together.
compared to
Right.
newsletters or operating.
And you're still gonna get both. They're still both going to occur, except that now you're investing as a community, as a city, with ARPA funds. We're investing more into direct projects in our neighborhood. I love what Randy said, Mr. Griswold. He said, neighborhoods are doing what oftentimes the city cannot do, because they have eyeballs in corners and in places and alleyways that the city simply doesn't have the capacity to address. And that's why I want to continue to support the neighborhoods. I support the 3-year investment, but I support more strongly the mini grants from this particular source of funding than I do the operating grants.
So it'd be 35, mini 25.
It all goes to mini grants except for the other items that were contained in here, which were the crime prevention, the The city hall, I'm not touching that in the
Right.
motion.
But okay, but I still think.
They're still
it
getting the
does-
full funding.
But if they need help with their operating grants, because they need to fundraise for that, and if they start falling short, then they fall short, then there's no organization to use a mini grant.
Doesn't mean they dissolve.
So.
Without
so
the operation,
So the GBN is fundraising, we're fundraising right
Certainly,
now, and I
certainly.
think the concept is that the fundraising, instead of our fundraising going towards mini grants, that will be provided hopefully by the council, where we're gonna fundraise for the operating grants and the other things that we do.
so you
for
would
the
no longer
organization.
fundraise for mini grant yourselves?
Well,
We would be
we're
able
gonna, we'll fundraise, you know, we'll
Right,
bring
but-
the money in, but we'll allocate it towards the operating grants. We won't have to allocate the money towards the mini grants. So
Okay.
it's really just,
All right, okay, that's fine then.
Yeah.
That's fine, and I also agree with, not the Second Amendment, and, but I'll support this one and the full, 3 years, so thank you, okay.
Thanks, Alder Scannell, or Alder Galvin, rather.
Thank you, Your Honor. I agree with, support Alder Johnson's amendment.
I'm hoping that this motion as amended fails, and then we can make another motion, and then Alder Johnson can either make that part of the motion or amend that also. Thank you.
I guess a question for Attorney Bunger. If this subsidiary amendment is successful, it'll be $35,000 for mini grants. But that is an amendment to the primary amendment, which is reducing that dollar amount to $50,000.
Right, really, so that it's clear, the second amendment, so the amendment to the amendment, should be dealing with that initial reduction, because it's unclear as to what's happening with the $150,000 that's on the floor, because that's been reduced to 50.
Right.
So that amendment can address two things. It can address two things. So it can address the reduction from 150 to 50, and then the allocation as well, all within one motion.
So the subsidiary amendment theoretically could be made back to 150
Correct.
and
Yes.
allocating, okay,
And reallocating that 150 accordingly.
okay. Is that what your amendment is?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Alder
Like I
Johnson.
said, we were gonna dust up on parliamentary here.
Right, so Alder Johnson's amendment is to make this dollar amount 150,000, and of that, designate 35,000 for mini grants. That was made and still seconded. Was there a second? Yes, Alder Stevens did second it. So on that, Alder Brunette.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. You know, obviously I'm conflicted. I second Alder Grant's, motion because I thought 50,000 would get us through 1 year, and I thought that would be appropriate. Now, keep in mind, the reason why we referred or held this up from the last meeting or 2 meetings ago was because we realized with ARPA, we want to see the big picture. What are all the ARPA projects? What could we allocate the 150,000 for that maybe we weren't aware of? Perhaps there's a park shelter in a neighborhood that could benefit. Perhaps there's some playground equipment at one of our at-risk neighborhoods that the money could go towards. So really, I don't want anyone here or the public to misunderstand what we're going at. No one that I'm aware of, no alder who's ever spoken or was against neighborhood associations. We see the value. I have 3 really, really good ones in my district, and 2 of the gentlemen who are presidents of those associations are here, or chairman of the associations are here. They do outstanding work. I guess it was just sort of the process. We had these ARPA requests that were coming. In my opinion, my words, they were kind of piecemeal. My thought was, let's slow down a little bit and let's try to find a better way to accomplish the goal. So I thought maybe a 1-year commitment tonight would have been appropriate, but if the council, quite frankly, if they're supportive of the full 150 to kind of give the assurance to the neighborhood associations that we kind of back them, that we value the work that they do because they do wonderful work, I'd much rather kind of make that vote and give them the funds and give them 3 years of security to do really good things. But of course, the cost, the trade-off would be that perhaps we a week or a month from now, when we talk at the finance committee, we realize there's a project that's $100,000 that we wish we had that money for. So these are all tough decisions, but, I'll support the motion for the full 150. I don't want the neighborhoods to think we don't value them, or at least that I don't value them, because I do. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Grant?
Thank you. Yes, just to reiterate, I was motioning to pass the 50 immediately with holding off due to us evaluating more proposals in July for the finance meeting. I myself am a part of my neighborhood association. I do see the importance of it, but I do look at dollar amounts of how much have been used in the past, how much our city already budgets for them, and understand that the grants equal 45,000 this year. But I also think when we were approached with the mini grants, we thought to ask for things we've never asked before because of this opportunity. So I think some things that have come to the table, like I said, are wants and not necessarily needs. So again, just want to reiterate, I'm motioning to hold the 100,000 until the August meeting after the finance meeting in July. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. So the motion before us is that subsidiary amendment made by Alder Johnson, which simply restores the 150 and designates 300, or 35,000 rather, for mini grants. So that's the motion on the table here. There was a second.
35,000 per year?
I think that's overall. It's 35 a year.
Plus the other items that were there.
Okay. Good clarification. So with that, Alder Galvin.
I want to clarify your clarification.
Yeah, right. That's fair.
So the First Amendment is now out. We're back to a motion to accept 150,000 with Alder Johnson's amendment.
It's not out, but Alder Johnson's subsidiary amendment restores that funding
So the
to
second-
150.
So if we vote for this, okay, so the Second Amendment is null and void right now?
If Johnson's amendment is successful, the dollar amount will be $150,000
Okay.
total and $35,000
Okay.
per year.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So with that,
Mayor.
Alder Scannell.
Just one quick comment. I want to address a point that was raised, in that, and I believe I made this point last time this came before us. I can see no other good reason for good use for those ARPA funds. I do not see any reason to put this off and say, oh, there might be another project. There is no other project that is as good as this. So I don't know why we put it off before, and I don't want to put it off any longer. I think it's time to support these organizations. So.
Thanks, Alder.
Mayor, just a point of information.
Yeah, Alder Johnson.
Yeah, just because you said 35,000, and I want to be sure that it's clear, it's 35,000 in mini grants, 1,000 for City Hall Academy, 9,000 for crime prevention grants, and 5,000 for neighborhood asset building, 50,000 total each year for 3 years.
Okay.
Okay, I just want to be sure everyone understands that.
Yep. That's helpful. All right, so we have that amendment and a second. All in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Aye.
The ayes have it. That amendment has been adopted. So now, the initial amendment has been amended with that language. So I would,
Call the question.
to move to adopt,
right. Motion to approve as amended would be appropriate.
So moved.
Motion to approve as amended made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Stoyer. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay.
Aye.
The ayes have it, and that motion has been approved. On to item 2 of the Finance Committee report, and it is 8:30, folks.
Second.
Motion has been made by Alder Galvin, seconded by Alder Johnson, to hold until what date?
July 1st.
The first council meeting in July.
In August?
August.
Okay. Well,
I'm sorry. I knew eventually we'd get to that council meeting.
Alder Galvin?
Yes. The first finance meeting in July.
There's just one. Yeah, there's only one, but,
The first and only.
yeah. Okay, so the
Finance
motion,
meeting in July.
yes. Yeah, so Alder
Yeah,
Galvin
yeah,
makes,
referring- there you go.
Alder
Thank
Galvin
you.
makes a motion to refer this item back to the Finance Committee. That was seconded by Alder Johnson. All in favor? Alder Galvin?
Sure. At Finance, we were presented with a pretty neat map showing what's been approved and allocated, what's been proposed, what's been denied, and then there was a number of new programs that were suggested. It was also brought to our attention, there's many more in the works to be presented. So we would, as Alder Burnett has been saying, let's get a look at everything at one time. And kind of work our way through and decide how best to pick which ones are gonna be funded. So, I kind of get it. I mean, we've been doing this kind of piecemeal, and it's like, we get a project, oh, this is really cool, let's do this. And then a month later, we get another proposal, and it's like, well, this is even cooler, I wish we had done this one sooner, you know? So, we just like to see everything on the board at the same time and go from there. It's just delaying things basically a month.
All right. Alder Hutchison?
So I guess to be clear, we should know the date of that meeting, the finance meeting, so we know the date that all projects should be submitted by, which would be what, a week before that date? So I
Yeah.
guess let's make it clear that if it's, someone has a project, it should be submitted by July whatever, so the finance committee can put it on the tabletop.
July 26th.
July 26th is our
Yep.
next finance committee meeting.
Okay, so when would be a sufficient time for any projects to be submitted to the city? Like July?
I'm really as soon as possible is what I would say to Alders.
Okay.
But as far as the drop dead date, you know, the preceding Thursday is when we like to put the packets together.
21st? Okay.
Um, Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. So July 15th.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
and that's just
get
really-
your reports in by July 15th.
That's just kind of a point of information for our alders, but yeah, I think that's a great question. So if folks want to shoot for July 15th, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Mayor?
Yeah, Alder Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to make this point now, and it's going to apply to several of these other items, which may or may not all be voted on the same way, but I encourage every alder in this room to take some time, set up a meeting with the mayor, I met with the mayor, chief of staff, with Ahmad, and we talked about a number of ideas that I had for ARPA funds, and they were really, you know, really good at listening to some of these ideas and helping guide, like, hey, we're working on this, we're doing some of that, this is how we could make this qualify, that item won't qualify at all. So I encourage all of you, please take an hour out of your schedules. If you have ideas for things you want to propose in your neighborhood, you've got a couple of weeks. Do that sooner rather than later. And I think it'll really help you strengthen those applications so that as a community, as a city governing body, we can really extract the best ideas out of that entire pool. But if you don't take the time to do that, it's going to be a lot harder. So.
Yeah, no, I appreciate those comments, Alder, and would certainly second that and open my office up to anyone who's interested in having that conversation. So we've got a motion, yes, that was made by Alder Galvin, seconded by Alder Johnson to refer this item back to the Finance Committee. All in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That item has been referred back onto item 3.
Motion to refer.
Second.
Motion has been made by Alder Galvin, seconded by Alder Johnson to refer this item back to the Finance Committee. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That item has been referred back. Item 4.
Motion to refer.
Second.
Motion has been made by Alder Galvin, seconded by Alder Stevens to refer this item back to the Finance Committee. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That item has been referred back to committee. On to item 5, to approve a budget amendment resolution to transfer $15,703 from contingency account to elections budget.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve made by Alder Galvin, seconded by Alder Hutchison. Alder Burnett.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. There are many members of the public that want to speak to this item. I was treated to the tail end of a press conference that was held at City Hall at 5, and I know that there are a lot of people who have a lot of really passionate thoughts about this subject, so I'll make a motion to open the floor.
Second.
Motion on the floor made by Alder Brunette, seconded by Alder Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open.
I just wanted to request a break. Is it possible?
Sure.
Because of what you were saying?
Yep. Great request. We'll recess for 5 minutes.
Well, I know, but.
Okay, I will call this meeting back to order. And just for a reminder, we are on item L5, which is to approve a budget amendment resolution to transfer $15,703 from contingency account to the elections budget. And I have a stack here. If you're not in the stack and I read all of them, we'll make sure that everybody has had a chance to speak. But I'm gonna go through the list that I have before me, and it begins with Alexis Peterson. Is Alexis Peterson here?
Yes.
Go ahead, if you could just state your name and address for the council, we would appreciate it.
Absolutely. I'm Alexis. I live at 3348 Lenfesty Court. I am actually, I'd like to extend a thank you to the mayor and alderman for allowing me to speak. I am a UWGB student, which means that I have an awful lot to say, a little bit of education, and a whole lot of heart for our city. I apologize, I forget what topic we're on.
This is on funding for our clerk's office.
Yes, so I believe that we should be, I would like to invite the aldermen to obviously accept this proposal. I think it's very important as we're talking about funding that the citizens and especially the clerk's office feels that they are well represented within our group. However, I do not believe I agreed to speak to this topic.
Oh, it says pride flag and voting.
Yes, I did ask for this topic. I apologize.
That's all right. That's right, but that's sufficient if that's what you want to express to people.
Yes, so I think that it would be beneficial. The proposal in question I was thinking of was they were discussing the extension of poll hours, which I think would be very efficient, especially with the fact we have a student population at University of Wisconsin-Green Bay that works and works extended hours at some times. As a student myself who works these hours, I can tell you that the extension of hours suggested would allow for students, especially who are focused on obtaining their educations within the months of August and September, that I can tell you it's very hard sometimes to get off of class. The extended hours would allow for our students to be much more civilly involved, which I think would be a very huge benefit as they are a very large group. We have 10,000 students at the University of Wisconsin-Green Bay. I'm not quite sure how many of them can vote based on either their status within the state or their status within our country. But I can tell you, as a matter of fact, that many of them have voiced an interest in being able to vote, but not being available during those hours. In addition, I have had it brought up to me by community members that they sometimes struggle with their own work, as we have workers in many different fields. So as we are talking about this proposal, I would just like to extend that thought to the aldermen.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for your testimony. And then we just had a comment from Alyssa Profit. She's also supportive of expanding voting hours. Next will be, any questions for our guest? I'm sorry. All right, next we have Ileana Herrera Flores.
Hello, I'm Liana Herrera Flores. I live at 430 South Jefferson Street, number 2. And I would just really love if you could extend the hours so that everyone has a chance to come and vote. My parents worked a lot. They don't anymore. They're retired. But there are people who also, like she said, have class. And some people don't have jobs where you can just be like, I'm going to go out for like 20, 30 minutes and come back. And I know voting doesn't always take that long as well. So I think that's why you should approve it to be longer. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, thank you, miss. On to Crystal Geisen?
Good evening, Mayor, Alders. My name is Christelle Geeson, and I work at the Aging and Disability Resource Center of Brown County at 300 South Adams Street, Green Bay. My personal address is 2191 Smoky Lane, Swamico. I'm here speaking on behalf of older adults. So I'm asking for your support of the proposal to expand early voting in the upcoming elections in the city of Green Bay to ensure that all people, including older adults, adults with disabilities, and family caregivers, can vote easily and safely. Creating more opportunities to vote is a benefit to every citizen, no matter their ability, work schedule, circumstance, or political party. A sample of stories that we have encountered at the ADRC include a daughter who works long shifts and then drives to her mother's home to bring her to the polls at a time that does not interfere or jeopardize with her job. After a full day of work, a wife who cares for her husband who requires significant physical support brings him to the polling place to assure that they both can vote. A professional who requires assistance from others to get ready for the day, transferred into his wheelchair, transported to his workplace, and to the polls afterwards. A parent of a child with significant disabilities who requires 24-hour care needs to coordinate services to allow her to leave her child so that she can exercise her right to vote. And an 80-year-old father who cares for his wife, who uses a wheelchair, and an adult daughter with disabilities, all of whom proudly vote in person whenever possible and safe. The right to vote is central to the American identity for family caregivers and loved ones in their care. The right to vote safely is of greatest importance. Expanding voting hours increases access for all by offering additional time, increasing the likelihood that those who rely on friends, family, community services such as transportation and other providers will be able to coordinate the assistance needed to participate in the election. Coordinating services and care is time-intensive and difficult, and it's further complicated by the direct care shortage that we're currently experiencing. Affording working caregivers the opportunity to assure that their loved ones can get to the poll to vote without interfering with their job, this is an incredibly important factor, as 8 in 10 family caregivers in Wisconsin report having their work life interrupted due to their caregiving responsibilities. Reducing wait times and increasing safety for people who have health conditions that make it difficult to start or stand in line for long periods of time, especially if the weather is hot or sidewalks are slippery, which may be the case in August and November. Older adults and individuals with disabilities often have a vested interest in the decisions made by their elected officials and simultaneously experience greater barriers to participating in the process. I believe that we have a responsibility to assure that everyone has the right to exercise their civil liberties, no matter who they are. So for these reasons, I ask you to please vote yes to expand the early voting hours for the August 22 primary and November 22 election. Thank you for taking the time to consider.
Thanks for your comments. Any questions? All right, thank you. On to Jim Sweeney.
Thank you, Mayor. Jim Sweeney. I'm at 1600 Oriole Street. And thank you, council members. I, like Christelle, work at the ADRC. I'm also here as a resident, and a lot of the themes on here are repeating. So I'm going to bypass that for now, because a lot of the things that I would speak about really are, what Christelle just mentioned, and certainly it's worth repeating, but I won't do that. I'll kind of bypass it. Just say, from a personal note, I'm truly honored to work at the ADRC and with the individuals that we work with, folks 18 or older with a disability, 60 and older, as well as their family members, their caregivers. And it's a privilege to be able to go into people's homes and have them share with you their personal struggles, in their most vulnerable moments. And the reason I'm saying this is because after 15 years of that and going into homes, hundreds and hundreds of homes, and listening to these stories, you really do appreciate that some of these folks really are struggling. I mean, day to day, struggling with getting out of a chair, getting off of a toilet, getting into a bathtub. You know, these are folks that have to deal with these issues day to day with the possibility of a caregiver not showing up, with the transportation mode not showing up. These are day-to-day occurrences, and I believe that, you know, what's amazing to me as I get to know these people is their will to contribute to the community is great. They can't do that all the time, not physically can't get out there all the time, but their motivation and their commitment is incredible, and they have been a part of these communities forever voting, and they want to continue to be a part of that civic duty, but it's not always there for them in that short term. So that's why I really feel that if we can give these people opportunities beyond just the one day, it really would mean a lot, because it does happen. I mean, literally people, the day comes and boom, I can't get out of my home today. So I really would ask that you really consider that strongly, because I do think it would make a difference. And I do believe some of these folks really have a vested interest in what decisions are made, more so than other folks, I think, at times. And that's why it's important that they have the right to let their voice be known just like everyone else. So please consider it strongly.
All right, thank you. Questions, Alder Schreier?
Sir? Yes, I just have a quick question. Thanks for coming in. And I understand that I worked with special needs clients for 12 years, and I understand all the situations that way. My father-in-law was 93 at the time when he was alive, and it took 2.5 hours to get him into a wheelchair and into the voting booth and have everybody take care of him. So it is quite a situation. I'm just wondering, have you talked at all about absentee ballots at all with your folks, and how that may diminish that need or not?
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly, yeah, we're there to advocate for folks and get them information on whatever method they can use, but realize, we all know that some of those issues pose their own challenges right now. And also, some folks want to be a part of the physical process.
Yeah, I figured that.
They don't, you know, they want to be out there, they want to be going to the polls, and I just truly believe that they have the right, you know, they've earned the right to do that. So, yeah, certainly we're going to do whatever we can to help that, but in the end, there are people that just, you know, cannot always get that in, so, yeah.
Thank you for your answer.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Natalie Hoffman?
Hi, my name is Natalie Hoffman, 1217 Chicago Street. I'm here tonight to urge the members of our city council to vote yes to expand early voting hours here in our city. In large part for flexibility, evening and weekend voting hours make voting more accessible and flexible, especially to folks who work in healthcare and manufacturing industries. These folks oftentimes work irregular hours, and their schedules often conflict with normal voting hours. And every person deserves to be able to vote without losing out on paid work hours. And some folks, like, you know, it's been mentioned that you can take an hour or two out of work to like step out and go vote, but some people literally cannot afford that right now. In this economy, they cannot. It would also increase accessibility and safety for citizens who are disabled, immunocompromised, elderly, or are otherwise at higher risk in the midst of this COVID-19 pandemic, excuse me. It would increase the safety by being able to spread out the amount of voters that are in one place. And this would also ease the burden then on election officials by reducing overcrowding at the polls on election day. By giving folks more opportunities and more time to be able to vote, that will ease the burden on folks that, you know, are more at risk during the pandemic, as well as the workers who are at the polls. So for me personally, expanding voting access has actually allowed me to cast my vote when I otherwise might not have been able to. Just this past April, I was a substitute teacher. I was running my own campaign. I'm also really heavily involved in the community. If I didn't have the opportunity to vote a week early, I probably would have not been able to vote in like our most recent local election. And as a democratic institution, our local government, I believe, should do everything in its power to preserve our democracy and ensure that every single person can make their voice heard in our local elections. What good is our democracy if some people have an easier access to voting than others? We should all have the same or at least easier access to voting. And the more opportunities we give people to vote, the easier it gets. And the best way we can ensure people's right to vote is by expanding voting access. So I am asking you all to please consider the stories that myself and others have already shared and will continue to share tonight, and to please vote yes to expand early voting hours for the August 22 primary for the Thursday before Election Day, 6 to 9, and to expand hours for the November 22 election to Wednesday and Thursday before the election from 6 to 9, and the Sunday before Election Day as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Great, thanks so much. Stephanie Guzman?
I actually come with really good news. I am really happy to hear a lot of the people that are coming up and asking for the same thing. And even if someone's going to come up here and maybe not ask for the same thing, it's a dialogue. And this is one that I think that if we all look and work together, we're going to come up with a win today, right before the 4th of July. And that is that while our federal government is at a gridlock, I think here, regardless of what political view we have, we literally have the opportunity to send a message straight up there that we are considering all people to do the one thing that is in our Constitution, and that's to vote. I myself am someone who translates at the polls for free. I don't even know if you can apply for a job like that, but I've done it for free because a lot of people are citizens of this country, but they don't speak English. And so they've come to me because I am very well known because I work in public schools, I sing in church, even though I'm part of the LGBT community. And so I literally, it's good. It's good because you're out there and you're just sending that one message, which is together we can make change happen. Whether it's with the political party we want or not, that's not the point. The point is, I would love that you guys extend the hours because for me, and I'm sure a lot of others that do this work, which is, translate for your parents or even just take people to the polling stations, I will give you one example in a story, then this is the one why I'm here today. It is, one time I went to translate for my parents, my folks. I was translating the ballot. I have my own views. My parents have opposite views of me, but I was translating them and they, selected whatever they thought. And when they didn't understand something, I explained to them. And then, they left. There was a gentleman that was over there who didn't know what he was doing. He was there for about an hour and a half. And I know that because I was helping so many people that I literally saw that he was kind of stuck. I went and I helped him. I explained every single thing that was there. He was already late to work and he was like, they're going to take a point off because he worked at JBS. And so that hurt me because he said, this is going to be my last point. That means they were probably going to either lay him off or fire him. However, as he was filling that out, in a funny way, he was literally selecting every single one of the candidates I would have never voted for. And I was happy and proud that he was there. That's all I have to say. I was happy and proud that he was there regardless of who he was voting for. And why I'm asking all of you, aldermen, that you have the power. I think we can come up with a win regardless of what our political views are if we work together and just extend those hours. Because you'd be having in mind, considering not only Hispanic people who are working these laws, but all kinds of people, all kinds of nationalities. You've heard here people who are elderly people who might want to go and step up there and vote in person because, God damn it, that is their right. A lot of them are veterans. Okay, so thank you very much, and I hope we can do this tonight.
Any questions? Thank you. Just a question? Yeah, Alder Johnson, sorry, just a question.
Well, you're not necessarily a question, but a comment. The clerk is always looking for people who can translate, so we would love if you two would connect. So, thank you.
Absolutely, well said. On to Steve McFarland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Alderman. I'm Steve McFarland, President of the Greater Green Bay Labor Council, located at 1470 Elizabeth Street. My address is 3453 Elm Tree Road. I'm here to speak in favor of extending the voting hours, as we've heard over and over and everything. We have about 3,500 members within the city limits of Green Bay. We represent 4 counties in the area, but primarily Brown County. For our members, we represent manufacturing, plumbers and steam fitters, electricians, the utility workers you talked about earlier that were working 16 on and 8 off, and that, they do that all the time. The storm may not be here. The storm might be in Galveston, Texas. Away they go at a moment's notice. So the absentee ballot stuff just doesn't work that way. Times have changed so much as far as 9 to 5, it's just not really there anymore. We have a lot of our manufacturing right now that are on mandatory 16-hour days. If you can imagine trying that and everything, see what that's like with a family or if you're trying to raise kids. You get home, it's time to go to sleep. You know, there's a lot of words being used in the conversation right now, like privilege and a right, qualify and disqualify. Voter suppression is un-American, yet it's the platform of one of our gubernatorial candidates right now. We train our members that it's an obligation to vote, no matter who they vote for. We just want everybody to vote, and by extending those hours, you will actually be helping it that we get a true sense of things. We don't want to suppress any vote from anybody. Union members include people of color, those that speak English as a second language, marginalized in the city. Having more ability for those people to vote in person helps workers. That's what we're all about that way. Besides being the Greater Green Bay Labor Council president, I'm on the board of directors for Brown County United Way and their executive committee. I also have an opportunity to learn quite a bit about our homeless population and our marginalized population, and this will aid them completely too. So when you're looking at it holistically, there's a pretty large amount of the community that will be aided by spending this $15,000. So I thank you very much. Is there any questions?
Any questions for our guests? All right.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Carrie Jane Holmes.
Thank you. My name is Carrie Jane Holmes. I live at 1120 Law, Lawe Street, Green Bay, Wisconsin, 54301. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. President, alder people. I hope you consider extending the hours for voting. I am presently retired. I have nowhere to go and all day to get there. However, the last 16 years before I retired, I worked 30-plus miles away from home and on the highway and with accidents and backup and traffic. It was always a wonder if you're going to get there or not. So for the working people, please consider extending. Thank you.
Thanks so
Any
much.
questions?
Sandy Pop.
Hi, welcome, and thank you for having us here tonight and be able to voice our thoughts on this expansion of hours. I work at Options for Independent Living in Green Bay, which is at 555 Country Club Road. I'm the assistant director there. But personally, I live at 1195 Liberty Street in Green Bay. So I am a resident and also a person with a disability. We work with people with disabilities at Options in 17 northeastern Wisconsin counties, and Brown County being one of them. We work to keep them independent in their homes and in the community. So what we're asking is that you would support this extension of hours, because for the population that we work with, people with disabilities, those that are aging, having that voting access is very important. They are just like everybody else wanting to exercise their right to vote. Throughout the years, we have created greater access to our polling places in regards to that physical access. We've incorporated accessible machines that assist with those with vision loss. However that we can make our right to vote more accessible always should be considered, especially for those that find it even more difficult than many others to just hop out of their car and run and take 5 minutes in to vote out of their day. So many people that we work with rely on caregivers, as Christelle and some of the others have spoken on, family members or friends to get them to the polls. They also rely on regular transportation. If the poll times conflict with any of these schedules, for those that rely on them, it puts them at jeopardy of not voting as a result. Also, if they need to stand in long lines to vote, it could put their health in jeopardy due to compromised health situations. So many of the things that you've heard from people could create barriers for them, just their situations from voting, from exercising that right. So what we're asking is for that expansion of the hours that have been listed. What I'd said before is exercising that right to vote is everybody's democratic right. At the same time, it's not just helping people with disabilities, it's helping the general population. You've heard from so many people here that it's not just, and I'm finding this out, how many of our residents that it would assist, that it's not just people with disabilities. I'm speaking on their behalf, but it would help so many people be able to exercise that right to vote, which all of us probably feel that that's really the main thing. So appreciate your time and your attention to this. President Burnett, we are in your area, so we'd love to have you come and tour at any time that you'd want to. I live in Chris Weary's, Alderman Weary's area. So, but thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions?
Thank you.
Barry Helgrimson.
Barry Helgrimson is my name. I live at 130 Little Swiss here in Green Bay.
My mask. I'm so sorry to enter that.
Sure. I won't repeat all that's been said. Anybody that hasn't decided to vote in front of this measly amount of money to expend the hours based on these personal experiences is just probably beyond reach. So one thing I did want to say is that the elimination of drop boxes and the fact that nobody can submit your ballot for you anymore with the changes of law leaves basically the only lever available to you, and that is to extend voting hours to try and bring more people out. 5 Wisconsinites die every day from COVID. So I believe it's your duty to continue to try and keep the crowds on election day less than crowded. So please, after hearing everyone else's testimonials, it's so obvious what the right thing to do is. So please make this money available so that the polls can be open. I'm a chief inspector and a poll worker, and we're not asking you to actually go and be there for the extra hours. We're just asking you to allocate the money, and Celestine and her good leadership will make sure that we make it happen, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Fluffy Arts.
Thanks, council members. My name is Fluffy Arts, live at 1207 Mojave Trail. I kind of echo what Steve says. I am the president of AFSCME Local 89 here in the city of Green Bay. I'm also on the Greater Green Bay Labor Council and a state board for AFSCME Council 32, and I speak on behalf of affiliated workers. I have also been a chief inspector for many elections here in the city of Green Bay. This initiative will make it possible for more residents and workers to vote in Green Bay. This seems like an apparent attempt to make it easier for more residents to be civically engaged. Our democracy is stronger when more voices are heard at the polls. Organized labor, advocates for all to be given as many opportunities to vote as possible, whether that's by mail or in person. Many Green Bay voters likely recall the long lines during the last fall election. It should be everyone's goal to make it more readily available for everyone who can vote to be given access to do so. Many workers are shift workers and workers who travel often, taking them out of Green Bay on election day. Also, for me personally, I can vote early, otherwise my voice would not be heard being a poll worker. Sometimes life and work happen to the best of voter plans, and providing more days and times to vote makes it easier for all workers. Green Bay is the third largest city in the state of Wisconsin, and we should join Madison and Milwaukee in expanding access for all voters. The voices opposing this effort seem to want fewer voters in Green Bay, and I question that goal. For workers, this will give them more opportunity to vote in person, so they're less likely to wait in line on election day, giving workers more opportunities to cast their votes. I ask you all to vote yes on allotting money to the election budget for increased voting options. Thank you.
Oh, okay. We do have somebody in Zoom who would like to speak, and that is Luann Crowder.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak to you tonight. My name is Luann Crowder, and I live at 818 South Roosevelt Street in the wonderful city of Green Bay. I don't know how many of you have ever worked to help voters, but I have for years, both as a public librarian, a state certified special registration deputy, and with Brown County COVO, the Coalition of Voting Organizations in Brown County. I've assisted voters by helping them locate their polling place, showing them how to find information about the candidates on topics of concern for the voters so that they could choose one whose position more closely matched theirs. I've registered voters. I've been being a poll worker using myvote.wi.gov to help them get and track an absentee ballot and working at Green Bay's Central Count. But by far, my most rewarding experience was working at Green Bay City Hall during early voting for the 2020 general election. City Hall was buzzing with people registering to vote, receiving their ballots, and turning in their ballots all in person at just one polling place. The most excited people were the first-time voters. They were delighted to put their ballot in their envelope and hand it to me. They watched me check to make sure that the envelope information was complete and correct. I then witnessed it and sealed it. They saw me put the envelope in the official ballot container, which, when full, was locked by a city employee and wheeled to a secure storage area in City Hall. And we filled a lot of ballot containers. Everyone was delighted to be afforded the opportunity to vote early and in person, but some were not delighted at all because we had to tell them that they could not vote here. Why? They were not residents of the city of Green Bay. Sometimes it took a bit of explaining. They asked me then why their municipality didn't offer such easy and convenient access to voting. I told them to ask that question of their elected representatives. And that is exactly what I'm doing, asking you tonight. Democracy thrives in the engaged participation of its citizens. For $15,703, this is a cost-effective way to encourage that participation. Please vote to expand early in-person voting in the city of Green Bay.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Greg Lewis is up next. Is there a Greg Lewis? Okay. Comment on here is we should do everything we can to make voting easier. Next, we'll take Gail S. Carls.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. It's really hard to find something to add to the testimony that's already been made. Oh, I'm sorry. 2581 South Trillium Circle, Green Bay. It is very hard to add to what has already been said. I am very much in favor of expanding voting. I am a retired physician. When I was working, my call day was almost always on Tuesday. That made voting oftentimes impossible for me in person. Could not do it. Not a problem now. But I guess what I wanted to share with you that no one else has shared with you is I've actually witnessed what it's like to be somewhere else where voting is suppressed. I happened to be on my first road trip retirement getaway from Wisconsin winter thing in 2019, visited the Carter Center in Atlanta, Georgia. And when we arrived at the Carter Center, the greeter said, are you here for the hearing? And I, what hearing? There's a public hearing from the U.S. House of Representatives in the lower level regarding voting suppression. Got to attend the hearing, got into the room, had to adjust to the light. It was dimmer there, but I heard a voice that I thought I recognized. And it was Stacey Abrams testifying about voting suppression in Georgia. There were many other ordinary people there testifying to what had happened to them. Closing poll places and not informing the public was probably the most common, and not allowing them to use an address they had used the last 2 times they voted, reverting back to an old address, all kinds of things. They were not allowed to vote. Before we left, when it was about half over, everyone stood up, and I realized somebody walked in the room. It was John Lewis. He actually came to attend the hearing. He was not there to give testimony, but he said he was there to support the people of his district. So that's what it's like in some states. We don't want to have that here. We cannot be you cannot be represented if you don't vote. So I really urge you to expand hours so that people have more of an opportunity to vote. Thank you for your time.
All right, up next is Steve Hartman. Steve Hartman here. Okay, on to Brian Welsh. Brian Welsh. Casey Hicks.
Good evening, and thank you for letting me speak before you tonight.
Did you intend to include your testimony here? Okay.
Yep, just in
Great.
case.
Yep.
Thanks for checking. Yeah, good evening. Thanks for letting me speak before you tonight. My name is Casey Hicks. I live at 1019 Emily Street, Green Bay, Wisconsin, 54301. I just want to start off by quickly saying in 2016, when I was a junior at Green Bay, I remember our campus receiving national attention because of the long lines that snaked out from the University Union, which is a polling place not only for students, but also for residents that live in that area. And I know a lot of students, residents who at that time had to choose between whether or not they were going to go to class if they were a student, or like myself, being a student employee, if you're going to make it to your shift so that you could actually make money to pay for your living on campus or pay your way through school. I know a lot of students who weren't able to vote because they had to make that difficult choice. And I know a lot of students, as you heard earlier today, still have to make that difficult choice. And so because of that, a movement started back in 2016 to really push the city to expand early voting locations and hours. And I'm really happy to see at this point that the city has already done that in the past in 2020, and that there's more chances to build on that here in 2022. Especially because it's not just students pushing for this, it's caregivers, it's people who are working people, it's people with disabilities and varying abilities, and people who just have different circumstances in their lives that make it less convenient for them to be able to vote on election day. And so all of us benefit from having more methods to cast our ballot, no matter our political beliefs. Voting is a fundamental right, and it doesn't change into being a privilege because someone is voting before election day or they're using a different method. But unfortunately, there are many people who don't have the privilege to vote on election day. So having the ability to actually vote with these extended hours gives access to those people who lack those privileges to show up on the day of the election, to have the integrity and to hold true to their values to vote in person if that's the way they prefer to do it. All of us could easily plan to vote on election day and then find out only a few days before that a family emergency came up or something else came up. and we fully intended to plan to vote on election day and not request an absentee ballot. And then we're stuck in a situation where we need to cast our vote. Having those Sunday hours, those extended evening hours on Wednesday and Thursday before the election could be a godsend for people who find themselves in that situation, which could easily be any of one of us in this room. So I just want to close by saying that I'm asking you to recognize those circumstances, that helping people navigate challenges such as that, the challenges that don't know any types of political boundaries that could easily affect us all, is the right thing to do, and the thing to do that would make our community much, much more empathetic and much more closely knit, especially right now when things are so divided in our country, and allow people the right to exercise their freedom to vote, which is the most fundamental right we have as Americans. So, asking you please to vote yes to approve this budget item, to provide more money for the clerk's office to hire more staff and extend more early voting hours. So, thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Shelton?
Thank you, Mayor and Alders. Christina Shelton, 1045 South Webster Avenue. Such a beautiful display tonight of storytelling of why this issue is so important. I think we've heard a consensus here tonight. Not a single person has spoke out against expanding early voting hours. I, again, as many other people have said, don't want to repeat what has already been shared, but rather want to share a few, I think, central values that we all agree on, no matter our political leanings or religious affiliation or where we're from. The first is that voting is the cornerstone of our democracy. The second is that when citizens vote, they are active in the democratic process, they become more civilly engaged, and they help us to build the type of community that's representative of our ideas and our culture and of our interests. It's also important because it ensures that eligible voters can ensuring that eligible voters can actually vote is central to a thriving community so that we can invest in the things that people care about and that will change and invest in their lives. And I want to end with a value that I think we all can tap into, and that is that there are people in our lives and in our neighbors, our friends, our family, that we want to extend that right to them to have access to vote, but we know that they face barriers, many of what we've already heard tonight. I served as a poll worker in the past April election, and I saw firsthand the work of our poll workers and those in service who do an exceptional job at the polls on election day, but also up to early voting as well. And it's important to me, and that's why I'm here speaking tonight. I wanted to share a couple things as well, because I think that some statistics are important. You know, when we extend early voting, we can significantly help engage communities that are disproportionately impacted with a lack of voting access. And that includes not only our working poor and our poor communities, but also our communities and people of color. Green Bay has about 25% of our residents identifying as people of color and 15.4% living in poverty. These folks are important and integral to our democracy and face barriers. You know, when I look out in our community every single day in Green Bay, we are exceptionally hardworking, aren't we? We work 2, 3, 4 jobs. We have children in communities. We volunteer. We serve on unions or in committees in the city. And these commitments often get in the way for us to be able to access our right to vote. So please understand that these are real barriers for people, and a simple thing that we can do tonight is to recognize those barriers by extending the voting hours. I encourage you and beg you to please vote yes to expand early voting hours for the primary and the November 2022 election. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, up next is Kimber Rollin.
Kimber Rollin, 115 East Walnut Street, Green Bay.
I do have a statement from a gentleman that just left, Mike Broad. Can I speak to that? Okay. He said, with respect to voting, one of the speakers said that the rights of the disabled supersede the rights of others. I disagree, is what his statement was. Okay, my statement pertains mostly to the issue of extending voting on Sundays. As for voting on Sunday, why? We used to vote on Election Day, and that worked for years. And it still can work that we vote just on Election Day because we have the opportunity to fill out an absentee ballot prior to Sundays, prior to the actual Election Day. We do not need to extend the Election Day to Sundays. It's just another opportunity, I'm going to make a lot of points with this one, to manipulate the ballot process. Voting is a right, but it's not the government's responsibility to accommodate every voter or situation. Responsible citizens will vote within the designated hours without having to add days on the taxpayer's dime. The Constitution should be followed, not Election Day or election month. Thank you.
Any questions? All right, thank you. Last name I have here is John Shelton.
Good evening, everybody. My name is John Shelton. I live at 1045 South Webster. And I teach at UW Green Bay, so I've worked with a lot of college students over the years. And I'm also a historian. So, you know, I know it's been a long night, but hasn't it been awesome seeing this many people here speaking at a city council meeting? Yes. Right? And you know, I could talk about my students. You've heard from some of the students at UW Green Bay and why this would matter to them. I could talk about working people because I, you know, study the history of working people and the history of unions, and all the things that we know, which is that people in this country are overworked, overcommitted, and so anything we can do to extend voting hours would really help people. But you don't need to hear me say any of that stuff. As the last few people have said, we're kind of hearing a lot of the same things. So what I am going to do very quickly is give you a history lesson, okay? Now, this is going to make me probably, it's going to make it, this is a little bit unfashionable for me to say this, and probably some of these people here are going to disagree with me. But I believe in American exceptionalism. And I want to tell you why I believe in American exceptionalism. Because this country was the first country in the world built on the principle of democracy, okay? Alder Campbell, I'm so glad that you gave us the invocation of the Declaration of Independence, because honestly, it's one of my favorite pieces of American political theory. I have my students read it. I have my students analyze it. It's important. And what that document says is that we're taking ownership of our futures. We're going to make decisions for ourselves. Actually, the part right after what you read is a long set of abuses that the king visited on the American people. And so what it meant was that individuals like the king, who derived their power from illegitimate sources, basically birth, those people were not going to make decisions for us. We're going to make decisions for ourselves. And that's the very power of the Declaration of Independence and the Revolution, which I believe to be exceptional. I really do. And some of you may disagree with that, and we can talk about that later. But when this nation was founded, not everybody could vote, right? In fact, most of the people, pretty much the only people who could vote when this nation was founded were men, white men, okay, and more accurately, men who owned a certain amount of property, which if you adjust it, I don't know how to adjust inflation from like the 1770s, but if you adjust it for inflation, probably the property requirements would be such that few of us in here, in this room, any of us, even white men who would have been citizens at the time and could vote, many of us wouldn't be able to vote. And you know how those impediments came down? Because what truly makes America exceptional, what truly makes America great, is that those people who have been excluded from the democratic promise have fought for it over and over and over. So it was organizations of working men in the 1830s that pushed to remove the property rights requirement for voting. And it was formerly enslaved people who were integral in winning the Civil War, who pushed for the 15th Amendment, which was ratified in 1870. Women couldn't vote yet at that time, but 50 years later, women engaged in activism and pushed for the 19th Amendment to get the right to vote. In the 1960s, 1950s and 60s, civil rights activists in the South fought for a federal law, the Voting Rights Act, that would protect them from white supremacists who would keep them from voting. And every day, when I try to be hopeful about the future of this country, and I am, I think about those civil rights protesters. One of the last speakers mentioned John Lewis, who crossed the bridge at Selma and what they had to do because they believed in the right to vote. Okay? Young people in the 1960s and 70s fought to change the voting age to 18 when many young men were going off to war and they literally couldn't even vote. They could be sent to war, but they couldn't elect the politicians who were sending them to war. Right? So we got that constitutional amendment changed too. So that is our tradition. Our tradition and what makes America an exceptional nation and a great nation is that we have always fought for the principle of democracy and to include as many people as possible. So I don't know how you can sit here tonight and listen to this group of people, students, working people, people who work with folks in the elderly community, who just want to be included in that process, right? How you can listen to these people saying we want as much access as possible. Do most people vote on election day? They do, right? But if we're going to err on the side of anything, let's err on the side of making it as easy as possible for people to vote in this country. To do anything else, and I know this is going to sound cliche, and some of you maybe who probably don't agree with me politically are going to disagree, are going to maybe roll your eyes about this a little bit. But to do anything else other than that, frankly, is un-American. So. So I urge you to vote yes for this. Okay, after everything you've heard here tonight, I urge you to vote yes for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Any other speakers that I did not name? Feel free to approach to the podium and list your name and address for us.
We do have one in Zoom as well, Pamela Gantz.
I signed up online and received a confirmation.
Go
so
ahead,
I think
and then
I
we'll
can speak.
we'll take Ms. Gantz next.
Lynn Gerlach, 483 St. Bernard Drive, Green Bay, 54302. And it's wonderful to see your beautiful faces again. I'm going to, I agree with almost everything I heard tonight, and I'm not going to repeat it. I don't have all kinds of interesting stories either. I'm going to get down to the nitty-gritty. I want to speak specifically about the $11,767 that the clerk is asking for seasonal salaries, because I assume, you're going to give her the money she's asked for office supplies, so we can have ballots and envelopes, right? Yeah, okay. So let's talk about the seasonal salaries. I reviewed the Finance Committee video, reviewed the discussion of this topic, and I was a little nervous, and so that's why I decided to come and speak to you tonight. I'd like to take you back to April of 2020. That's the month that Green Bay became famous all across the land with no football involved. And, you know, we can laugh about it now, but it was pretty awful. Everybody in the country looking at all of those people standing in line in front of East High School and West High School, waiting for hours to vote, and some of them giving up and not voting. And, you know, we were accused of not following the fundamental principles of democracy, the most important one being access to the ballot box. And, you know, we didn't see it coming that time. We didn't know the pandemic was going to come. We didn't know what it was going to do to our election system. We did the best we could, all of us. Now we've been alerted, and we've learned from the past. A few days ago, I was on a statewide call in which somebody said, and I can't verify this, I don't have the facts, but it was said that Of all the cities in Wisconsin, Green Bay has the greatest need for additional poll workers. So, what our clerk would like to do is use some of this money to raise pay for poll workers. Now, I'm a poll worker. I know a lot of you are poll workers. I've worked with you in the polls. And there's another one, yes. And we don't do it for the money. But I'm thinking, after the ugliness of the last 2 years that I lived through concerning our elections, we're standing to lose a lot of poll workers. And I think perhaps a raise in pay might be something that would make them consider staying on, and we need them. The reason we had 2 polling places in April of 2020 is because we didn't have poll workers. These salaries are absolutely essential. I know that there are other people who are thinking of being poll workers, and maybe it will help them make their decision if they know that they're going to get paid a little bit more. Now, the clerk is also asking for a little bit of money to train and use temporary help to expand what she's calling in-person absentee voting. I hear everybody saying early voting, but I think it's in-person absentee voting. And I want to say, first of all, I'll be the first person in line to apply for that job. I would be happy to spend an evening or a Saturday in the city clerk's office making voting available to people. That's not a big deal. Now, I heard in the Finance Committee discussion several people talking about whether that's cost effective. And I heard a little bit mention of it tonight, too. And you know, I appreciate that in local government. Someone even asked the clerk for a cost-benefit study of how that went in past elections. Was it worth paying someone to be there when so few people might have come to vote? One person said, I believe she said she was there for 3 hours, and only 3 people came to vote, so she didn't think it was worth it. I will tell you that I will sit in the clerk's office for 3 or 4 hours and read a book, and if only one person comes to vote, that's one person who might not have been able to vote if I weren't there. So it's worth it. You can't measure these things in traditional statistical ways. What is the value of a vote? Are 90 votes more valuable than 9 votes? I'm not so sure. So, I know that she's asking for this money to come from the contingency fund. And I happen to know that the contingency fund is $200,000 because I was on the council that approved this year's budget. And yesterday I called the finance director and I asked her how much of that money was still in the bank. All of it. So this is the first contingency that's come up, and we're almost halfway through the year. And she's asking for a little over $15,000 from that contingency fund, and this is exactly what we set that money aside for. What she's asking for to pay these seasonal salaries is less than 6% of the contingency fund, although we all know I can't do math, so that could be wrong. You might want to check that. So remember that in 2020, we didn't see it coming. This time, we see it coming. We've been told by the clerk what she needs. It's been a very difficult time in Green Bay, Wisconsin, to be able to say, we had a free and fair election that we can just put in the books and move on and be happy. Here's a chance to just take one simple vote. That money is in the bank. It's available. This is what it's for. And if you don't do it, this time it's going to be on you.
Thank you. Ms. Gantz on Zoom. Ms. Gantz, are you available on Zoom? All right. We're not seeing her anymore.
I am on Zoom. Yep.
Okay, we've got a pretty significant echo.
Yeah, I think, is it better now?
It is, yes.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Pamela Gantz. I'm alderperson in District 2 in De Pere. I also am chief inspector in Alloway. And thank you for letting me speak. I did ask to speak. I didn't hear back. So thank you. I am in favor of expanding voting hours. I think that the people who work long hours, like everybody else said, go to school, can't make it to the polls during the normal business hours, we need to help them so that they can get to the polls. I was speaking with someone in the community, an elderly woman. She said she couldn't get to the polls. She didn't drive. She had to wait for somebody to give her a ride. She was so upset. She had called, and she asked me, if you do one thing, could you please help people get to the polls who don't drive, are disabled, are elderly, or just can't get there? And I promised her I would mention that. The other thing is expanding voting hours will reduce wait times for voters and ease the burden on election administrators. Allowing more voters to participate during early vote will make the election day experience smoother for everybody. I am a chief inspector. I know the busy times in the morning, at lunch, after work. At those times, people are waiting in line for a very long time. It's hard on them. They don't want to sit in line. They're tired. They want to go home. And also, it's hard on the people working at the polls. So I believe that expanding the voting hours and the days would really help that. More opportunities to vote leads to a more civically engaged Green Bay, which benefits all of us. The more of our citizens who can make their voices heard, the better our government will represent us. Creating more opportunities to vote doesn't benefit any political party. It benefits everybody. Expanding voting hours could also ease the burden on local businesses who sometimes have to let their employees leave work in the middle of the day to go vote. This will allow them to keep their normal staff, their normal hours, and people can still vote. $15,000 is such a small amount of money for the city to greatly expand access to democracy. I'm a firm believer not only in Green Bay, but also deep here in every city, that everybody deserves the right to democracy. Everybody deserves the right to vote. And it's our job as alder people and city council and government to help make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other guests who would like to speak to this item? Seeing none, entertain. Motion to close the floor is made by Alder Galvin, seconded by Alder Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is closed. So we have a motion on the floor to approve this item. Speakers on that? Alder Brunette and then Alder Galvin.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess this question is for Clerk Jeffries or perhaps Attorney Bungert. I'm not quite sure, but let me just preface by saying this, that there's a lot of conversation and things that happen in the community, and as a member of this city government, when we hear things like expand early in-person voting or additional polling locations, it's almost as if the city of Green Bay has been failing our residents up until this point, because for the most part, we have been conducting good elections up until perhaps the last 2 years. Most specifically, the most disastrous of all was the April 2020 election. So I get a little frustrated when I hear things like, at this point we need to expand voting access, because it makes it sound as though we haven't been fulfilling our duties. So Clerk Jeffries, you've been in your position for a year and a half. Has the city ever failed residents of Green Bay in allowing access to the vote?
In the history of the city of Green Bay, you're asking me if we have failed voters in expanding the vote?
Since you've been a clerk, perhaps. You're the clerk. I don't know who else to ask. I mean, you're the clerk.
So I was a clerk for the February 21, April 21, and then the February and April 2022 elections. And for February and April of 21, we used the same hours we did, I believe, the previous February. For this February and April, because those were local elections, we had one Saturday, and we kept our hours. Actually, we did not have evening hours. It was my plan to extend those hours a little bit more broadly for the elections where we have a higher turnout, which would be the federal elections.
Sure. All the elections that you have ran, do you believe the city of Green Bay has failed the voting public in limiting
No.
access to the vote? Okay. So I just want to preface that by saying it feels like we're being told like we haven't done enough. And up until this point, I haven't heard any criticisms from the public. Now, that doesn't mean they don't exist. I'm not that foolish to suggest that. Clerk Jeffries, you were in charge of submitting the budget for during November for this budget year. Why didn't you include, because you're now asking to expand the voting hours at this point and taking money from contingency. When you're in charge of elections and administering elections, if this was such a push and a requirement, why didn't you include this in your budget in October and November?
So it was not possible for you to see my worksheet in the budget process. I did actually have additional monies for additional hours for the week before the August election and the week before the November election. And those would have been the hours of 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. at an alternate location. And as I had described at the Finance Committee, because I was received an email or rather a notification from the WEC that my choice is either to have alternate locations or vote in-person absentee voting at the clerk's office. Obviously, I chose to keep it at the clerk's office and not to choose only alternate locations. So I actually did put it in my budget.
Budget before it came to the council? Because I don't remember ever
Yeah, you
taking
wouldn't see
that.
my worksheet.
Right, what I'm saying is that there was no specific action of the council to remove the funds for that goal that you're looking to accomplish right now. Is that correct?
Certainly, yes.
Okay. So, this is important because, you know, there's obviously a lot of conversation, and I applaud all of the speakers because I really hear what they're saying. I really do. I just want it to be known that up until this point, it's not as though the city of Green Bay has been failing voters, that I haven't heard that we haven't had access to the voting location. So I take that, it's a little sensitive to me because now March, April, May, I remember seeing things go on Facebook, you know, social media ads and special interest groups that were distorting the city of Green Bay's positions on voting, making it seem like we did not have a proper voting locations, that we were somehow failing the citizens of Green Bay. And so when you have a coordinated effort by people on social media, we saw this with the city council races, there's a lot of distortions, a lot of outside money that are coming into Green Bay, and it feels like we're ground zero for something that is kind of going on under the surface that might be deeper. I get that same, I agree with expanding the vote, not a problem there. But I feel like, just like I did 2 years around this time with some of the CTCL business and the advisors and the private money, seems like there's something deeper going on there, and I think we'd be rather remiss if we didn't at least acknowledge that. You have a lot of people in the city that have been upset with us for a lot of reasons when it comes to elections, the outside money, the influence, whatever. And then a month or two after, we get all those Facebook ads that have included pictures of council members that kind of distort the real issue in Green Bay. I just think it's rather odd that in October, November, there really was no discussion on this, and now there is after all of those real distorted ads from Souls to the Polls and all these outside agencies. So it's a tough vote. I mean, it's not tough. Expanding the access to the ballots in City Hall, not a problem, but I just think that given all the things that have happened around elections, when you see this coordinated effort, I'm really skeptical that perhaps there might be some undercurrent, that the greater issue that maybe we're not being told. So that's all. Thank you.
With that, it might make sense, Clerk Jeffries, for you to just kind of explain the budget request a little bit for alders and for our council, and then also talk about some of your rights and responsibilities and duties as clerk.
Certainly, thank you, Your Honor. So as Lynn Gerlach had mentioned, Part of my budget request is the 3936 is because unfortunately, our absentee envelopes came in at a much higher rate than I had anticipated and were in previous years. Second, the $11,757 for my seasonal workers is really, as some people have pointed out, to increase money for poll workers. I'd like to ensure that I have a fully staffed central count for 2 upcoming federal elections. I'd also like to hire the in-person absentee poll workers because this was something that these are folks, many of whom are seasoned poll workers, they've come for other federal elections to help the clerk's office. There's a lot of work to do for federal elections. And as I had said at the Finance Committee, no less so because we have 12 split wards, which will require more training and more work. These folks will effectuate in-person absentee voting, effectuate registration where we can do that in terms of the time frame, prepare absentee ballots for central count, which essentially is alphabetizing them, prepare documents for central count and the wards, and then also there was mention at the committee about a job description. Usually I would have that, so I am drafting a job description. I basically gave you the outline of what I'd be asking these folks to do. Importantly, it is the clerk's duty to set the voting hours for in-person absentee voting. As many of the speakers mentioned, we live modern lives. We no longer have lives where we have women at home, men working. Now, women, certainly most families have both spouses, both partners working. We don't also, this is a community, since I've moved here 22 years ago, this is a community that has a lot of shift workers. I think that voting in our community needs to be predictable. That's why we still have Saturdays, even for local elections. Voting needs to be calm, welcoming, safe, and secure. As you can see in my budget request, I have $192,000 left over. Unfortunately, because I did not have the full complement of poll workers that I had anticipated. So we are expanding voting hours for August. That is already baked in. That notice has already been given to the public. So we will have Thursday voting until 9 p.m., Thursday before Election Day in August. And I will do my level best to make the best use of the $192,000 that I have remaining in order to increase money for poll workers, which I think is critical, and to also fully staff my central count, and then finally to have the temporary workers that we need in order to really fully effectuate that in-person absentee voting for a federal election. So hopefully that addresses some of the things you would like me to address, Mayor.
Absolutely. Thank you, Clerk. Alder Galvin and then Alder Johnson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have we conducted good elections in the past? We've never done a survey of those people that haven't voted, so we'll never know. Can we do better? I think we can always do better. We have to continue to strive to do better. As our historian previously said, this country has always striven to do better. It's taken a long time to reach some of the goals that we have reached that we appreciate today. We don't even understand what it's like to say to women, you can't vote. So, I mean, we've done much better, but we can continue to do better. It's been described that we don't have the traditional Leave It to Beaver family anymore. Moms and dads are working. There's things going on. There's schoolwork. There's, as we had a lot of people describe, there's a lot of people with family members that are disabled that have to be cared for. We have a lot of that going on. People bring up absentee ballots. Does anyone know how many homeless people are in Green Bay that do not have a mailbox? That they can't take part in an absentee ballot process? It was also mentioned that by law, people are supposed to have 3 hours to vote while they're working. But if you're working in Fond du Lac and you live in Green Bay, you're not gonna make it here in time in 3 hours. If you're using the city bus system, and I'm not knocking the bus system, but it takes a heck of a long time to get from one end of this city to the other. So, I mean, that doesn't work. This council has made a huge issue in the past of allowing people to speak at this venue. I've seen this mayor and I've seen the mayor before get chided for not giving them more time to have their chance to say something. And yet, the one way that all citizens can speak to their government is through voting. That's the one way they can all do it. And for us to try and limit that ability, I think is wrong. I have not heard a reason yet, a valid reason, to limit expanding voting. Not one. And I look at cost, what she's asking out of our contingency fund, and Linda, you can check me if I'm wrong, but I was never great in math. You can ask all my teachers. But I think the contingency fund, what we're asking for is about 7.5%. Of our total budget, we're asking for just over 1/100th of 1% to give people the right to vote. And I don't think you can put a value on any one vote. Every vote is beyond value. And we have to do everything we can to get as many people to the polls as possible. Not limit that, to increase it. We should be embarrassed at how few people vote that could vote. And if it's because we're not making the system available for them to do that, then we need to do more. And I'm in favor of this. And this is a parliamentary move on my part, and I apologize, but Attorney Bungert, I'd like to call the vote. I'm sorry, call the question. Darn it, I blew it.
And that requires a 2/3.
It requires 2/3, but it does require a second.
Second. All right, Alder Galvin.
No, there's no discussion to call the question.
So Alder Galvin has
no
called the
debate.
question. It was seconded by Alder Stevens. It requires a 2/3 vote to be
Correct, to
successful.
call the question, and then the motion on the floor comes to vote with no further discussion.
Okay.
Point of
So-
order, we need to explain that.
Attorney Bungert,
How
could you
nice to
just-
be able to speak first in front of everybody else and then call the question so no one else can speak.
Attorney
That's
Bungert-
brave.
Attorney
Brave
Bungert-
job. Brave job, Alder Galvin.
Attorney Bungert, if you could just explain the process again, for
Sure,
everybody.
1 second, let me just pull up the ordinance.
I have it. Want me to read it? I can.
Vote the farce down. Let everybody talk.
So under our ordinance 2-27, and just to clarify, it's not an automatic, it has to be, so the, calling the question essentially is a procedural mechanism by which a body can end debate on a motion that's on the floor. And then if that calling the question is successful, then the motion on the floor, the main motion on the floor is brought immediately to vote. So the body still has the ability to decide whether you're ending debate or not. It's not an automatic end. So ending debate, any member wishing to terminate the debate may move the previous question in which event the mayor shall announce the question as shall the main question now be put. If 2/3 of the members present vote in the affirmative, the main question shall be taken without further debate. It is its effect being to put an end to all debate and to bring the council to a direct vote, first upon any pending amendments and then upon the main question. So the motion before, or the vote before council would be to putting the question, which would be ending debate. If that passes by 2/3, then the motion on the floor will be voted on without further debate.
Okay, so with that, we will use the board on this motion of putting the question.
Thank you, Alders. You may vote. So before you display, I'm gonna. It went away again. I thought that's very irritating. Just give me a moment.
Yep. We've had the,
It should be
Nope, there it
recorded.
is. Nope,
Yep.
there it is.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
So go ahead and display. Thank you.
can't see it.
At 8 to 4:30.
Okay, fails 8-4. So we have Alder Johnson in the queue. Alder Johnson?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Alder Galvin, I agree with most of what you said, with the exception of the call the question, simply because we haven't had a debate yet. So, and I've had some questions here. So Clerk Jeffries, I had an email exchange earlier with you today, where basically I inquired about the policy that's before us. And I just kind of want to understand this and talk about it publicly. In that email exchange, you had indicated that by state statute, the clerk actually has the authority to set the hours. So correct me if I'm wrong, but this is really not a debate about expanding poll hours. It's a debate about how to fund a decision that you've already made per state statute. Would that be accurate?
Correct.
Okay, and I think that's an important distinction, because because that is the motion that is in front of us. The decision is already made, right? I mean, poll hours are expanded. So if we don't decide to use contingency fund, if this body shoots that down, what would be the other option?
Other option for the clerk's office?
Right, I assume you'd have to, we as a body, if we shut it down, we'd have to identify where that funding source is coming from then, correct?
So, thank you, Alder Johnson. As I said, there's $192,000 in change remaining in my seasonal budget, and I will do my level best to increase poll worker salaries and to hire in-person absentee voting temporary staff, and also to fully staff the central count with the funds that I have remaining.
Okay, good, thank you. Do you know roughly how much do we budget for each election? Ballpark?
In the neighborhood of $180,000 to $270,000 for elections, more money.
And what percentage of that would you say is taxpayer expense?
All of it.
Exactly. I wanted that clarity because that point was raised, and taxpayers fund elections. It's what we do, right? There was a perception that was brought up about souls to the polls, and I agree. The timing of that was unfortunate because it leaves the perception that Green Bay is again reacting to a third-party special interest in terms of making this decision. So Clerk Jeffries, I'm going to ask you the most leading question possible. Is it true you are bringing this proposal forward independently without the influence of third parties?
Independently, without the influence of third parties. Absolutely.
Great.
150%.
This question is a little bit rhetorical, but feel free to answer. How many times has the council asked you to tell us what financial resources you need to execute elections?
3.
Okay, I would have thought more. But 3. I think 3 is enough. So the danger of projecting our circumstances on that of the entire population, I think, is very obvious. A lot of times we have heard this where we say, I've never had a problem voting, and we assume therefore other people do not have that problem. Look, for the last 30, 40, 50 years, what have we talked about? Get out the vote, rock the vote. Let's get people out to vote. I've oftentimes contended if you get out the candidates, the people will follow. So, but nonetheless, the point has been, make it accessible to vote. There are countries throughout the world that host elections for days. And so for us to find, again, really what amounts to $11,000, because some of that is, we've already talked about, is for basic supplies. $11,000 to create accessibility for everyone in our community, I don't even know why we're talking about this. I think this should be a slam dunk for everyone at this table.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Eck?
Okay, yeah. And honestly, you know, to Alder Johnson's point, I think if a lot of people in the room understood that the decision has been made for the extended early absentee voting, and this was a financial decision here, I think we could have saved ourselves a lot of time tonight, and that would have been nice at the beginning of all the discussion. I think everybody would agree. And so, but I do want to make a point. We're extending the voting, and so we're voting on whether we're going to move the money out of the contingency fund. So we have to focus on that, and I think we focused on a lot of other things that can bring division. A lot of the speakers have this impression that we were voting on whether we were extending the early absentee voting. And so I just want to make that point that I feel like that put us through a lot of time, and we could have saved time on that. And I did look it up, and just because I wanted to clarify for everybody, in case they misunderstand, I looked it up on the Department of Workforce Development, and it says, because it was in the, I think, somebody had said it in the Finance Committee, that employers are not required to give time off. And it says an employer is required to give their employee up to 3 successive hours to vote each election day, no matter the size of the employer or the type of business.
Unpaid, it's unpaid.
Okay, but the point is that, and some employers will give the paid. But either way, what I'm trying to say is, no, the point was said at the Finance Committee that it was not state law that employers had to give off for people to vote, and it is listed as a state law, so I wanted to clarify that.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Scannell, you're in the queue 3 times, so I think you really want to speak. Go ahead. And then Alder Grant.
Yes, I just want to say that actually it's less than 11,000. When you look at how it's broke down as far as paying for the extra hours, it's even less than 11,000. And I'm going to support this because I support the clerk. There was a time when there was a push to expand our voting hours, and our clerk at the time said, no, we don't need that, and I supported her. So our clerk is saying now, this is something we should be doing. It's pennies. I mean, this is, financially, it's nothing. So I don't see that's a consideration that's worth talking about, and so I'm going to support our clerk. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Grant, and then Alder Weary.
Thank you. I just have a quick question for Clerk Jeffries. Just for clarification, for all poll workers, including the temp ones that you said have helped with federal elections in the past, can you clarify, are all of these workers from or live in Wisconsin or Green Bay?
Thank you. So the rule is for election inspectors, they need to be residents of Brown County. And for chief inspectors, they need to be residents of the city of Green Bay, with some caveats. There's always caveats. So they do have to live in Brown County minimally.
Okay. And that it does include the temp workers that you mentioned that have helped with
Yes,
federal
they
elections?
would absolutely, right. They would absolutely need
Okay.
to live in Brown County. They would, I don't
Okay.
believe they need to be chief inspectors, but I would need to triple check that with the WEC because they would need to also take some special training in order to do what I need to have done.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Weary. Alder Weary.
He's muted.
I think you're muted. There you go.
Thanks, Ed. I have two. One is for Attorney Bungert, if she could just forward to the council either the legal opinion or source that clerks have the final authority to set all hours. If you could just forward that to us.
I don't think it's one particular.
Just 1 second. Attorney Bungert, go ahead.
Yes, I don't think it's one particular section. Generally, under statutes, the administration of the entire election is under the purview of the clerk.
All right, however you want to encapsulate it, could you forward that to us? quote or source whatever you need to. I'd appreciate it.
Sure, we can do that.
Thank you. And then Clerk Jeffries, with any of the new positions, I know you did give a description, and we will get a job description, a more formal one. There will be no targeted outreach being done by these individuals?
Absolutely not.
All right, good. I appreciate that. Anything we can do to help, with the processing and people coming in to vote is excellent, and I'm glad you brought it forward. Obviously, the die is cast right now that we'll have some early voting. I, like others, probably maybe feel a little bit, there's a dubious need. This feels like one of those things, there's a solution looking for a problem. I went to UWGB and I never missed a vote. So I don't think you have classes from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. So I think that's a bad excuse. My daughter lives out of state, she gets absentee. There's always a way to do it. If you really want to vote, if you really want to participate, you can do it. So some of those reasons, I'm not so sure. My wife's disabled. She can't go vote. She gets an absentee ballot. So, yeah, we're going to open it up a little bit. That's fine. But I wouldn't want to do it too much more. Where there's a will, there's a way. If you really want to be a U.S. citizen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from our council? All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that vote has been affirmed. On to item 10. Alderek? Alderek?
Is it possible to make an amendment to the agenda to move an item up at this point? I have someone that's here waiting, and they're from out of town, so motion to reconsider,
Motion to
please.
reconsider the approval of the agenda, and then we have to redo it.
And it's under N, and I don't know, can I bring up just one, or do we need to do all of N 1 through 15? Okay, so N 5.
So, right.
Make a motion to reconsider.
Okay, Alder Eck makes a motion to reconsider the agenda. Alder Stoyer seconds. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Alder Eck.
Okay, so make a motion to move N 5.
M as in Mary.
N as in Nancy.
N as in Nancy.
Under the report of improvement and services. So 5, and can we move it up to being next, please?
If that's the will of council, yeah. And we've got a lot of other people waiting too, but. I think we should just move quickly through the agenda. That would be my recommendation, because we've got a lot of people here waiting for other items as well, rather than one individual waiting for.
Yeah, I know, I just said he's from out of town, he has to travel. That's why I'm asking.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor will signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Agenda's amended. We'll just take that right now. So N5.
Okay, so what I wanted to do is, I do have someone to speak, but I wanted to change it, amend it to, the Plan Commission recommended the approval of the conditional use permit. Traffic was concerned about the curb cut. However, the INS committee approved the additional driveway curb cut at 305 feet in order to meet the ordinance from 6th Street for the project, and this meets the condition listed by the Planning Commission. So I want to make a motion to approve that.
Okay, motion to approve made
As
by
amended.
Alder Eck, seconded by Campbell. Any discussion on that item? Alder Morgan.
This is just for 6th Street, or are we talking about the Military Avenue ones yet?
Oh, it's on well, it's technically West Mason, 1555 West Mason, but it's on the corner of Military and 6th Street. on the military side.
The curb cut is on military.
Say that again.
The curb cut in question is on Military Avenue.
Yes.
Okay, so there's been a motion and a second. All in favor of approval is Alder Johnson.
Just a point of clarification, and I think the purpose
Oh,
of
the
this,
map,
correct me if I'm
yeah.
wrong, is because the map in the packet for INS was different, or the site plan was different than the site plan for the CUP and the Plan Commission.
Well, no, the planning, well, right, the map that's attached to the agenda is different than the one in the packet. They do not match, but the one in the packet, correct me, is JJ here, is the correct one. I asked for it to be updated. It didn't get done in time, apparently, to amend it to be attached to the agenda properly. But it is in the packet correctly.
Okay, I mean,
And I
city-
did,
Under the Plan Commission.
yeah,
I
I
mean,
don't know, I
city,
talked
city
to
staff
David.
are aware of what's intended here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Question?
Yeah, Alder Hutchison.
Okay, I'm a little bit confused about this curb cut, and I'd like to hear from Public Works as to what the status of this curb cut is, because I'm on the Plan Commission and I'm confused.
Okay. Director Grenier?
Well, as I mentioned at Improvement Service Committee, and I believe I mentioned at Plan Commission, the corridor plan that was developed for the Military Avenue corridor called for consolidation of driveways and cross-access easements between property owners, and that was the plan that that council adopted. That was the plan that we built. This proposed driveway goes contrary to that plan. Simply stated, anytime you put a driveway out there, you increase the chance of a right-angle collision, even if it is a right-in, right-out. And I'm gonna look to Attorney Bungert here to stop me if I misspeak something. But there has been significant discussion that this one parcel is significantly different than any other parcel along the Military Avenue corridor because it's the site of a former big box location that's being redeveloped. However, my understanding is legally, it's zoned commercial, as is the entire corridor. So from a legal perspective, relative to curb cut granting, there is no difference between this parcel and any other parcel. So legally, if you change, abandon the access management plan that was developed in 2009 for this petitioner, you've opened the door, and any other business along Military Avenue could then come and request a curb cut. They don't even need a site plan, a change of use, modification, redevelopment, anything. Any existing business out there could simply come in and say, I now want a curb cut, a private driveway into my business, no longer have the cross-access ingress egress agreements that were developed back in 2009, and you would have no justification whereby to differentiate them and deny that. Essentially what you're doing is you're opening the door to additional curb cuts, and rather than having the controlled access, which has been very safe on Military Avenue since we reconstructed in 2010, you could have something that's more akin to West Mason Street itself, where you have individual driveways for every business.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Yes, Alder Eck.
I'd like to make a motion to open the floor to the public to speak, please.
Okay, motion to open the floor made by Alder Eck, seconded by Alder Stoyer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. You guys have it. Floor is open. You can approach, sir. State your name and address for us.
JJ Liley, 1555 West Mason Street. A lot of heavy topics tonight, so I'll keep this brief. Thank you for moving up in the agenda item.
That's not your address, though, is it?
Oh, 2593 North Mill Road, Oconomowoc, Wisconsin. With ICAP Development, we are here representing the Sears redevelopment, which is a significant redevelopment for that corridor. We're working with several operators, and the proposed access point is very key to that redevelopment. This is a very unique parcel in this corridor. It represents potentially 6 outlots that we're going to be creating and a 234,000 square foot shopping center, Green Bay Plaza, right behind it that would be using these access points. Just to Grenier's comments, I mean, this is a developed corridor. This is a massive redevelopment for that corridor. So there are existing driveways already in that corridor. I wouldn't anticipate that you would have a flood of interest for new curb cuts based on this. Furthermore, we're meeting the ordinance of the curb cuts for the city, 305 feet from 6th Street, so we are not asking for a variance of that curb cut. This curb cut hinges on this redevelopment for this, so we ask that the council reconsider DPW's recommendation to not allow it, but per our conversations with INS, MABA, we went and talked with all the local businesses. We met with, you see no opposition here tonight on this topic. Last time I was here, there was some. Everyone's in support of that from MABA. INS is in support of it, so we hope that the council would support this as well so the redevelopment can continue. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions from council? Yeah, Alder Hutchison, go ahead.
Okay. So when this was before the Plan Commission, this item was there, but it wasn't resolved that it was gonna happen. So what happened between the last Plan Commission and now?
Every indication from planning staff is that Plan Commission was only there to approve the use, the conditional use. They were not there to discuss any access for that use.
Okay.
And the direction that they gave us was you need to go talk to INS committee for a path forward to see if we can do something that works for this redevelopment.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
We have Alder Brunette.
It's Mr. Lively, right?
Yes.
You know, you have a project that will, in my opinion, benefit a lot of members of our community, a needed service for that neighborhood. I mean, what about that parcel of land, what sorts of development could you see come from this initial investment if the city were to make a
So
way for you?
essentially, you have a large box user that used to be there Sears since the 1960s, and the way that that frontages along Military Avenue, you have 8 acres of land that sits in front of a large shopping center of retail. And so typically what you see is in front of a large retail center, you'll see outlot users. So a lot of freestanding, quick-serve restaurants, financial users are the type that will take these outlot tenants. And the beautiful thing about this development is that the improvements out there are gonna synergize with the improvements at Green Bay Plaza. So you're gonna see an improvement of a 20-acre site along Military Avenue.
Is it your opinion, your professional experiences of developer and whatever other field that you're an expert in, you know, if the city puts up and is very persistent about what could be a roadblock with regards to the curb cut, could you envision any other projects in that space that could be put there without requiring a curb cut to make it
Well,
successful?
And we've been, the owners have been working on this for 5 years, and the building's stood there since then. We have a user now that's ready to go if we can get that proposed access. So if we get the proposed access, that user solidifies the interest there. Next thing you're gonna see is we're gonna close on that and tear down the Sears building, and that's gonna just be a catalyst to everything that happens in that corridor.
So you got enthusiasm, you're still passionate, you still want to work with Green Bay. We as a council, we
It's a little
just,
late, but,
we
yeah.
just gotta find a pathway for you to make it
Yes,
happen.
that would be great,
Okay,
yes.
thank you, sir.
Ms. Alder, any other comments?
Mayor?
Alder Johnson.
You did a traffic impact analysis for the site, right?
Correct.
What was, because as a council, we don't see those reports, but can you maybe give us a quick synopsis about what the TIA said in terms of the curb cut?
Yeah, I mean, we've been working with DPW since February. We established, they requested a traffic study, so we went, Taddy, who's out of Milwaukee, does the traffic study. What are the parameters that you want measured? What do you need to see? We went back with a rough draft back in April, showing data. Ultimately, the proposed access shows a level of service, which is what you want to see as an adequate level of service. It's not causing, it's not failing in the service. So in our opinion, and from the traffic study data, that it works as a curb cut. Now, DPW's concern is anytime you add a point of conflict, you're adding a point of conflict. But our argument is, we're doing a massive redevelopment. There's going to be, that traffic's going to that center no matter what. So if it's using that access point, those customers are still gonna use another access point. So you still have the same volume of traffic going to the center with or without the curb cut. But the traffic study ultimately, we believe, shows that it's not a detrimental impact to the site and functions appropriately.
Now, your original site plan actually had a shorter distance, right, from the
Correct.
corner?
We were originally about 225, 230 feet off of 6, but of course, in our conversations with DPW and plan staff, they wanted us to meet ordinance, because they didn't want to also see a curb cut that didn't meet ordinances, and we'd have to ask for a variance. So in a compromise, in our discussions, we moved that drive to 305 feet. We would have liked it closer to 6, but in compromise, we went with 305.
Okay, so that was a concession you made.
Correct.
To avoid having to apply for a variance, so that way, but now instead of that corner lot having a direct exit out of there, it basically gives your 2 lots on the end, right?
Three lots would have a shared access.
Three
point,
shots,
yes.
3 lots, okay.
Correct.
All right, anything further for our guest?
And you, sorry, is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. And you adjusted the plan, really, the whole plan based on that
Correct. Yes.
in
correct.
order to be compliant.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thanks for your testimony.
Yeah,
Appreciate
thank
it.
you.
Motion to close the floor.
Second.
Made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Brunette. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Did we have anybody on Zoom?
For this item,
Yes.
is there anyone on Zoom that is wanting to speak to this item? And this is item N5.
Yes.
But he's okay with it, he just wants to make sure it's 305.
It's not. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, thanks for checking, Alder. All right, so the floor is closed. We have a motion on the floor to approve this item. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That item has been approved. Back to L10.
Your Honor, and I just wanted to address a comment that was made at committee, but, you know, it really isn't all that important, so I withdraw my motion.
Okay, so motion to receive and place on file?
Yes.
Which one
Motion-
is it?
Motion to receive and place on file, item L10, made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Galvin. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. You guys have it. L11.
Motion approved.
Motion to approve made by Alder Brunette, seconded by Alder Stoyer. That was pulled by Alder Brunette.
Thank you, Mayor. Obviously, we have worked on this. Attorney Bungart did a wonderful job in kind of adjusting the grant policy at the last page, because on the, just so everyone knows, civic clerk, the last attachment, that's really what the committee voted to approve, because there was a minor amendment. So really what we're doing, at least what I'm most concerned about, is the very last part of the grant policy. There was a bit of revision, and it reads, absent prior approval of common council, which includes the city council and the mayor, obviously, no department or personnel, which was what was added, may solicit any money, property, or services from an individual, blah, blah, blah. The rest didn't change. So it was that first sentence that changed per the recommendation of the committee, and Attorney Bungart included that in the agenda. So I think it's pretty, in my opinion, pretty easy to move this forward and vote, so.
Okay. Any other comments? Just scrolling back to the report. Any other comments on this item? Seeing none, all in,
It's done already.
yeah, all in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed,
Aye.
The ayes have it.
No. I didn't hear you say nay.
There's an A there. On to item L12. Motion here?
I would like to make a motion to, boy, you know what? I'm not gonna make a motion. It's hard, so I don't wanna approve it as is, but I know I need a motion for me to speak to it, unless I can
Move to
speak.
approve.
Move to approve made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Scannell.
Yeah.
Item was pulled by you, Alder Burnett.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know if all the council members were able to watch the finance committee. We discussed this at length. Obviously, the catch for me, the concern has always been we're receiving $250,000 of free legal services that we don't know who the funders are. And the committee voted 2-1 to basically receive and place on file my request Attorney Bungart, prior to that, she had made a suggestion that if we were going to limit if we were going to terminate or remove this service agreement with the 3 law firms, that she would recommend we not do it until the next hearing, which is some date in August. Attorney Bungart, could you confirm that date and just verify that that's truly what you said, that I'm not misquoting or misunderstanding your statement?
Attorney Bungart?
Yes, right. So we have a oral argument scheduled in one of the pending matters in front of the Waukesha County Court, Circuit Court on August 30th, and that's set for a half-day hearing. So our outside counsel is preparing, the briefs have all been submitted, but preparing for those oral arguments. So we're not anticipating getting a decision from the judge, from the bench that day. Most likely, the judge is going to issue a written order and opinion, and then will kind of give us a better idea as far as where we stand in that matter and whether there's going to be any appeals that are going to the appellate level or to the Supreme Court. So I would say, at a minimum, to get us through that hearing, and hopefully at least to find out what the result of that hearing is, so that we know what kind of position we are in as far as any additional legal actions we're going to have to face.
All right, so thank you for that. I have attempted a couple times to find a way for the city to require them to disclose their funders. I'm still obviously wanting that, but I understand that the public in general is fatigued by election stuff. This stuff seems to go on, and if the current law firm agreements and arrangements we have do not fund the defense of the city, then certainly that money needs to come from somewhere, and that would most likely be the taxpayer. So I also don't want to pull back and aggressively end the arrangement, although I'm kind of inclined to do that for the reasons that I stated. I also want to be reasonable and know that for the city, we still have a duty to protect the city, even though we may have disagreements personally about some things in regards to the election and our decisions around it. To change midstream and to revoke and remove them from our legal defense, I think would not be us acting still in the best interest of the city, which we still have a sworn duty to uphold. So I'd like to make a motion to continue with the services, but at the first meeting in September, that we discuss continuing or discontinuing services at that time.
So is this, is the cleanest way to do it a hold? Just to
I think
hold
so.
it?
Hold until the first meeting in September. I think
Okay.
that's reasonable. Attorney Bungart, do you find that acceptable?
That should be sufficient. I'm not sure if we'll have a decision from the circuit court at that point as to the pending writ action, but we may. So then I can advise council as to kind of where we are, and if anything, if it can be held another couple weeks, potentially before the end of September, we hope to have a decision, and then we'll have a better idea.
The
But
city, thank you for that. Our
Sure.
city as a whole, the council as a common council, which includes the mayor, that we are the client of these law firms. Is that correct?
the city of Green Bay as a whole is the client, correct?
So we really could expect for Law Forward to disclose, if you have a client-attorney relationship,
Yes.
it is within our ability to expect them to disclose to us who's funding their legal defense to the city. Would that-
So the client-attorney relationship extends to the confidentiality of the communications that exist between the attorney and the client, not necessarily open privity to their financial structure, their finances, their investments. Any client, even if a typical attorney-client relationship where you're paying legal fees, the client wouldn't have access to a law firm's financials.
All right, I don't want to belabor their point. It's been a long meeting. I'm in favor of referring to or holding until the September meeting. I think that's a fair compromise. Thank you.
The first meeting?
September,
The
yes,
first meeting?
clerk, thank you. September, yes.
The first
That's
meeting,
it.
though.
First meeting,
Yeah.
September. Thank
So
you.
Alder Brunette makes a motion to hold this item until the first meeting in September. Is there a second? Seconded by Alder Morgan. Sorry, the screen is right here. Is there further discussion on that? Alder Scannell? And then, actually Alder Weary and then Alder Scannell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If we could also, a lot of us have spoken up, in the past about being averse to taking free legal advice from a mystery source, especially when it's perhaps not advice we agree with. So I would hope Attorney Bungert and staff would begin exploring exit strategies so that if council wants to pull the plug at the next meeting, we have ideas on how to do that. Thanks.
Thanks, Alder Scannell.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of hoo-ha, but I'm going to support the hold merely because if we ended up receiving a place on file, the Alder could very well just put in another communication and we'll end up right where we are. So I'll support the hold, but it's hoo-ha.
Thanks, Alder.
Yes, I am.
Any other comments? So with that, we have a motion and a second to hold this item until the first meeting in September. All in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that item has been dispensed with. We are on to the next report. Report of Protection and Policy.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve is made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Scannell. Any items here to be handled separately?
14.
13, 14, 1, 13, 14, 2, 1, 2, 13, 14. Any others? 1, 2, 13, and 14. Hearing no others, all in favor of the remainder of that report, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report has been approved with the exception of items 1, 2, 13, and 14. But given the change to the agenda, we're going to take 14 first. So that was pulled by Alder Scannell.
Yep.
Is there a motion?
Should we vote on the rest of the?
No, item 14 is before us.
Oh, where?
Oh, we didn't vote yet? Oh, all in favor of the remainder of the report,
Report.
signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. And so we have items 1, 2, 13, and 14 that have been pulled. 14's first, though.
Yes,
Scannell.
14, yes. I would like to make a motion that we approve the appeal of the applicant. Getting a little tired here now. At committee,
Is there a second for that motion?
oh, yes, well, let's see.
Seconded by Alder Stevens. Go ahead.
Thank you.
It's late.
It's late. I'm going to be as concise as I can be. We were concerned that there was a lack of cooperation between the police and the owner of the bar. And other than that, the bar has absolutely no problems within the city and its operations. So I believe that there have been some miscommunications and also some feelings on the owner's part that perhaps he was being harassed by the police. I think now he understands that that is not the case, and he needs to, and he's all on board with cooperating with the police. He has been cited and paid his fines on this for non-compliance. So I believe that's punishment enough, especially since he's a fine barn. Or there's no other complaint or problems with the ownership. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to open the floor for the.
Motion open the floor made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder.
Oh,
Burnett.
I'm sorry. Before I should call up Lieutenant Nate Allen. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Then we'll open the floor.
Before we open the floor?
Yeah.
Lieutenant Allen?
Thank you. At the request of Protection and Policy, Alder Scannell asked us if we would make an appointment with Mr. Kauser to review and inspect his camera system. I made that phone call immediately after the Protection and Policy meeting. Jason and I had talked for a little bit. We set up time 11 a.m. Last Friday, which would have been June 24th. We met there with the community police officers, our forensics unit, also city inspection, along with the law department, Wisconsin State Alcohol, Tobacco, and the State Revenue Service. The reason for some of these extras that came along, they have expressed interest in the past to wanting to come in and do a tavern inspection there. So as far as our piece of it, the community police and IFSU were there. We did verify Jason does have a camera system there. He has an 8-camera system there. 6 of those cameras are working. There's 2 cameras, one in the back and one in the front. that were not working or didn't feed back into the unit that we can download off of. We were able to extract video from those 6 different cameras. The only concerns we do have is that the one camera that does face south over the parking lot would be very helpful to his patrons and us with that shooting that occurred down the street, the evidence of the shooting that occurred down the street on the 26th, that would face over the parking lot and then onto Klaus Street. The only other issue with the video is that they have a bluish or a blue lighting system inside. When that is on, it washes out the entire camera system on the inside so that you can't see anything on the inside. So if we were to have a disturbance or a theft there, we could go back and ask for video. If we got it, we would just be looking at a blue screen. There's nothing that we could discern from any of that. So, but outside of that, overall, those minor issues, it went well. If you do go forward and do grant the appeal, we're willing to work with Jason on rectifying these issues. But I don't have a clear picture on this. If we do come back at some time, the next incident happens, what does that relationship look like going forward? There's nothing we can do about the past, but going forward, I like to, work with them and make sure that this relationship is not adversarial, but that we work as a partnership to solve this gun violence problem in Green Bay.
All right, any questions for our lieutenant? Alder Stroyer?
Thanks, Nate, for coming in for that. I was just wondering if, with those 2 cameras, if those could be fixed. I mean, and have you talked to him about that?
I did mention that the cameras he has out need to be working. He did say that he would take those cameras out. That's not what I'm looking for.
Well, I'm
looking
just
for those
wondering
cameras
if,
to be up and running.
you'd feel a lot better if those 2 cameras were working, and then we can move forward a little bit better?
Yes, that especially that camera that faces the south out over that overlooks basically the entire parking lot. Anything happens in the parking lot with his patrons or anything, that's just protection for them, and then to see that street view is nice.
Well, I'd support it if those 2 cameras could be fixed, so that's all I have. Thank you.
So are there any other questions for Lieutenant Allen? All right, thanks, Lieutenant. And we did have a motion and a second to open the floor.
Yes.
So all in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open. Sir?
I don't think I'm going out tonight. I'm not going out tonight.
Good evening, all. Thank you, Chairman and Honorable Body. On last weekend, first name Jason, last name Cowser, 805 Klaus, Green Bay, Wisconsin, 54302. As I was saying on last Monday, I did meet with the Protection Policy Committee, to whom which my Alderman Scandal, he indicated that if at all possible, that if I could meet with the Green Bay Police Department, ensure that I had properly working camera system, that he would reconsider my renewal. And upon doing that, on that request, I was able to meet with the Green Bay Police Department. But when I got there, I was met with other departments, other governmental departments. And I guess for what they found, I satisfied what they were looking for, which was properly working cameras, proper receipts properly placed, everything, building inspection, everything went pretty well. So with that being said, I'm just hoping that you guys rule in my favor and allow me to move progressively forward as far as business goes. And to address the camera system, when I got the building, I'm looking to purchase, so then I'd be more vested. But when I obtained the business, everything, it was a used system, so I kind of tapped into what was kind of there. So those cameras that they were speaking on, I explained to the lieutenant. I don't want to say the wrong rank. I explained to the lieutenant, when you plug them in, they do something weird. So it's like, hurry up, let me unplug these. So it's, like I've always had, working cameras, but it just became more of me getting defensive when, when I felt attacked. So I went to more of a defense mode, which kind of alienated or made it hard to communicate with the officer that was trying to, that I would generally talk to. But outside of that, I operate a clean business. My patrons that come in, I make sure everybody's okay, especially the women. When the women are comfortable, they come back. And I just do my best. And I run a tight ship. When the doors open, I'm there. I'm always completely visible. I'm a phone call away if anybody needs me. I'm open. So, if you have any questions?
Thank you, sir. Questions? Alder Stevens?
All right, thank you again for showing up. So my question for you, and I know the police department asked about those 2 cameras that are not working. Would you be willing to make sure those are working?
I can do
You know,
my best.
it's best for your business and it's
Definitely.
best for the police department. It'd be a good working relationship between the two of you.
Yeah, I've never had as long as I've been in business, I've been doing this 22 years. I've never had a problem with being cooperative with the police department.
Sure.
So
I just asked that you make the parking lot camera work for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the camera, it doesn't catch the whole thing, but it catches a nice portion, the ones that's there. But I know what he's talking about, and I told him what the problem was, and if I can, we've addressed it, and if I can fix it moving forward, I have no problem with having a healthy working relationship with the Green Bay, my alderman, and any other department within the city.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And then we do have a couple other folks on this item. Stephanie Ortiz is listed here. Oh. Oh, yeah. Yep, looks like
Hey,
she's on
folks,
Zoom.
can you hear me now?
Yes, we're good.
All right, I just need to double check that you can hear me because I was there at 6. It's been a really long night for you all. This is Stephanie Ortiz. I live at 520 Pine Terrace, Green Bay, Wisconsin, 54303. I did have to change from in-person to home, mother duties. But thank you all for your time. I know it's been a long night. I wanted to come and support on Jason and Baybar in the appealing the denial of his license. I don't know about you all, but after having a long day from work and even listening into meetings like this, I need a beverage. And Baybar is a safe place that I go to very often. So when I found out that the bar that I patron frequently, because I know it's a safe bar for me to be, where it's nuisance free and very well run. When I found out that their license were getting removed for a stipulation agreement violation, I was really concerned that we were spending this much tax dollars and this much time on something like that rather than being proactive. I don't think that this should have even gotten brought to the council. If I'm being honest, this bar is not a nuisance. The situation with the stipulation agreement violation, I think, could have been worked out in a different manner rather than denying him his renewal of his license in coming to this point. And so not only would I like the council to reconsider and support Baybar with the renewal of their license, but I would also like at some point the stipulation agreement between the Green Bay Police Department and Baybar to be looked at, because I do think it's a little bit unreasonable to be requesting camera footage for events that don't even take place on the property. I can't imagine that same thing happens for other bars. And so those are the kinds of things that contribute to the sense of people feeling like the bar might be targeted or, having higher expectations than other bars in the city. And so again, the example of Friday, the law enforcement was set to schedule to come there and look at the cameras, and you're met with multiple other departments. That's another situation of feeling like, I wonder if they're just trying to find something, more than just the initial thing that they came looking for. And so, I think it's small things like that that folks need to be aware of that contribute to a sense of feeling like you're being targeted. And so overall, I think this call could have been prevented. It was a very minor stipulation agreement violation, and these things could have been prevented from even coming to council and dealt with in a different manner, in a proactive way. So just here to support Bay Bar. It's a safe bar. It's nuisance free. I believe they've only gotten 3 calls in all the years that they've been in business. And so, these are not the kind of bars that we're wanting to deny licensing for. It's other bars in the area that we need to deal with that are much more of a nuisance, and Bay Bar is one of them. So I'm just here to say that I hope that you all support and reconsider the denial of the license for Bay Bar. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Ortiz? All right, seeing none. Thank you. Next I have, I think it's Itisha White.
Hello, my name is Atisha White. I reside at 618 Phoebe Street, Lower Unit, 54303. I am here to support that Bay Bar stay open. I've been coming to Bay Bar since 2019. That is the only bar I feel comfortable at in the Green Bay community. I'm also a CNA, so when I get done taking care of my residents, I like to go home, take care of my children, and go straight to Bay Bar. I'll be there from the time it opens until it's closed. I feel safe. I get to dance, I get to drink, I get to party, I get to have fun and let my hair down and dance in his miraculously beautiful mirror. So I support that Bay Bar stays open, because in the Black community, that's where we feel comfortable at, partying at. And I have never felt unsafe. I have never been attacked there. I have never even been there or even heard gunshots. No knives, no bottles being thrown, no damages or anything. I go home having a nice time. I have several videos on my Facebook where I'm in there partying constantly. I support Bay Bar to stay open. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? All right. Thank you, ma'am. Entertain a motion to close the floor. Motion to close the floor made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stevens. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the floor is closed. So we have a motion offered by Alder Scannell with a second to approve the appeal. Attorney Bungert?
Yep, just wanted to do one little clarification. So, is it on?
Yep.
Okay. So it should be a motion to appeal, but also to reject the findings of fact and conclusions of law. We didn't have that little element in the agenda item, but that was one of the recommendations out of PMP. So it needs to be approved and reject. Okay.
Okay, two separate motions?
No, it can be in one motion, correct. Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Alder Scannell, can you restate that?
Exactly. Yes, that we also amend this to reject the findings in fact from the.
And conclusions of law, is that?
Conclusions of law.
Okay.
Concluded. I concur on that.
Right, so that is the Alder's motion. I think we had a second by Alder Stevens. Alder Galvin on that motion?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a couple quick questions. I just want to clarify something. Lieutenant Allen? This establishment has very few calls for service to it, is that correct?
Yes, very few.
Okay, and in fact, you were hoping that this establishment would be a good citizen and actually help the police department solve a crime.
Yes, I did.
And from what I'm hearing, on one of these occasions, officers spent 15 minutes trying to get that cooperation?
If you're referring to the phone call, yes.
Okay. And as of right now, those cameras are still not operable?
Two
of them are not.
Two of them are not out of the 8.
All right. And I did not hear, are they going to fix those cameras, or?
I hope so. I wasn't clear on that. Alder Steven asked that question. Okay.
Because I'd like to offer as an amendment that the license be held until the cameras are repaired and operating.
Is that something, Attorney Bungert?
We can't place
We either
that
give them the
condition.
license or we don't.
Correct. We
All
can
right.
hold for non-payment of taxes and non-compliance with our other ordinances, but not that kind of condition.
All right, well then, I guess I would recommend to the police department that when they're doing compliance checks with establishments, any and all establishments, so it's fair and above board, that the camera system be checked, and if it's inoperable, that steps be taken to rectify that.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any other comments on that? All right, so we do have a motion and a second. All in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That motion has been approved. On to item 1. So this is to recommend the non-renewal of an application for a Class B combination license for the Cannery Market LLC. Alder Stevens, go ahead.
Motion to open the floor.
Alder Stevens makes a motion to open the floor, seconded by Alder Campbell. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open.
The attorneys for canneries on
Okay.
Zoom.
We're looking for a Susan Lacrosse?
Yes. Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
You're breaking up, but yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Is that a little bit better?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So again, thank you, everyone. It's obviously getting late, so I'm going to try to make this as short as I possibly can. Name is Susan Lacrosse. I reside at N1623 Town Hall Road in Kewanee, Wisconsin. Just kind of recapping why we're here today. It was recommended by the Policy and Protection Committee meeting to not renew the license for the cannery market. Just to give you a little bit of backdrop, the cannery's been closed since March of 2020. The lease expired, so it's owned by the Pagel family businesses. The lease expired in August of 2020. And normally when a lease expires, a tenant is required to vacate the property. And in this case, the Pagels and the landlord have been working collectively together to try to come up with a solution for this. The landlord recognizes the value of the restaurant and the space for not only the landlord's building, but also for the downtown district as a whole. The Pagels put in about $1.25 million in leasehold improvements in that property. It's a beautiful property, and the landlord knows that if the property gets repurposed into an office space, the likelihood of it going back into a restaurant is going to be very slim to none. The landlord's abated rent, so there has been no payment of rent on that property since September of 2020. In addition, the Pagels, if you were to walk in that property, right now, it would look just as it did back in March of 2020. It's a turnkey operation right now, ready for somebody to slip into it. So the Pagels have continued also to maintain keeping that equipment in the property, despite the fact that they did have debt load on it. They have since paid it off, but it's been for a significant period of time with no cash flow, and they were not making any money to pay that debt. So the reason I'm bringing that up is a year ago, we were before this committee, and there were several aldermen that were very supportive of the Pagels and the cannery and keeping that space open and possibly allowing an opportunity for somebody to slip in and keeping that license with the premises. I just want to emphasize the commitment on the part of the Pagels and the landlord for trying to find a viable operator for the space. There's been a lot of interest in the property. Probably the biggest hurdle that we're facing is the fear of the lack of employees. It is a large space, and right now lots of restaurants are struggling to find employees the way it is. And then you go into a larger space like that, it's going to make it that much more difficult. But most recently, the landlord's been working with the Green Bay Chamber to create a shared kitchen environment. It's to help entrepreneurs start in the restaurant industry. And if this opportunity would come to fruition, the Pagels will likely be financing the sale of the equipment to either the chamber or the landlord. The Pagels are blessed to see their father's dream come into reality, and they're hoping that through the use of the equipment that there's a possibility that maybe they can help someone else's dreams come true. I understand to the committee this is a huge ask to be asking for another year to have the license renewed, especially when we have really no prospect other than we've got people that have been interested, and again, now this community kitchen, that's a shared kitchen aspect. But I'm just hoping that the committee can recognize the commitment that the Pagels have put into this and continue to put into this, and again, also the landlord. And I don't know how many licenses there are available through the city right now, and maybe the deputy clerk can speak to that. But I'm assuming there's some that exist, and if that's the case, I'm just respectfully requesting the committee to consider allowing the license to be renewed for another year and having it earmarked for this premises so that, hopefully we can find somebody that's a turnkey operator, and it's going to be just that much easier of a process for them to slip into the restaurant. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions for our guest? Entertain a motion to close the floor.
Motion to close the floor.
Motion to close the floor made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stevens. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Just on that question, Clerk Jeffries, of how many licenses might be available come July 1? Oops. Turn that mic on.
0.
Got it. That is good to know. And reserve licenses?
Yes, we do have reserve licenses. Those are $10,000. Just to reiterate, for the edification of the newer members of our council as well as the public, reserve licenses are a one-time fee of $10,000. There is no money the city can give back to the license holder. That license is also not surrenderable. So if I were to have Celestine's Bar and I had a reserve license, I could not then surrender my license to Bill for Bill's Bar.
Got it. And not to put you on the spot again, but do you know how many reserve licenses we are allocated, or?
That I'm not sure. I mean, we have plenty.
Okay.
Because nobody wants them.
Right.
Because they're very expensive.
$10,000.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Do we have a motion on the floor?
May I just say one more thing, Mayor?
Yes.
Obviously, excuse me, if you would indulge me for
Yes, absolutely.
45 more seconds, Mayor and Alders. Obviously, this is your decision. It is the law for the city, as the steward of liquor licenses, to give that property right, to grant and issue that property right to a property that is operable. So while I understand the Pagels' plight, not only personal but business, in terms of their business, we issue licenses to functioning occupied spaces owned by humans.
Right. No, that's a good point. And just as kind of another point of information, I'm aware of at least 2 entities that would like a liquor license and probably will be applying for one in a short. I mean, this is just anecdotal based on what I've heard from developers, but I know of 2 examples myself, and so there probably are others. So just wanted to share that with council. I'll entertain a motion, but Alder Campbell.
With that you brought up, that was my question. Would they be able to, well, July 1st, of course, I know you can issue it at any time of the year for that license, correct?
Yes.
So those people that would be waiting, it probably goes by order or not?
It does.
Correct.
First come, first served by a complete application.
So there's literally people waiting on this decision?
Not right now.
Possibly?
Well, we don't have an official waiting list, so we do know of people who would like to have a license, but there is no official waiting list, if that makes sense to you.
Because do you have to apply?
Yes, you have to
You
apply.
have to wait to apply?
Correct.
July 1st?
Correct.
Okay.
And process?
Correct.
Usually a month before to bring it to council, to bring it to vote, to pass it. No matter what time they're in, full price of the license. The full price, it's not half amended.
Yes, so actually, if you were to come in and, obtain, ask to have an available license, then that license would be prorated. So let's say you came in November 1st. It would be prorated for November 1st to June 30th, 2023, if that's what you meant.
Yep.
Okay. Still looking for a motion. Alder Galvin?
Not a motion, but a question for Attorney Bungert or Clerk Jeffries. If the Pagels were allowed to keep the license they have, and they're willing to pay the $10,000 fee for someone that has an out bar ready to go, is that something that we could allow to happen, or is that just?
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, you see, the Pagos can't transfer one of the reserve licenses. So
Correct.
it makes no sense for them to buy that. But if we
Right.
allow them to keep this license that they can transfer, but in the meantime, someone comes up and says, I've got a bar ready to rock and roll, I need a license, but $10,000. If the Pagos were willing to pay that fee,
In theory, they could, but then that would be a completely separate contractual agreement
Well,
between
exactly.
whoever, right? And we
So, I
wouldn't
mean,
have
there's-
any, we
there's
wouldn't
nothing
have
we
any
could-
purview, right? And once we grant them the license, we can't, we wouldn't be able to hold them to that.
unless we had an agreement with them.
That agreement wouldn't involve the city. It would just involve the Pagel family and
Okay.
whoever would
All right,
come
that's,
in.
that's what I was looking to see if there was another way to wiggle. All right, thank you.
And just to clarify, an available license isn't automatically transferable. So even if a property or an establishment has a liquor license and it's sold, that liquor license doesn't transfer over, isn't conveyed to the new owners. They still have to apply. It's just the way the clerk or the city of Green Bay operates is that license is designated to them, so they're applying for that specific license. But it's not by any means part of the sale transaction.
Thank you.
Just to correct what
Yes.
you just said, correct, possibly how I understood, maybe it's changed. You said to sell that license, so we're not talking about a
So you cannot
reserve.
sell a
I'm
license.
not talking about a reserve
Right.
one, I'm talking
No,
regular.
unavailable, correct. You can't sell the license.
No, but they'll end it, and then someone will,
Right, they will surrender it,
reapply it, right.
they will surrender it to the new owner. But the new owner still has to come before PMP and council to get approved, which may or may not happen, so there's no guarantee that they will be approved for the license.
right.
Okay. Alder Weary's in the queue?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And hold your hats, but yeah, I do agree with Clerk Jeffries on this one, that we really should take this back and put it available for other potential businesses. I think it's bad business practice just to hold on to it on the if come. If something happens, so I really think we need to give it back. Could you clarify, Mr. Mayor, was there an initial motion here to approve that recommendation of non-renewal? We do have that on the floor?
There's no motion on the floor.
We don't, okay. Well, I'd make that motion to recommend the non-renewal, to approve that.
Okay. Alder Weary makes a motion to recommend non-renewal of the license, seconded by Alder Stevens. Any further discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Aye.
The ayes have it, and we are on to item 2. This is consideration with possible action on a request by Brewski's on Broadway at 1100 South Broadway to extend their licensed premises to the parking lot for an event September 9 to 10, from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Move to approve the request.
Second?
Alder Johnson makes a motion to approve that request, seconded by Alder Scannell. Discussion on
Yeah,
that?
just, the reason the reason I pulled it, Mayor, is because there wasn't really any supporting documentation to packet, and it just says consideration with possible action. So I didn't know what the action was.
Okay, just assuring that it was approved.
Yeah, I guess, so I'm making a motion for that action regardless of what the committee recommended that wasn't reported here.
I
So,
believe that's what's being recommended.
yeah, well, there's no way for us to tell.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we want to keep you guessing.
Okay. Alder Eck?
I just want to clarify, is it supposed to be subject to compliant or complaint? Because it says complaint. Just does change the word.
Complaint.
It is complaint? Okay,
Yes.
all right.
What that means is if somebody
Alder
calls
Galvin.
and complains.
Alder Galvin? Go ahead.
If someone calls and complains, the police can go shut them down.
Okay.
Just because we
got it.
permitted them doesn't mean they can do whatever they want there.
All right.
All right, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. And now we're on to item 13, which was pulled by Alder Hutchison.
Yeah,
say
I'm gonna make a motion on this, and, this was a total surprise to me, this thing with the flags. And I've talked to a couple of alders, and I've talked to my friends in the LGBTQ plus society, and it's unfortunate that this item came during Pride Month. because alls I did was mention this motion, and my friend's eyes got big, and he got totally ticked off, because he knew. I didn't have to say anything. He knew what this was. It looks like it's an affront to those in that community because their flag is on the flagpole. Okay. Now, if it isn't, I apologize, but it totally looks that way. Now, if we want to have a discussion regarding flagpoles and flags, let's do it. It's unfortunate that we have to talk about this during this month. If we could have talked about it next month, that would be great. I'm kind of livid about this. So I'm going to make a motion to receive and file this document.
Okay, Alder Hutchison makes a motion to receive and place on file for this item, and that has been seconded by Alder Scannell. Any discussion of that motion? I do have a stack of folks who would like to speak as well, so I would entertain that motion.
Motion to open the floor.
Motion to open the floor has been made by Alder Brunette, seconded by Alder Scannell. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open. I have a Stacy Christian. Not here. Tony Bear. Sure. That will work.
Tony Bear, who lives at 813 Avon Court. She writes, my roommate and I hung a pride flag in our front yard. We are both part of the LGBT plus community, and we wanted to show our pride in our community by displaying our rainbow flag. A few weeks later, we found our flag had been stolen. The fact that someone removed our pride flag made us afraid that we are not safe in our community. Having a rainbow pride flag hanging at City Hall is such an easy way to show the LGBTQ plus community that we are welcome here. If you take that away, it makes me wonder if my community is welcome here, just as when my own flag had been taken away. Please vote to keep the pride flag hanging during Pride Month. It's such a simple gesture that means so much.
Thank you, Mr. Vincent, for reading that for us. Next, I have Kimber Rowland.
Some notes. Kimber Rowland, 115 East Walnut, Green Bay, Wisconsin. I have a statement from Mike Broad, who left. I don't know his address. I believe he lives on Nicolay. Okay. He said that the U.S. flag represents the rights and freedom of all U.S. citizens. When you divide and segregate the citizenship for preferential treatment, it diminishes the rights of all others. That's why I support the flag ordinance. If you can fly the gay pride flag, you can also fly a flag in support of heterosexual relationships. All citizens should be treated equally. This is Mike now. He says, I'd like to, and that was all of his as well, I'd like to work with the city to design, fabricate, and fly a flag in support of heterosexual relationships. It would show equal support for over 90% of your constituents. Should be an easy decision to make. My statement begins with a personal experience that I had the day that the flag was raised above City Hall. I went to City Hall to observe the raising of the pride flag. And after I observed the raising of the pride flag, I began walking home. On my way home, I fainted and experienced significant injuries to my face, wrist, and my right leg. However, I'm very appreciative of those in the LGBTQ community for rushing to my assistance, walking me home, and calling a Prevea nurse to evaluate me. I'd like to thank those who assisted me that day. And I believe you were one of those people. So thank you very much. That being said, the reason we should not fly the pride flag is because it's an agenda to do so. It's an effort to advance the causes of one group. We need to stop advancing the causes of one group of peoples by putting up the flag. It's the same reason we shouldn't fly the Gadsden flag, Gonzales flag, or the Confederate flag over any government building. Ask yourself, what flag do we fly next? Can Trump supporters ask for the Trump flag to be flown? Fly the American flag and the state flag beneath it. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have Alexis Peterson. I think Alexis might have left. Bonnie Bretzel. Bonnie here? No. Julie Messier? No, Julie? All right, anyone else who's present who'd like to speak? Go ahead. Oh, yeah.
Good evening and happy Pride. I think it's still Pride Month at this late hour.
I think so.
I am Michael Vinson. I live at 2731 Old Coach Road in the city of Green Bay. As a member of the Equal Rights Commission, as a former board chair of Fair Wisconsin, our state's leading gay rights advocacy organization, as a person of faith who worships at Union Congregational United Church of Christ here in Green Bay, and as one half of the first male couple to legally marry here in the city of Green Bay, it was a tremendous honor to stand shoulder to shoulder with the mayor to raise the pride flag over City Hall. At one point earlier this evening, there was conversation about how do we coexist. We already coexist because I exist and because people like me exist. No deeply held belief, including beliefs that I have, could erase that fact, the simple fact of my humanity and dignity. But there are ways to affirm it. The beautiful lights on the bridge is one way. The wonderful mural at Napoli's is a beautiful way. The flags down Main Street and the flag out front is an incredible way to affirm my humanity. If this council chooses to make a different choice, I want you to remember my face and think very clearly about what message you want to send to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, great. It looks like we do have a couple people on Zoom. So we'll go to Tarl Knight. And then we'll go back in person and then back to Zoom. Mr. Knight, go ahead.
Thank you. I've unmuted myself. Can you hear me all right?
Yep, we're good.
Thanks for letting me speak on this. Wasn't something I was originally planning to speak on, but was here for the meeting and decided that with so few voices being heard on this topic, maybe because of the longevity of the meeting, I would chime in because I don't know if I have anything especially clandestine or impressive or anything that's going to knock anyone's socks off tonight. But having some representation from people in this community, I think, is important. The first thing that comes to mind is that I think during Pride Month there is flown at the Capitol building in Madison, Wisconsin, and I'm sure that there's some sort of legal precedent or ordinance or a law there that enables for that to be flown there. If we could invoke that on this occasion, then I'm not sure that this should be up for debate or conversation. Not that conversation isn't allowed or should be, so easily excused on something where people have a lot of opinions. So glad that this has been brought up, and I'm sure if there is a precedent set at the state level or at the national level, someplace, then that can be invoked here. So I encourage, although there are greater minds there at this council meeting than mine who probably thought this already, that might be considered. Second, I just want to say that there was a figure that was thrown out a little bit earlier that 90% of the folks in the city are straight, and so there should be a straight pride or heterosexual relationship flag flown. That's not even remotely true. Millennials are accounted for with 25% or more in recent Pew polls as being openly bisexual, gay, lesbian, or transgender. And in people who are born in 1996 or later, it's 40% or greater who are openly bisexual, gay, lesbian, or transgender. These are right off the top of my head from research that I've done recently. And I just want everyone to realize how many people in the city are LGBTQIA. It's not an exclusive community you can belong to. And gender and sexual identity are fluid, and they're things that people can realize or come to recognize later in life. And so there might be a number of you, maybe here tonight, who might realize a little bit later on, or might be struggling with it yourself. This isn't a nation like the Confederacy, fledgling or affirmed internationally that failed, in secession or whatever the case. This isn't a rival government. This is a flag that represents inclusivity of not just LGBTQIA people, but people who are Black and brown as well. And so I would just urge everyone to realize that you're talking to more than half of the people in the city when you're talking about removing this flag. It's not exclusive, it's inclusive. There's a proud history here, just like there is of people who are Black or people who are brown or Latinx who have fought for their rights here in this country. This is a pivotal decision that you're talking about right now pursuing, whether limiting the expression of the city or the government in order to really help for these people to be seen and visible and show that this is something that you can do to support and people understand that this is an inclusive community, or you can decide otherwise. And I think that that's a dangerous route to take in this day and age, and with so much right now at stake. Would ask that you consider everybody who you have heard from tonight and the many, many, many people in the community and those amongst you today who you haven't heard from, who maybe consider it at the next election. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? All right. Thank you. Go back to the room here. I think we had somebody who's wanting to speak.
Thanks, everybody. John Shelton, 1045 South Webster Avenue. And I'm also Vice Chair of the Equal Rights Commission. I know it's been a long night, but this is important. And also just want to say, you've heard from the Chair of the Commission, Terry Yang, and you've heard from my colleague, Michael Vinson. We have tremendous people on the Equal Rights Commission. I encourage you, it's honestly one of the great honors of my life to be able to spend so much time around the great people on the Equal Rights Commission. I encourage you all to get to know them if you haven't already, seriously. But I want to just frame this for people because we need to be really clear about what's going on here. Alder Hutchinson mentioned this. The fact that this comes up during Pride Month is something that we need to pay attention to. At a time when LGBTQ people are frightened about the future, one of the concurring opinions in the recent Dobbs Supreme Court decision basically threw out there that the Supreme Court, might reconsider this issue of same-sex marriage, which is something that I think we all thought was settled at this point, right? And so, you can imagine the kind of terror that people in the LGBTQ community are feeling right now, that we may have a Supreme Court decision that decides things in a very different manner in terms of the 14th Amendment moving forward. And so I think at this moment, to take up this, take up this issue, I think for all the discussion about us coming together and not being divided, which by the way, Alder Campbell, I love what you said at the beginning. This is designed to divide people. This is ideologically motivated to score political points. Otherwise, why do it during Pride Month, right? It's the only reason to do this. Let's talk about this for what it is. It's a dog whistle meant to make people in our community feel untargeted and unsafe. And I want to remind people that those people that we're talking about are our friends and our neighbors and our family members, probably of many of the people in this room. And I want to tell you why this is so damaging to try and score political points this way. Sorry, I got to talk about history again for just a minute. For much of the 20th century, gay people in this country could be arrested for being in a same-sex relationship. I want to remind everybody about this, okay? They could be put in a mental institution. Did you know that being gay was a pathology in the psychiatric community as late as the 1970s? Okay, that's the same decade, and I know I don't look old enough to be born in the 1970s, but I assure you I am. And that actually wasn't that long ago, be that as it may, right? We're talking about, 40-something, 50 years ago. For much of the 20th century, gays and lesbians were targeted by the police. The few places that they weren't arrested, the police shook them down for payoffs. That's one of the reasons that the Stonewall Uprising took place in the late 1960s, this sort of important moment in the history of LGBTQ rights. I'm guessing many of you remember this. When I grew up in the 1980s and 90s, you can see where I spend my time thinking about. 1980s and 90s, gay people around me were mercilessly taunted, assaulted, and sometimes murdered. And I'm guessing many of you remember this. That was not that long ago. As recently as a decade ago, two people in a same-sex relationship could not get married. That made it a lot more difficult to build a life together, and it meant, among many other things, that when your partner was in the hospital, you were not legally allowed to be there for them. If you're a straight person in this room, I want you to imagine what that would have been like. Imagine being straight and imagine you being straight and having to hide it from other people around you. Imagine meeting this great person that you fall in love with and not being able to tell the other people in your family about it or the people in your community because you're afraid of being outed. Imagine not being able to be with your partner at the worst moment in your life and probably, or their life and probably your life too, when they're in the hospital with some kind of serious illness and not being able to be there for them. That's what we're talking about. And that wasn't that long ago. The fact is, our city raises this flag once a year to honor all of those things that people in the LGBT community have had to overcome. Our city raises the flag only to acknowledge the basic humanity and equality of our friends and neighbors in Green Bay. It shows the LGBTQ community that we stand with them and will do everything we can to live together equally. And by the way, if you're not gay or trans, it doesn't take anything away from you to acknowledge that. Okay? In fact, it gives you something. Okay? What the flag does is it gives you pride too. Whether you're gay or not, it gives you pride too, because it gives you pride that you live in a community where we all stand in solidarity together and we get along with each other and we see the basic humanity in every single one of us. So let's put this to bed, okay? Vote this down. Let's be on with our lives and let's get into the serious task of continuing to make our community better and more livable for everybody here, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? We have somebody on Zoom that wants to speak, and then we'll be back to the room. So Ms. Yang, I think, has her hand raised.
Hi, thank you so much. I just want to first and foremost say thank you to Alder Hutchison, Commissioner Vincent, Commissioner Shelton, all the folks who spoke up for our LGBTQ plus community and our allies and the ARC. Although I'm not present there anymore, I had to run to help tend to some family members, but I've been listening, and I just want to say that I am so proud of everyone who is brave and who has stayed there for 4+ hours to make sure that your voice was heard. I applaud you. And I want to make it clear that a flag, like Commissioner Shelton stated, it doesn't take away from anyone's rights. It allows for those who have always been oppressed and who have been marginalized, those communities to express themselves and to feel included in our city. I am Asian American, and I know earlier there was a community member who was saying we should be proud. I am proud to be here, and I don't feel like the flag takes away from my representation or my rights. It doesn't hurt us in any other way. It doesn't hurt us in any way. And I think that it's absolutely such a low blow that this is coming up during Pride Month. Way to rain on your parade. Because these very people are probably some of the members, community members, who would lend a hand during storms. These are the community members who would come and remove that tree from your house. We are here just to merely be happy and exist, and we can't do that. And to quote, to end what I'm saying, I'm gonna quote Alderman Weary. This issue that's brought up right now, this agenda item for this flag, it's a solution to a non-existent issue. The flag does not hurt anyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? I think there was somebody.
My legs don't work anymore. They're like sitting there for a long time. Matt Razor, 419 East LeCaptain Circle. I've been talking to a lot of people since the beginning of the year, knocked on a lot of doors, talked to constituents, and I think I've learned a lot about both sides of this issue. I actually was in the room back there, and there were like 5 of us back there, and we all actually huddled around a table. 2 people were African American, 1 was part of the LGBTQ plus community, and 1 was neutral. And unfortunately, they're not here right now to help with this conversation. And we talked about why we're here, what issues were out there, and the LGBTQ flag came up, and we talked about it. And an African-American young lady and I were talking, and I said, you know, when you're out on a 5th grade playground and everyone's kind of fighting, and you take people and you kind of, you know, when you take 2 5th graders, you don't put them on each side of the playground and say, you stay there, and hopefully time will heal everything and you guys someday will get along. She goes, you know what, that makes a lot of sense, because what we do in our family is we take one big t-shirt and put them over both the kids, and we make them come together. The thing that really opened my eyes to this whole issue, I should say opened my eyes more, was when the policy or the committee got together, and there was a young lady that was here that had a military family. And her husband has severe PTSD, and their whole family is affected by it. And she said, you know, when we fight in the military, when you're a military family, I didn't serve in the military. I don't think a lot of people here did or have. She said, we look at that flag a lot different, and that flag is to unify everyone. And her point was, why can't we all come under one flag, unify under one flag, and be one American people? And I guess I just want you to consider that. I respect, you know, if somebody wants to fly the flag, I don't have any issue with that. The bridge lights, a parade, you know, but to put it underneath the American flag, I think that is what a lot of people have issue with, that it's like that American flag should unify all of us. And lastly, I talked to an elderly lady that was down the street from me, and she brought it up as well. And she said, you know, I have kids, they're in their 50s now, and I was born and raised in Green Bay, and one of my sons is gay, and the other one is straight and has a family and kids and everything. And we love both of our sons the same. And when I drive down Mason Street on 5 Corners, she goes, I just don't understand why we can't unify under one flag. Why is there a flag that flies there 365 days a year? And she wanted me to bring that up if I ever was in front of the council. So that's what I got. Thank you.
I think you guys probably already memorized my address, but Stephanie Guzman, 430 South Jefferson, apartment 2. I just want to be brief, and I just want to say a lot of the aldermen here were talking about coexisting, and I think somebody did bring up if we help one of these groups, then we're putting one down. And I just want to bring up to your attention that, I don't know, but in December, I'm always constantly seeing the nativity scene right up here. Why do I have to see that? And I would call that an agenda even, if I don't believe in that. I say the same thing about the pride flag, and actually I feel like the pride flag is actually more inclusive than the nativity scene, because the pride flag actually represents people who are Republicans. It represents people who are not Republican, independents, Democrats. It represents people who are police officers, even people who are in positions of power of government. So, in my opinion, when he said, why does the one flag now represent us all? Because that one flag does not give us all the same freedoms. And until that happens, I will not let one flag be the one that represents us all. And that is why it is so important that you do add other flags, such as, just for example, the Green Bay. The Green Bay flag to me represents a lot, because as a person who was born in Chicago, when I bring people here, I'm so proud to see that flag because it represents inclusivity. And guess what reminds me of that? The Pride flag during Pride Month outside of that City Hall. So that is all something that I want you guys to consider when it comes to taking it down. And actually, it does feel like a slap in the face, the fact that you guys are talking about it during Pride Month. But no worries, I understand that everybody here has, people who are not supporting of the flag. But again, if we're talking about coexisting, that is one small simple thing that you can do just to make sure that you and I understand that we're all here, we're all existing, we're all breathing. And if you decide not to fly the flag, guess what? We're gonna drive around with a bunch of pride flags all over all day during Pride Month and make it even more obnoxious. Let's do it. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public? On Zoom? Is there anybody on Zoom that would like to speak to this item? All right, seeing none, we'll entertain a motion. Motion to close the floor made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Galvin. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is closed. The motion before us is receive and place on file. And we do have a queue here. Alder Scannell and then Alder Weary.
Yes, Your Honor. I, at committee, supported sending this to staff because I had concerns about, which was brought up, I believe, by Alder Weary, that there may be legal issues here, that we could end up being sued, that if some other group, say the Nazis, came and wanted to fly their flag and we said no, we could end up being sued. And I didn't know the merits of that or whatever. I wanted to find out more on that. And I have since found out that that is not the case, that we are not in any jeopardy here of lawsuits. So what this boils down to is our flag policy is the mayor decides what to do or not do. And I'm happy with that. I don't have a problem with that. And if there's a mayor does something that people don't like, they can give him hell. If he does something he likes, they can pat him on the back. That's, and come election time, they can, if they feel so strongly about it, they can vote accordingly. I mean, to me, this just is a non-issue. As long as we're not putting the city in any kind of jeopardy for a lawsuit, I'm just going to be like everybody else. If it's a flag that I think I support, I'm going to pat the mayor on the back. And if he does something like fly a Nazi flag, I'm going to say, what in the hell are you doing? So I support receiving and placing on file. And I think there's many other flags. I mean, well, that's enough.
All right.
Good night.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Weary and then Alder Hutchison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To take it back a step to the nativity scene, I was on council at that time, and it was Alder Fredette, who was our council president, and former Mayor Schmidt. And we put that up as a seasonal, Christmas time, it's fitting, Christmas time nativity scene, a feel-good thing. As it turned out, as everyone probably remembers, it turned out to be pretty disastrous. There was a lot of debating and fighting needlessly over something like that. And so we ended up taking it down. So it goes to show you that, because one group might think it's a great thing, a lot of people don't. And you have this debating and arguing over something that we really shouldn't even be getting into. The legal point came up when Boston, I believe, started flying all kinds of flags, you name it, this and that, the other flag. And then I'm not even sure what really wanted to fly one of their flags, and they were denied, and they sued, and it went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said they had to fly it. So once you start, it's really not about one flag, it's about opening up that Pandora's box. What will we see? Think future mayors, future flags. What are flags that might really upset you, that might you just despise? And then think of, it could very well be in the next 200, 300, whatever years of Green Bay, mayors who want to fly those and causing all kinds of division and that we don't need. Now I had you, Mr. Mayor, and I asked in the month of October if we could fly the, like a Right to Life flag, because it is Right to Life month. And most people in Green Bay, a large majority, would appreciate that. And you never answered back to me, but if I were mayor, I would fly it. And I'm sure as hell a lot of people would. So do we want that? Do we want a future mayor to really weigh in, or yourself, into social and political commentary and agendas? We could fly Black Lives Matter, blue thin line, the thin blue line, Right to Life things, Second Amendment. There's on and on and on. We have so much to do as a city. Let the political and social commentary take place elsewhere. Let's just focus on uniting under the American flag, state flag, city flag. That's all that we would need. And so our next Protection and Policy Committee, we can discuss those details and whether you want to vote up or down. I think, is there a motion right now is it receive and place on file?
Correct.
Or is there any? Okay, I would urge the council to vote no on that. Let's bring it to committee, discuss it, and then bring it back and look at the details, because this does open up that Pandora's box with all kinds of different possibilities, where one group might think it's great, a lot of other people don't, and we're fighting over, when we should be talking about streets and parks and all those other things. So, thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Hutchison, and then Alder Eck.
Okay, thank you. The one thing that sets this item apart is the timing. I don't really have an issue talking about flagpoles, and I've learned from alders that there is an importance of an American flag on a pole by itself, and I can understand that. I can understand having a pole for each flag. I can understand that. But to pull this thing out of a hat this month was just a hit below the belt. I mean, it's kind of indicative of what these people, and these being LGBTQ plus, go through. Why are we going through this? It was a symbolic thing with a flag, and here they're having to stand up and defend themselves again. It just irked me. If this would have come next month, okay, it would be totally different in my mind. It's the timing of this. Totally wrong. That's why I'm saying file it. If you want to bring it up again next month, okay, let's deal with it. But I don't want to approve this thing and have people working on this thing starting this month. That's where I'm coming from. I want to give some dignity to that flag and to these people and let them live this out. And if we want to go to talk about flag and flagpoles later, okay, let's do it. Let's talk about all that. Let's not mix these worlds together. Let's do it independently. That's why I made the motion that I did. Thank you.
So Alder Eck, and then Alder Galvin.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So I guess the timing, correct me if I'm wrong, has there ever been a pride flag hanging on the city pole?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, so that would be the timing. It's something that's different than that's been done in the past, and so it brought up is there a flag policy? And so that would explain it. I mean, obviously Alder Weary could speak for himself, he's the one who put it together, but I can understand it for that reason. It's something that has changed, and I agree that we should represent everybody by doing the American flag, the Wisconsin flag, and the Green Bay flag. I think that everybody in our whole city is represented by that, and I don't think this is a can of worms we want to open up. If we do not have a flag policy, it does open it up. And if there was a Nazi flag put up, and you said you'd say something to the mayor, but in the meantime, would it be still hung for that month, or however long they decide? We need to set a policy, and this has shined a light on the fact that we don't have one.
Thanks.
Thank
Alder
you.
Galvin and then Alder Grant. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. A lot of good things said here tonight on this, and I agree with Alder Hutchinson. I think this was not the time to put forth this agenda item. We could have, I think, waited, and it may seem petty, wait 2 or 3 days, but then address it at a different time. The fact that I've received phone calls from angry people about the fact that there's a pride flag flying in Green Bay on a city pole lets me know that there are people that are not accepting and don't like it. And I got a call last year from a guy who argued with me for over a half hour before I could convince him it wasn't even the city's flagpole. The flag he was upset about was on. And that's, if that's going on, if the, as Mr. Razor said, could not the American flag represent us all? The day we can put a pride flag or a flag for some other minority up on the flagpole and nobody notices, maybe that's the time we can start thinking that the American flag really represents us all. I'm not a minority. I've never been a minority. I don't know what it's like. I have family members that have been treated badly because of who they married, where their husband came from, their orientation, and it makes me angry. It makes me sad that people are treated like that. And I've never been treated like that. I don't know what it's like. I only listen to what they've experienced, and like I said, it's not good. And I think we have to work harder as a society and as a government. When we were installing or talking about the Equal Rights Commission, we had members of this council that said they didn't see a need for it. They've never experienced anything. Until one of our members of council, who was a minority, said, no, wait a minute, don't speak for me. I have experienced people that look down on me because of the color of my skin. And again, we have to start thinking about how other people feel. And so I am going to support his motion to receive and place on file. And if we want to look at it somewhere down the road, I'll be in favor of that then. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Grant and Alder Brunette.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to note that majority of the constituents that did reach out to me were in favor of our local government remaining neutral. And one thing I just want to say is something for people to think about, as instead of thinking that people are against this flag, possibly think of the fact that we have multiple celebrations throughout the year, throughout months, and how do you prioritize which ones are more important? I mean, the month of June, we had multiple. So I just want people to kind of think of the other side of the positivity that we do have a lot of great accomplishments within our country. And how do we pick those? Thank you.
Thanks, Alder Brunette and then Alder Stoyer.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm against the motion. We don't have a policy, so we need a policy just for situations like this. Now, as a council, we may very well vote to include circumstances in the policy, but at least we have a written document. We just can't assume that everyone within the community has the same opinions on what that flag represents. You know, United States flag, American flag, we have a constitution, we know what it means. Now, there could be people that are upset with the country as a whole and different parts of the country, and that's understandable. There are a lot of injustices. State of Wisconsin has a constitution, City of Green Bay, we have our government. So every flag that flies above us, it covers everyone, every person under that land, under some sort of organized government. So when you kind of have flags where there's no clear understanding of what the totality of that flag represents, because it means different things to different people. And by presenting a policy to the council, we can have this discussion. We're not gonna take down the flag. If we took down the flag today, that would be very provocative, but the flag still will remain there. There's no definitive action that we're taking as a city government to take the flag down. We're just saying, refer to staff so that they can create a policy that will be open to the public, that every member of this community, everyone that spoke can come and address this council. It wouldn't be in June. We need a policy. I did receive, and I applaud members of our city government, like city employees who had reached out to me and said, I love, gay people, I'm accepting of the LGBTQ, but there's just something not right about me going into City Hall with that flag at City Hall, because I understand there are people that don't always understand what that full movement means. So, people can scoff, but that's the reality. When there are city employees who are not 100% comfortable coming to City Hall because of a flag that a member of our city government put up, that tells me that we need to put a little more thought into it. Let's not talk about Nazi flags that's extreme. No one's in the right mind will put a Nazi flag up at City Hall. No one. That's the extreme. The point is, let's just refer to staff. The flag will remain until I'm assuming till the end of the month. City staff will come up with a solution that's fair and representative of all, perhaps, or maybe not, but we need a policy, and I think this is a perfect example of that. During the riots and some of the civil unrest we had in our country a few years ago, there could have been a mayor at that time that was like, we'll put a Black Lives Matter flag up and we'll put a Thin Blue Line flag up. We'll put both up because all people are important and all police lives are important. To us that makes sense perhaps, but to the greater public, they might not want those flags above them. So those are considerations. Without a flag policy, it's like anything goes, the whim of the mayor's office, and I don't think that's right. I think we're gonna have these conversations every mayoral election. God bless you, Mayor, but if you're not here a year from now, will the next mayor put a different flag, and we'll be having this discussion for a different group. Let's avoid that and put a policy together. So I'm against the receive and place on file. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Stoyer and Alder Campbell.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think before this meeting started, I had a number of citizens called, and they kind of stated that they'd like to see the American flag and the state flag flown, et cetera, and not open it up for a lot of folks. And I think when you look at it, like I said, Boston went through a cathartic time period too, where they had many, many flags up there, and there were requests to hang certain flags up, and one group wanted their flag up, and they said, no, you can't do it. They sued, and the Supreme Court came back against them. So, I will agree with Alder Hutchinson and Alder Galvin on this, only in the sense that the timing wasn't the best. In my mind's eye, I don't think Alder Weary brought this up intentionally to do that. I don't know. That's just my feeling. Okay, I may be wrong. All right. So, but I feel that we should talk about a flag policy, but I think we need to do it, next month or the month after. So I will support the motion. Thank you.
Alder Campbell.
Hopefully I could be the last one on here.
We'll talk about it.
Yeah, it is tomorrow, just so everybody knows. Happy Wednesday. Go ahead, Alder.
So, I'm not an expert on flag flying, but some people might argue that. I had 12 flags flying on the front of my house that were all my views. And I'm hanging this out there to dry. The alder I replaced that retired had an issue with that. The Green Bay Police came. They asked me voluntarily to take it down. I'm like, I think this is my First Amendment right. As much as I agree with being able to fly the flag that you want, I don't think it should be on a public building. I had 12 flags flying on my house. I don't know how many times I put them back up. I don't know how many times I untangle them. Every single day I untangle them because I was proud of all those flags. And they stood for my views. I took a lot of heat. I got eggs. I got FU letters. I got everything. Didn't bother me a bit. It still was my views. And when I campaigned, people brought the issue up. My flags were down. I realized that I had views to air out. I didn't run away from it. I stood up for my rights just like everybody here tonight did, and their views. It irritated me because it's my freedom. It's my First Amendment rights. And as the officer said, and they know me because, you know, I put in a lot of time in the community there and was always aware they could count on me for what was going on, because I kept an eye on things. And I lived there a long time. So they were all good with it, and they just had to do their job. And, you know, as I stated before, I just don't think they should be on a public building. I think that's against, you know, that, I got 12 of them that haven't been flown for a long time. I'd love to fly them up there again. But instead, you know, I got involved in my rights. And that's what, it's not the thing that made me run. It's not the thing that, and there was recourse. They couldn't make me take it down, but everybody that knows me kind of knows what happened. And that's really why I got into it. But I didn't run away from it. I stood up for my rights, and I told people when they didn't like it and they said they wouldn't vote for me. And I'm like, I didn't turn my back and walk away. I just said, you know, these are my views. If anything, it shows how passionate I am. As in Mr. Galvin, I understand how passionate it is, but, you know, when I can feel that same thing when people take away my First Amendment rights too. So I'll just end that on that, and, you know, I feel like I'm yelling at you, Mr. Mayor, because you raised it. I was in that position, and I was asked to take it down. So I can understand everyone's views on this. I think I am an expert on it. It seems like the flag thing just keeps coming around and around and around. So it's I think if the American flag was a statue, well, I guess that's a bad one, because look what happened to all the statues, all right? But that one is another road we got to cross. So I think as much as I compare the statues, the chaos that's happened on just people's views and not liking things, I think that's what we're opening up a can of worms. I'm going to support the policy. I have no problem with finishing out the month. I started this thing. I'd like to end it with, we're going to fly the American flag last week under all people on one people, and people just got to put it to bed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. We have a motion to receive and place on file. It was seconded. All in favor?
Mayor.
Alder Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, we give the executive branch of our government a lot of latitude to make operational decisions. And we don't always question every single decision that happens at the administrative level. And this one certainly has a little bit of a lightning rod effect, and it draws a lot of attention. But, you know, as oftentimes is said in politics, elections have consequences, and if the vast majority of the public doesn't support this decision, they have a way to act on that, perhaps on Sunday nights now, or other days of the week. You know, but look, at the end of the day, we have a lot of work to do in this city. We talk about it all the time. We have parks to fix, we have roads to fix, we have police to support and fire to support, and I agree with all that, which is exactly why I'm going to support the motion to receive and place on file.
Thanks, Alder. So with that, as I said, we have that motion. We have a second. All in favor will signify by saying aye.
Use the board. Use the board, please, Mr. Mayor.
Yep, there's been a request to use the board, so we will do so. Receive and place on file.
Shorter motion?
And
Yeah, so voting aye is to receive and place on file. Voting nay is against that motion.
That's not what's coming up.
It's received, yeah, receive and place on file is there.
Ready? At 6-6?
Yes.
So I vote in favor of receiving and placing this item on file. And for our audience members, it's essentially tabling this item. So that succeeds. On to our next report, which is Improvement and Services Committee. Oh, sorry. Motion to approve has been made. Thanks, everybody, for attending our meeting. Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stevens. Any items here to be handled separately? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. This is a report of the Protection and Policy Committee granting operator licenses. Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stevens. Any names to be held separately or abstentions? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That report has been adopted. RDA? Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stevens. Any items here to be handled separately? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That report has been approved. Report of the Plan Commission. Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stevens. Items here?
One.
Item 1. Any others? Hearing none others, all in favor of approving the remainder of that report, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report has been approved with the exception of item 1, which was pulled by Alder Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Director Grenier, I had an opportunity to watch the Plan Commission and really get some perspective on the traffic impact analysis. Could you provide some insight in terms of where we're at on that? Because it says in here, one of the contingencies is approval of the traffic impact analysis by the city traffic engineer. Where are we at in that process?
It's currently under review, and the traffic engineer has been actively working with the petitioner.
Okay, because the other piece that I picked up in that meeting is that there was a certain level of time sensitivity to this before the
That is
petitioner
correct.
would lose his contract. Are we going to have something, an agreement in place prior to then?
I do believe so.
Okay. Okay, and does it look different than what the current site plan is?
I can't say yes or no to that. The developer has come with a different option that includes a driveway out onto, is it Kimball?
Yeah.
On the north side. So we're currently taking a look at that, and that new driveway going on to Kimball now brings the Kimball-Bellevue intersection into question. So we've got, it's an abbreviated request for some additional information using existing data just to project up to that next intersection. That should be a quick turnaround for the traffic, for TADI to turn that information back to us. We strongly suspect that things are going to turn out okay, but we do need the model output to make that determination.
Okay, and the reason I bring it up is I hear it all the time about, processes and things that the city of Green Bay does, and I always ask, can you pinpoint for me, what the challenge is? And I hate to lose development because we can't get to a decision fast enough. And so from your perspective in terms of where the dialogue is at right now, you feel like that will happen?
I do.
Okay.
Yes, I've been discussing this and several other TIAs on nearly a daily basis with the traffic engineer to make sure that we continue to move these things forward because of the time sensitivity associated with them.
Okay, I'm good with that then. Thank you.
Motion to approve?
Motion to approve, yeah.
Motion to approve made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Scannell. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. On to the report of the Park Committee. Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Eck. Item here to be handled separately, or items? Hearing none, all in favor of of that report, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That report has been adopted. And of course, Alder Scannell is referring to the Personnel Committee. He makes a motion to approve. Seconded by Alder Stevens. Items here to be handled separately? Hearing none, all in favor of the report, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report has been approved. EDA.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stoyer. Any discussion?
Mayor, I
Yep,
just need
Alder
the
Johnson.
record to reflect an abstention because the applicant is a member of my executive committee that oversees my compensation.
So noted. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That report has been approved. Committee of the Whole. Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stevens. Any discussion here? Alder Eck?
I apologize, I'm, there, it's not about that. There was actually somebody to speak, I think on yours, that you were talking, or no, who's in the east?
I just wanted to ask a few questions there, that's all.
Oh, got it.
There's already approved.
It has
There
been.
was one other thing that was, that I had discussed with the planner about taking a vote tonight versus moving it to another month, because that's.
We haven't gotten there yet.
Oh, okay, that's a huge thing, so I'm thinking my.
Oh, we handle this under the ordinance, first reading? Okay. Sounds good. So this was on Committee of the Whole. We had a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That has been approved under resolutions.
Motion to suspend the rules, we need to pull one out? No, that's not, okay, motion to suspend the rules?
Motion to suspend the rules has been made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stevens, and that's to take up these resolutions with one roll call vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The rules are suspended.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Motion to adopt made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Johnson, and we will use the board.
On the ordinance? Okay. First reading?
Thank you, Alders, you may vote.
Oh, sorry. And those are adopted unanimously. On to ordinances, first reading.
Motion to grant.
Alder Galvin?
I'd like to motion to suspend, and then a motion to adopt or advance.
Okay. Did we want to open the floor on this? Is there any need
I think this will take care of what he's,
Okay.
what this gentleman's here for.
Okay, so what you are asking for is to suspend the rules and adopt this ordinance with a first and final reading?
Yes.
Second.
So Alder Galvin makes a motion to suspend the rules and adopt this ordinance on a first and final reading. That was seconded by Alder Johnson. So that requires a 2/3 vote, similar to the suspension of the rules earlier on resolutions. So all in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The rules are suspended. Now, we will I'll entertain a motion to adopt for first and final reading.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Motion to adopt made by Alder Galvin, seconded by Alder Johnson, and we will use the board on this.
Thank you, Alders, you may vote. And Alderman Grant? Thank you.
Oh, that's strange.
Yeah.
And that has been adopted unanimously. There aren't any receive and place on file items, petitions and communications. Seeing none, adjournment.
Just one about the Green Mayor American party at,
Oh, yeah, no. Mr. Chance.
everyone got one anyway.
Move to adjourn, motion to adjourn made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Scannell. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We're adjourned. Thanks, everyone.
Get over time.
Mr. Mayor?